Chapter 1 Dragon Ball World, Universe 7, Planet Vegeta. At this moment, a little boy of about 7 years old was looking at the people around him with a confused expression. Tail. Scion. I seem to have traveled through time. The little boy's name is Suzy. Before time travel, he was reading number 18 in Bulma's Lily book. When he was reading, he fainted inexplicably. When he opened his eyes again, he had already arrived in this world. Dear warriors on planet Vegeta, I have an announcement for you. The great King Frieza will arrive on planet Vegeta in 3 days, and I hope everyone will not do anything incompetent on that occasion. At this time, an extremely calm voice sounded in the entire square. Suzy recovered his composure and looked up, only to see a huge ring suspended in the air. On the ring stood a majestic man. He knew him. This is King Vegeta. Dragon Ball World, I actually came to the world of Dragon Ball. Suzy swallowed his saliva, his eyes were a little confused, but also a little excited. As an old Dragon Ball fan, he had never imagined that he would travel through the Dragon Ball world and fight side by side with Gukong Tragedy Tower and the others. Now, he got his wish. Not only traveled to the Dragon Ball world, but also became a scion, etc. Suzy was getting more and more excited and almost took off his clothes and jumped up and shook them wildly to show how happy he was at the moment. But suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something, and suddenly looked up at King Vegeta on the huge ring in mid-air, sweating coldly. At this moment, it came out in vain. Planet Vegeta has not been destroyed yet, and what did King Vegeta just say? King Vegeta said that in 3 days, the great King Frieza will arrive on planet Vegeta. Suzy didn't even notice. The question he was thinking about just now whispered softly, and a scion next to him repeated it to him. Thanks. Suzy glanced sideways at the scion and subconsciously thanked him, but soon he stared at the scion in a daze. He looked exactly the same as Gukong's face in his memory, and his trademark hair was still there. Have that familiar smile. Bardock. Suzy said in astonishment. Oh? You actually know me. Bardock smiled at Suzy. He is now the father of 2 children, and he has a naturally gentle attitude toward children. We know each other, how could we not know each other? Suzy murmured, then turned his gaze back and began to think. If he hadn't received the news that Frieza would arrive on planet Vegeta in 3 days, Suzy would definitely be on good terms with Bardock at this moment. Let's talk. But now, pull it down. If nothing else, this time Frieza came to planet Vegeta specifically to destroy the Scion race. So he had to think carefully about how he could leave planet Vegeta at this point in time. He didn't want to be shattered into pieces and buried in this sea of stars just like planet Vegeta just after he traveled through time. Ding! Choose a system to protect your host. While Suzy was thinking about it, 2 prompt sounds similar to electronic mechanical synthesized sounds suddenly sounded in his mind. System. Suzy was stunned for a moment, and then a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. The standard configuration for time travelers, the world-shattering system, is here. This system provides choices for the host. As long as the host successfully completes the option tasks, the host can receive the choice reward sent by the system. The system began to introduce itself. Friendly reminder, if the host wants to communicate with the system, just speak in your heart. Is there any gift package for newbies? Suzy thought for a while and asked in his heart. None. The system responded very quickly. Is there any newbie gift pack? Suzy frowned and asked again. None. The system's answer made Suzy frown even more tightly. You should have a small gift package for newbies, right? Suzy is still unwilling to give up the novice gift pack. He has read too many system novels, and no host has ever gotten a novice gift pack at the beginning. When he comes here, let alone novice gift packs, there are no novice small gift packs. None. The system replied impatiently. What's there? Suzy was speechless for a while. Frisia will arrive at planet Vegeta in 3 days and won't give him anything. If he can't escape from planet Vegeta, how can he survive? Ding! Select the system to turn on. There are still 3 days until the destruction of planet Vegeta. Choice 1, fight side by side with Bardock, and then die in this battle, and you will be rewarded with 1 million combat points. Option 2, escape from planet Vegeta and be rewarded with the art of teleportation, 100,000 combat power points, 50% of S cells, and 5 times Kaio Fist without side effects. When Suzy heard the 2 options of the system, he couldn't help but blinked. The system's choices were too clear. Does this give him a choice? Immediately, he didn't even bother to think for a second and directly chose 2. Chapter 2. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully choosing option 2. Please try your best to escape planet Vegeta within 3 days. The system beep sounded, and Suzy curled his lips. Not to mention that there was a reward for this choice. Even if there wasn't one, he still had to think about how to escape from planet Vegeta. At present, insiders should not be allowed to leave planet Vegeta, so, if you really want to leave, I'm afraid you have to steal a spaceship and leave planet Vegeta in the dead of night. Thinking of this, Suzy turned his head and glanced at Bardock on the side. This guy is good at stealing spaceships. After all, if he hadn't stolen a spaceship, the young Kokoro would have been killed. Specially sent to the Earth, there will be no birth of King Wukong in the future. Bardock, can we discuss something? Suzy organized his words, then took Bardock's hand and whispered. Ah! Bardock looked stunned. Come, let me discuss something with you. Suzy took a few steps sideways, then moved away from the scions around him, and waved to Bardock. Bardock felt strange in his heart, but he did not reject Suzy and walked towards him. Bardock, I want to ask, where did you steal the spaceship that sent Kakarot away? As soon as Bardock came over, Suzy stood up on tiptoes and pressed his shoulders to make him a little shorter, and then asked. What? When Bardock heard Suzy's words, a look of shock suddenly appeared on his face, and he was even frightened and even took several steps back. Suzy looked at the panicked Bardock and just smiled without saying a word. You, how did you know? Bardock took a deep breath, glanced around, and found that no one noticed his exclamation just now. He breathed a sigh of relief, then approached Suzy and whispered, "And you want to leave planet Vegeta?" Yes. Suzy did not hide his purpose and nodded. I think you also have some hunch that Frisia's arrival on planet Vegeta this time will definitely not be a good thing. So, you received the news in advance and settled Kakarot in advance, right? You. Bardock's expression changed completely. He stared at Suzy in disbelief, as if he wanted to see through him. However, he was disappointed. Suzy's young face was full of calmness, and there were no emotional fluctuations at all. What do you want? Bardock said solemnly. I hope you can steal a spaceship for me, also located on the planet Kakarot is heading to. Suzy bowed deeply to Bardock, then raised his head and said, Kakarot's future can barely be seen when you leave this world, but I can see everything in his future right now. Do you also have the ability to predict things? Hearing Suzy's words, Bardock was extremely shocked. Yes. Suzy nodded, his face became solemn at this moment, and he said in a deep voice, why else would I want to escape from planet Vegeta? Because, in 3 days, planet Vegeta will inevitably be destroyed by Frisia. All scions on planet Vegeta will also be wiped out. Why does Frisia want to destroy planet Vegeta and the scion race? In fact, he is afraid of the birth of a super scion. I know you can't persuade the other scions to run away together, so you can only fight to the end. And I don't need your persuasion, I want to leave planet Vegeta and take revenge on this guy in the future. Therefore, if one more scion survives, Frisia will be more afraid and more hopeful of revenge. After saying this call, Sozi looked directly at Bardock, who was sweating profusely. He had finished speaking, and now he could only leave it to this man to make a choice. He chose the easiest way. If Badak K doesn't want to, then Sozi will have to steal the spaceship himself. Good. I promise you, I will steal a spaceship for you. Standing there for a while with a change of expression, Bardock suddenly stared directly at Sozi, gritted his teeth and said, although I believe in your ability to predict, but I won't send you to Cockroach's planet. If you really have real materials, you will meet Cockroach one day in the future. At that time, I hope you can take care of him. All this is just Bardock's rhetoric. The 7-year-old Sozi's combat power is about 300 points. If he has evil intentions, this kind of combat power will be extremely low on the planet where Cockroach is located. A completely overlord-level existence. What Bardock was talking about was what if this guy Suzy hurt Cockroach. Therefore, it was absolutely impossible for him to let Suzy follow Cockroach to a planet. Suzy understood Bardock's idea after thinking for a while, smiled and nodded. No problem, as long as you allow me to leave planet Vegeta within 3 days. It doesn't take 3 days, just come here and find me tomorrow night. Bardock is very confident. It seems that he does have a way to steal the spaceship. Hearing Bardock's promise, Sozi breathed a sigh of relief. He did not have any powerful abilities and finally used his foresight of the plot of Dragon Ball to successfully persuade, asked Bardock to help him. Chapter 3. Time passed very quickly, a day and a half passed quickly. That night, Sozi walked out of the rest cabin. He did not bring any large items, only some changes of clothes, which were still placed in the system's own space. Call. Sozi arrived at the place agreed with Bardock yesterday in the dark. It was a vast land with a cold wind blowing. It sounded like a wild wolf howling at this night. Sozi. At this time, a deep voice came from behind the pile of rocks on one side. Bardock. When Sozi heard Bardock's voice, his face suddenly showed an excited look, and then he ran quickly towards the pile of rocks. Soon, he arrived and took a look at a small spaceship behind the pile of rocks. The excitement on his face was even more intense than before. I hope you can abide by your agreement and take care of that little guy when you see Cockroach again in the future. Bardock stood beside the small spaceship and looked at Sozidong seriously. Do not worry. Sozi's face became solemn, he straightened his body and said in a deep voice. Thanks. Bardock stared at Sozi, and finally smiled, and then slowly opened the small spaceship, indicating that Sozi could enter. Sozi did not doubt that he was there, and entered the small spaceship directly. I have already set the flight coordinates for you. It is a planet far away from planet Vegeta. Sozi entered the spaceship. Before the hatch was closed, Bardock said softly. Thanks. Sozi said thank you. Have you ever learned how to fly a spaceship? Bardock asked. Have. Sozi searched the memories in his mind and found that he was no stranger to spaceships. After all, he was already 7 years old and had 300 combat power points. If he were older and stronger, he would probably be able to travel. The standard of the task. In that case, good luck. Bardock stretched out his hand to close the door of the spaceship, then stepped back for more than 10 steps, quietly watching the spacecraft that started its engine slowly rise from the ground to the sky. Then, there was only a roar of the engine, and Sozi, the small spaceship he was in, turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the dark night sky. Bardock looked up at the dark night sky, stood there for a while, and then left the area with a heavy face. The moment the spacecraft took off, Sozi calmed down some of his excitement, calmed down and fell asleep directly. After waking up again, Sozi found that he had reached his destination. Stepping out of the spaceship, Sozi put the spacecraft into the system's own space, and then started walking around. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the selected mission and receiving rewards: the art of teleportation, 100,000 points of combat power, 50% of S cells, and 5 times the Kyo fist without side effects. After taking a few steps, Suzy heard a system notification in his mind. Host, Suzy. Age, 7 years old, 737 AD. Combat power, 100,300 points. Skills, finger cannon, Kyo fist with 5 times no side effects, teleportation technique. Items, none. Suzy took a look at his character attribute panel and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Although the 100,000 combat power points given to him by the system had been received, he didn't feel any stronger at all, which made him feel a little strange. Got it. Host, your feeling is wrong. Release the finger cannon now and see how terrifying the power can be. The system said. Oh. Immediately, Suzy released a finger cannon at a hilltop in the distance. Boom! The finger cannon hit the hilltop, and the hilltop exploded in an instant. This. Suzy's eyes were stunned. He only had 100,000 combat power points, but the destructive power he caused was so terrifying. What about millions, tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions or tens of billions of combat power points? It's no wonder that the Dragon Ball world can be said to be the world with the best combat power in the dimensional world. Let alone hundreds of millions of combat power points, even a random person with a million level combat power can probably smash a planet. Suzy sighed. As for the fact that the battle levels that often cost tens of billions or hundreds of billions since the middle of Dragon Ball cannot penetrate the Earth, it is obviously a bug in the old bird setting. Thinking of this problem, Suzy's eyes flickered. He held his chin in his hand and began to think. He was wondering if this world was the real Dragon Ball world. Would it not overlap with the bugs in the Dragon Ball world set by Lao Niao? Host, you are traveling into the Dragon Ball world in the anime. No matter what butterflies you attract, the final plot will not change in any way. The system explained. Oh? Suzy narrowed his eyes slightly and said, if Bulma and I fall in love and get married, will Trunks show up later? Meeting. The system continued to explain. However, Trunks will be born to another Earth woman and Vegeta. I see. Suzy nodded and smiled. To be honest, he quite liked this setting. After putting away some distracting thoughts, Suzy was ready to start practicing. The gravity of this planet was sensed by the system to be about 30 times that of the Earth. In other words, this is a 30-fold gravity chamber. Although it will not achieve a perfect training effect for Suzy, who has 100,000 combat power points, it is better than nothing, and he still has to get used to his current powerful strength. Chapter 4. In 738 AD, on this small gravity planet called Beslilt. A year has passed and my fighting ability has improved to a higher level. At this moment, on a mountain in the eastern part of this small gravity planet, a young boy's immature face was full of excitement. He was Suzy, and it had been a year since he left planet Vegeta. This year in that time, he has grown very quickly, from 100,300 combat power points to the current 200,000 combat power points. Don't think that he only increased nearly 100,000 combat power points in a year. You know, he has not. The powerful Scion bloodline does not have a higher magnification gravity chamber to enhance its strength. For the early stage, it is just a low-level Scion warrior bloodline that can increase its combat power by nearly 100,000 points in a year. It's extremely amazing. Didn't you see that Sun Wukong on Earth only had a little fighting power at the beginning of Dragon Ball Z? So, in general, his growth rate is extremely amazing. Suzy thought about the 100,000 points of combat power for a moment and attributed this amazing growth power to the 50% S cells in his body. Just like in the original Dragon Ball Super anime, after Sun Wukong transformed into Super Sailor God Red, the reason why he can grow so fast is because he has some divine power and divine realm left in him. For the same reason, Su Ziyi has 50% of S cells in his body at this moment. As we all know, once a Scion can successfully transform, after becoming a Super Scion, the growth of combat power will accelerate. In fact, in Su Ziyi's opinion, the reason why growth becomes more and more terrifying is more about the number of S cells in a Scion's body. The S cells in his body meet the requirements for Super Scion transformation, so he can definitely enter the Super Scion 1 transformation form with ease, and he does not even need to reach the standard level of combat power to transform into a Super Scion. Transformation can be completed. Wait, maybe I can try the systematic transformation of Scions in Dragon Ball Super, focusing my energy on my back to transform into Super Scion 1. Su Ziyi suddenly thought of something, and a bright light suddenly flashed in his eyes. Just do it! Immediately, Su Ziyi took a deep breath, then clenched his fists and stood upright on the ground. Boom! As Su Ziyi slowly closed his eyes and concentrated all his energy on his back. An astonishing aura suddenly burst out from his body, and then, a golden aura exploded from his body. Super Scion 1, it actually happened. A few seconds passed quickly, and Su Ziyi slowly opened his eyes. He checked his character attribute panel, and his face showed a little excitement. To be honest, the transformation of Super Scion this form is definitely something every Dragon Ball fan has dreamed of transforming into. To be honest, the feeling of transforming into a Super Scion is so awesome. Call. After the transformation was successful, Su Ziyi felt his power again, and then returned to his normal appearance. He breathed out gently. His normal combat power was 200,000 points, and the combat power of his transformed form was Super Scion 1. In the enhanced state, his combat power will reach 10 million points. 10 million points of combat power. To be honest, at this stage of the plot, apart from Frieza, I am absolutely invincible. Thinking of this, Su Ziyi suddenly laughed. It is only the year 738 AIG. There are still 11 years left before the plot of the first part begins. During this time, he believes that his strength will become more and more terrifying. Next, Su Ziyi stayed on this planet for a few more months, and then went directly to the next planet to travel. According to his previous idea, he would go to Earth to meet the characters in the original work. The most important thing is actually to meet this woman Bulma. No. He thought for a while. Currently, Bulma is only 5 years old and can only be said to be a little lowly. For a little lowly, Su Ziyi thinks there is really nothing to interact with. Boom! Just when Su Ziyi pointed his index finger to the center of his eyebrows, preparing to use teleportation to leave the gravity asteroid named Beslilt, bursts of spaceship engine roars suddenly came from the sky. Su Ziyi looked up and saw spaceships from Frieza's legions flying in from outer space. When I come, I conquer. You inhabitants of this asteroid cannot even think of resisting the invasion of the great Captain Duckadoo. Kill them all. Several loud sounds rang out from the sky. Su Ziyi blinked and raised his hand to point out. Boom! An ordinary finger cannon directly bombarded a spaceship into rubbish. Nanny! The enemy is coming. Defend! Defend! Find the enemy's location. With the lessons learned from a spaceship, Frieza's legionnaires in every spaceship panicked. Call out! Su Ziyi soared into the sky and came directly to the sky. Scion! Su Ziyi's appearance caused a green-skinned humanoid creature in one of the spaceships to frown. He was the captain of this team, Captain Duckadoo, an elite master with a combat power of up to 50,000 points. Kill him! Duckadoo narrowed his eyes and gave the order directly. As Duckadoo's order was issued, the cannonballs of the spaceships were all aimed at Su Ziyi in the sky. Facing the cannonballs of the spaceships, Su Ziyi was very calm, and he opened his hands, and a golden light flashed on each finger. Boom! With a thought, Sozi fired the 10-finger cannon. Soon, the roar of the explosion echoed in the sky. Ah! Screams kept coming from the sky. This is gone. Seeing that the whole team was wiped out, Sozi frowned slightly and felt a little disappointed. But think about it, his normal combat power alone has reached 200,000 points. Against these Frisia's men, the Legion's little loser can be easily crushed and killed. I can now transform into Super Saiyan 1. This strength can actually be experienced in the universe. I don't know if Beerus is still sleeping at this time. If you have the chance, maybe you can get in touch with these two guys, Beerus and Whis. Sozi pointed his index finger to the center of his eyebrows, thought for a while, and gradually disappeared on the planet Beslilt. Chapter 5. 6 years passed quickly, and on this day in May of the year 744 AD, we were on a certain gravity planet in the universe. At this moment, a young man was sitting on the ground with his upper body naked, grilling meat. The meat itself is quite fragrant. If it has earthly seasoning, it will definitely taste even better. This young man is Sozi. 6 years have passed, and his normal combat effectiveness is naturally higher than the original 200,000 points. Now, his normal combat effectiveness has reached 10 million points. In 6 years, it has increased by 980. Sozi still feels quite satisfied with the combat power of 10,000 points. After all, it is still 5 years before the plot of the first part of Dragon Ball begins, and his normal combat power has already reached 10 million points. His subsequent growth will definitely be even more difficult. Imagine. I think we should be able to go to the Earth and have a look. Practicing something like this is too boring. After practicing alone for many years, Sozi felt that if he continued like this, he might really get autism. An hour later, Sozi set off. It would be better to say that he was setting off. Using the technique of teleportation, he searched for the location of the Earth, and then teleported directly to the Earth. At this moment, in the blue sky of the Earth, Sozi glanced around, thought for a while, and finally flew towards the west of the Earth. Go! Sozi's strength was terrifying, and within a few minutes of flying, he had already arrived in the city of Zidu. He glanced down at the sky, his eyes gradually narrowed, and an unknown smile appeared on his face. Phew! After just remembering for a few seconds, Sozi's figure flickered and appeared directly on the ground in Zidu the next second. The money on Earth in Dragon Ball world is Sony. Although I don't have Sony, I have been practicing in the universe for many years and obtained countless precious items. There are countless precious diamonds in my system backpack on Earth. Sozi was thinking in his mind, and started walking. After a while, he walked into a jewelry store. A minute later, Sozi walked out of the jewelry store again. After taking a few steps, his brows suddenly raised. Because, a little girl ran up right in front of him. This little girl had blue-green twin tails and big blue-purple eyes. She looked extremely charming. Is she Bulma? Sozi looked at this little girl and was a little stunned for a moment. He never thought that his first encounter with Bulma would be such a coincidence. Everyone in front of me, please give way. Bulma turned around and looked behind her, shouting. Bang! Oh! Suzy was in a daze, so Bulma bumped into him. You! Bulma calmed down and was about to get angry, but when she saw Suzy's face, little hearts suddenly appeared in her blue-purple eyes. Okay. So handsome. This is what Bulma is thinking at this moment. Sorry, I was in a daze and didn't notice you. Suzy apologized. At this time, a large group of people rushed over with extremely unkind expressions. Hello. Boy, don't meddle in other people's business, otherwise you will definitely be left with nothing to eat. The leader of this large group of people looked at Suzy coldly and threatened. Snort. Bulma turned around and glanced at them, made a face and hid behind Suzy. Boy! The leader's voice became colder. When he was about to say something more, Suzy glanced over with an indifferent gaze. The latter was immediately startled, and a large patch of cold sweat broke out on his back. Let's go. Suzy withdrew his gaze, said something to Bulma who was hiding behind him, and then slowly left the street. Old boss. Aren't we going to chase that girl? But our treasure was taken away. When Suzy and Bulma disappeared on this street, the group of people chasing Bulma slowly came back to their senses and suddenly started to make a noise. Shut up! That guy just now, it feels so dangerous to me. That bead may not really be a treasure. If it's taken away from her, then let's take it away. The leader's face was extremely pale, and he left the street with a group of his younger brothers. Hello. What's your name? Why are you ignoring me? Hey, you have a tail, but you are so handsome. My name is Bulma, yes. On another street, Suzy was walking in front, Bulma was waving her little hands beside him, her blue-purple eyes were full of little hearts. Bulma is indeed a nymphomaniac. Suzy couldn't help but feel speechless for Bulma, who was so infatuated at only 11 years old. However, this does seem to be the nymphomaniac Bulma he remembers. My name is Suzy, I've told you twice. Suzy suddenly stopped and said seriously, and it's time for you to go back. Aren't you afraid that the group of people just now will come to trouble you again? I'm not afraid. And my home is not far away. Handsome guy Suzy, I remember you. It's really thanks to you today, otherwise my Dragon Ball would have been snatched away by them. Bulma snorted, but suddenly she seemed to think of something. She broke away from her nymphomaniac state, and then took out a 2-star ball from a small pocket on her waist. Seeing this 2-star ball planet, Suzy couldn't help but be stunned. If he remembered correctly, Bulma should have discovered this second planet in her apartment in 749 AD, which was 5 years later, and then slowly opened the Dragon Ball. The plot of the first part. And now, Bulma actually obtained the second planet 5 years in advance. So if this is the case, will the plot points of the first Dragon Ball be moved forward 5 years? Thinking of this, Suzy's frown slowly wrinkled. Host, have you forgotten what the system said? No matter what happens, the plot points of Dragon Ball will not change. The system spoke at this moment. Yes. How could I forget? Suzy shook his head and smiled. The 5th update was given on the first day. I sincerely ask for flower reviews, monthly tickets and other things. I think this book is more than enough. Please be sure to leave a message in the book review area. Chapter 6. That, my home has arrived, goodbye. Unknowingly, the two of them walked for a while, and then Bulma's voice came from the side. Suzy calmed down and looked towards her, and found that this girl was waving to him with a flushed face. He started to say goodbye. Remember. My name is Bulma, this is my home, you can come and play with me when you have time. Okay. Suzy made an okay gesture to Bulma. Bulma seems to be too young at the moment. Although he is not very old, he is a man of 2 generations, his mind is naturally extremely mature. The 11-year-old girl is still a little too young after all. Next, Suzy bought a villa opposite Bulma's house. After meeting Bulma in her real girlhood for the first time, Suzy also gained some peace of mind. At this stage, this girl is still too young after all. Just an impression. He stayed in Zidou for almost a month. During this period, he often met and played with Bulma, and the relationship between the two gradually became closer. Another month passed. On this day, Suzy flew to Baizai Mountain and took a sneak peek at Little Wukong before teleporting away from the Earth. Regarding the fact that Bulma obtained the second planet 5 years in advance, he didn't care at all after recalling what the system said, and this girl was so young, he guessed that her family would not let her go out to look for the dragon beads. The most important thing was that Suzy didn't believe that Bulma, who was only 11 years old, could invent the Dragon Ball radar detector. In addition, after getting along with each other for this period of time, he could no longer see Bulma's interest in the Dragon Balls, so he left the earth with peace of mind. Spring passed and autumn came, and another 4 years passed. One day in April of the year 748 AD, there was a planet that was completely green. At this moment, Suzy was floating in mid-air, looking down at a small village below. His eyes slowly narrowed. The planet he is on is the birthplace of the Earth Dragon, Namek. The small village under his feet was the village where the Great Elder, the patron saint of Namek, lived. Today, his purpose in coming to Namek is very simple, that is to obtain the 7 Dragon Balls on Namek and summon the divine dragon Bolunga. 4 years ago, my normal combat power alone was as high as 10 million points. Today, 4 years later, my normal combat effectiveness is more than 2 or 3 times greater than before. Suzy lowered his body slowly, with a look of satisfaction on his face. 4 times. Yes. In 4 years, he has increased his combat effectiveness by 4 times. In other words, now he is just normal. The combat power has reached 40 million points. After transforming into Super Saiyan 1 and increasing the combat power by 50 times, his final combat power will reach a terrifying 2 billion points. He is the most absolute and powerful overlord figure in the current stage of the plot. Even Frieza, the evil emperor of the universe, will never survive for a second in front of him. And now, the plot of Dragon Ball is far away. There is still a year to go, but Suzy has already reached this level. So what level will he reach when the Dragon Ball Z plot begins, and after the end of the Dragon Ball Super plot? Imagine. If the progress is really fast enough, Suzy guesses that he may be stronger than the Super Saiyan God Red synthesized from the heart of justice. Or to the point of defeating Beerus. Thinking about it this way, it's really exciting. Suzy only felt that the blood flowing in his body started to boil at the thought of being able to beat Beerus. Someone stop! While Suzy was thinking about it, a loud shout sounded in his ears. Suzy came back to his senses, glanced around, and realized that he had unknowingly arrived at the door of the small village where the Great Elder was. At this moment, there were 2 tall Namekians guarding the door, looking at Suzy. Z's eyes were full of vigilance. My Namekian planet never entertains people from other planets, please forgive me. The Namekian guarding the left side of the door gave Suzy an embarrassed smile, and then the expression on his face turned cold. Suzy shook his head and chuckled. The wise elder should choose to fight with him. I met you last time. Hearing that Suzy recognized their supreme being on Namek, the 2 Namekians couldn't help but look at each other, with surprise and strangeness in their eyes. You know, except for the Namekians, the Great Elders, no one knows about its existence, and now, Suzy, a person from an alien planet, actually knows about the existence of the Great Elder. How can this not surprise them? Please, wait a minute. After hesitating for a moment, the Namekian on the right bowed to Suzy, then turned around and ran into the village. It was obvious that he was going to report the news about Suzy, a stranger. Suzy, there is no rush, just wait quietly. Although he has the absolute strength to make everyone on Namek surrender to him and obtain the 7 Dragon Balls, but there is no need to do this. A minute passed quickly. 2 minutes. 3 minutes. Soon, after about 10 minutes, there was a burst of rapid footsteps. Suzy looked in the direction of the footsteps and saw a Namekian leading a dozen Namekians arriving. Niru. When Suzy saw the leading Namekian, his eyes flickered. This guy is the strongest combat warrior on Namek. He used the system to check Nalo's combat effectiveness at the moment. 25,000 points. At this stage, it is indeed very powerful. Are you a Scion? Nalo came over and looked at Suzi for a few times, with a look of surprise on his face. Yes. Suzi smiled and nodded. The great elder said that a friend has come from afar. Is this friend you? Naru frowned. Unlike other Namekians, he didn't know the Scion race. He knew the Scion race very well. For them, they are definitely the evil side. I said that the wise elder would want to meet me. Suzi still kept smiling. Please come in. Although Nalo was extremely dissatisfied with the Scion identity of Suzi, as Suzi said, when the great elder learned that the Scion had arrived, he did reveal that he wanted to meet him. Friendly reminder, this book is actually the time and space world of Dragon Ball GT. That is to say, the protagonist will actually transform into the mortal system. In the future, he will fight against the Super Sailor God Red and Super Saiyan Blue in the Super World. In fact, both the early and middle stages of Dragon Ball are the same in any time and space, just a reminder. Chapter 7. Soon, Nalo brought Suzi to a small courtyard where the Great Elder lived. Great Elder, this Scion has been brought. Nalo walked faster, came up behind the elder who was sitting on the stone bench in the courtyard, and whispered something. I see. The Great Elder nodded in response, and then slowly opened his eyes and looked at Suzi. When their eyes met, the Great Elder's face showed a bit of shock. It was so powerful. The Great Elder could feel the incomparable vastness inside Suzi's body. Energy of. Hello, Great Elder, my name is Suzi. Suzi smiled and waved hello. Mr. Suzi, please take a seat. The Great Elder is a wise man who can feel the aura of evil. He didn't feel any evil aura from Suzi, so he was very kind to this powerful Scion. Suzi came and sat down opposite the Great Elder. Straight to the point, Great Elder, I hope to get 7 Dragon Balls this time when I come to Namek. Hearing this, the Great Elder's cloudy eyes flashed with light. Of course, I won't take advantage of it in vain. Suzi smiled and said with the Great Elder's eyesight, he should know how powerful I am. Therefore, if there is a crisis on Namek in the future, I will promise to take action. No need for you to take action. Nalo immediately said my strength is also very powerful. Oh. Suzi squinted at this guy, then raised the corner of his mouth slightly, stretched out a finger towards him, and then a golden light emerged from his fingertips. The Great Elder was very indifferent. As for Nalo, let's go. The golden light shining on Suzi's fingertips suddenly made beads of sweat appear on his forehead, and his heart jumped in fright. Your so-called power is nothing in my eyes. Suzi said lightly. Both Nalo's words and eyes were provocative. It is true that he has a good temper, but he cannot tolerate provocation. Okay, Naro. The Great Elder spoke out, and he fixed his gaze on Suzi. Go down and ask the elders of each village to deliver the dragon beads to me. Great Elder. Nalo's expression changed. Was this a compromise? Niru. The Great Elder's voice became much deeper. Yes. Hearing the change in the Great Elder's tone, Nalo's expression changed, but he had no choice but to bow respectfully, glance up at Suzi, and quickly walked out of the small courtyard. When Nalo left after entering the courtyard, both the Great Elder and Suzi fell silent for a short time, and no one spoke immediately. Just like that, the atmosphere was tense for about 10 minutes, and the two of them were relatively speechless. Mr. Suzi, how about we make another deal? The Great Elder took a gentle breath and suddenly spoke. Hearing the Great Elder's words, Suzi couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. You are indeed very powerful, but there are limits to your potential. I can stimulate the human body's own potential, but the cost is very high, so I hope that after I die in the future, how about you guard Namek a few more times? The Great Elder did not show off, and directly told the second deal. Upon hearing this deal, a gleam of light burst out in Suzi's eyes. I promise. Suzi agreed directly without even thinking about it. Please come with me. The great elder stood up slowly, and then walked slowly toward the inner room in the courtyard with a cane. The two entered the inner room one after another. The great elder slowly turned around and pointed to a futon on the ground on one side. He said, "Mr. Sozi, please sit cross-legged." "Good." Sozi nodded, took a few steps to the futon and sat down cross-legged. The elder came with a cane, slowly stretched out his right hand, and put it on Sozi's head. "Close your eyes." The great elder's voice sounded, and Sozi couldn't help but slowly closed his eyes. The great elder began to use his abilities, and a silvery white light sprayed out from the palm of his right hand, wrapping Sozi in it. But after a while, Sozi, who closed his eyes, he felt the change in himself. He had a strange feeling that his consciousness was separated from himself. At this moment, he was extremely relaxed and had no distracting thoughts. As time passed, the great elder was stimulating Sozi's potential. But he was shocked to find that Sozi was expelling filth from his body and the stench was endless. Mr. Sozi is indeed not an ordinary person. My ability to guide others will soon end, but it took so long with him. And it seems that his potential has not been discovered unilaterally. The great elder was shocked. Soon, when the time was up, Sozi slowly opened his eyes. Reborn. This was the first thing Sozi said when he opened his eyes. He stood up from the futon and stretched his muscles. He only heard a crackling sound coming from his body, which made Lin Tian look shocked. "Come. System, open the character attribute panel." Sozi shouted silently in his heart. Host, Sozi. Age, 18 years old, 748 AD. Normal combat power, 80 million points. Super Scion 1, 4 billion points. Skills, Finger Cannon, Kyo Fist with 5 times no side effects, Teleportation Technique. Item, Super Fairy Beans X100. Fear. It's really scary. After checking his character attribute panel, Sozi took a deep breath. In just 10 minutes, his combat power increased by as much as 40 million points. Logically speaking, he wanted normal combat power. It would take at least a few more years to reach 80 million points, and the Great Elder's move shortened his training time by several years. How could Sozi not be excited? Chapter 8. Congratulations to Mr. Sozi for taking a step further. The Great Elder's voice sounded. Sozi broke away from the excitement and couldn't help but feel grateful when he saw the Great Elder sweating profusely. He knew that every time he used the ability to stimulate the human body's potential, the Great Elder's lifespan would be shortened. Although it was a transaction, Sozi always felt that he was the one who made the profit. Mr. Sozi will come back in 3 days, and the 7 Dragon Balls will be delivered to me. The Great Elder took a breath, slowly walked to his bed and sat down, and slowly closed his eyes. Sozi knew that the Great Elder was extremely tired now, so he stopped disturbing him and pointed his index finger at himself. The center of his eyebrows disappeared directly. After Sozi left, the Elder opened his eyes again and whispered softly, "The ability to teleport, this Mr. Sozi is a bit mysterious." 3 days passed quickly, and Sozi came to Namek again. At this moment, it is still the courtyard where the Great Elder lives. Call out! A sound broke through the air, and Sozi appeared in the yard. Sozi! Seeing Sozi, Nelu, who was standing behind the Great Elder, his eyes narrowed. Mr. Sozi is here. The Great Elder slowly opened his eyes, with a kind smile on his face, and then pointed to the 7 Dragon Balls as big as basketballs on the ground beside him, and said, "These are the 7 Dragon Balls." "I know." Sozi's eyes were fixed on the 7 large Dragon Balls on the ground, with a hint of excitement on his face. He took a few steps forward, squatted down in front of the 7 large Dragon Balls, and reached out to touch one of them. This Dragon Ball feels very cold to the touch. It must be a very good tool to relieve the heat in the hot summer. So Zi stopped here, looked at the elder and said, "Excuse me, elder, please help me summon the dragon." The great elder nodded and stood up from the stone bench. Nalu on the side quickly helped him to the 7 large dragon balls. "Come out, Dragon Barunga." The great elder raised his hands and looked up at the sky, and said this sentence in the ancient Namekian language. Boom! The moment he said this sentence, a thunderbolt suddenly sounded in the sky. So Zi looked up. The sky of Namek, which was originally blue and white, was covered with dark clouds, and streaks of lightning exploded in the dark clouds. This scene lasted for more than 10 seconds, and So Zi's eyes suddenly froze, because from behind the layers of dark clouds, a huge figure appeared in the call. The wind blew, and the dark clouds in the sky were blown away layer by layer, and a huge figure appeared. The owner of this figure was none other than the Namekian dragon Bolunga. "Lucky summoner, I am the divine dragon Bolunga, and I can grant you any 3 wishes." The voice of the divine dragon Bolunga was so penetrating that all the Namekians on the entire planet heard his voice. "What is Mr. Sozi's first wish?" The great elder looked at Sozi and asked. "Great elder, my first wish is for Shenlong to give me the maximum lifespan within his capabilities." Sozi said his first wish without thinking. "Okay." The great elder raised his head and spoke Sozi's first wish to the divine dragon Palunga in the ancient Namek language. "Life." What a joke! The divine dragon Palunga crossed his arms and couldn't help but smile contemptuously when he heard the great elder's wish. Then he saw a scarlet light flashing in his eyes. Phew! The next second, this scarlet light fell from the sky and disappeared. Inside Lin Tian's body, mortals can only survive for 10,000 years at most. Therefore, the lifespan I can give you is only 10,000 years. The divine dragon Palunga spoke. When the great elder heard this, he turned around and returned the words to Sozi intact. "No big deal." Sozi's eyes flickered. According to his idea, he will definitely be able to enter the realm of gods in the future, and by then he will naturally be able to have an infinite lifespan. "Great elder, my second wish is to control the ancient language of God." The second wish, Sozi thought for a while and said. "The ancient language of the gods." Hearing Sozi's second wish, a bright light flashed in the great elder's cloudy eyes, but he didn't say much and continued to convey Sozi's wish to the divine dragon Palunga. Phew! Soon, there was another wish. The scarlet light sank into Sozi's body, and the latter discovered that he had control over the ancient language of God. "Divine Dragon Bolunga, my third wish is to obtain the specific location of all the Super Dragon Balls in the 7th universe." Having mastered the language of God, Sozi directly used the language of God to communicate with the divine dragon Palunga. "I see." When the divine dragon Palunga heard Sozi's third wish, he finally understood why this guy wanted to control the language of God. Phew! The third scarlet light followed and entered Sozi's body. "3 wishes have been fulfilled, lucky caller, I wish you good luck." The voice of the divine dragon Bolunga sounded again, and his huge body suddenly turned into 7 large dragon beads and stones, which fell directly from the sky to the ground. The specific locations of the 3 super dragon balls are very far away. Currently, no need to look for it. Sozi has got the specific location of the 3 super dragon balls in the 7th universe in his mind, but currently he does not have the strength to go to the 6th universe to find the remaining super dragon balls. So after thinking about it, he gave up the immediate search. Super Dragon Ball ideas. Hold on. Currently, I only have 4 billion combat power points when I transform into Super Saiyan 1. This is an extremely terrifying existence at this stage, and even when it comes to artificial humans, but, if you cross the universe and encounter an existence at the level of the god of destruction or the level of an angel, you will definitely become a dead body in seconds. Sozi is a very thoughtful person. Without complete assurance, he will definitely not choose to search for the Super Dragon Ball. Moreover, not to mention that he does not have the ability to cross the universe, and it is a serious crime to travel to other universes privately. With his current strength, he really can't withstand the blows from the god of destruction and angel levels. Can you vote for the monthly flower evaluation vote? Chapter 9. An enemy is coming. The Great Elder suddenly frowned. He is the creator god of Namek. He has a comprehensive sense of Namek. He reacted immediately that an enemy was coming. What? Suzy was stunned for a moment. Boom! Just at this moment, the roar of spacecraft engines suddenly came from the sky. Suzy came back to his senses and glanced at the sky. He saw only one ship after another. Space battleships flew into Namek from outer space, and each space battleship bore the logo of Frisia's Legion. It really happened by chance. The corner of Suzy's mouth rose slightly. The Great Elder helped him so wholeheartedly, and he was worried that he would not have the chance to repay him immediately. Now, when these guys arrive, it feels like I'm dozing off and pillows are falling from the sky. They are all extremely powerful beings. The Great Elder frowned slightly, turned his attention to Nilu, and said in a deep voice, calling the elite warriors from each village to prepare for battle. Yes. Nara bowed respectfully, and then stepped forward to summon the warriors on Namek. Ding! Select system to start. The Jinyut Squadron attacks. Choice 1, leave quietly and be rewarded with 100 fairy beans. Option 2, a strong kill will reward you with a 10x time flow spiritual time room, a 500x gravity room, a Scion bloodline optimization potion, and a clearing ability. At this moment, the system prompt sounded in Suzy's mind. In this regard, he was really helpless. The system's attitude was too obvious. Did he have any choice? Choose 2. Suzy didn't even think about it, and directly chose option 2. Even if there was no system prompt this time, Suzy would still choose to take action. He was very happy that the selection system was opened this time, which he had not seen for a long time. Moreover, this time the selection reward is so generous. Great Elder, have you forgotten the agreement I made with you? Suzy took a step forward, smiled at the Great Elder, pointed at the space battleships in the sky, and said, "Tell me, which space battleship is unhappy, I will help you knock it down immediately." This. Although the Great Elder understands how powerful Suzy is, he still, facing a small army, is he really an opponent? Suzy, those are the legions of Frisia, the evil emperor of the universe. How can you alone be an opponent? Nalo said in a deep voice. His sense of Suzy gradually improved with his expression. At least, people want to contribute, rather than thinking about escaping from Namek as soon as possible. Not a big problem. Suzy grinned, and the finger pointing to the sky suddenly flashed with a golden light. Phew! The next second, the light exploded and flew to a space battleship in the sky at a speed that was difficult to see with the naked eye. Boom! Boom! The moment the light attached to the space battleship, under the stunned eyes of the Great Elder and Nalu, the space battleship exploded instantly. It's a pity that it's broad daylight. If it were at night, the fireworks would probably be even more brilliant. Suzy muttered in a low voice. Hearing Suzy's muttering, the Great Elder and Nalu were speechless for a while. Call out! Call out! Call out! While the Great Elder and Nalu were speechless, Suzy raised his hands to the sky, all 10 fingers glowed with bright golden light, and then fired the 10-finger cannon. Boom! In an instant, all the space battleships in the sky exploded. Good, too horrible. Is that someone attacking an entire legion on his own? When did such a powerful warrior appear on our Namek planet? Oh my god, is this the power of God? Too strong. Someone seemed to have summoned Shenlong just now. Could it be Shenlong? At this moment, in the village where the Great Elder was located, every Namekian looked up at the sky, and everyone's face was filled with shock and disbelief. When Frisia's legion arrived at first, they were all horrified. Now with Susie's action, they saw such a big scene, their blood boiled, and they began to speculate on who the person who took action was. Captain Jinyu. How could the name Kians be so powerful? At the same time, in the last space battleship, several members of the Jinyu Special Forces stared at Jinyu with sweating profusely, with uncontrollable fear on their faces. Misstep, misstep. Jinyu frowned and said in a deep voice, but, after all, our strongest strength is not as an individual, but as a small team. Boom. The moment Jinyu finished speaking, the entire space battleship was suddenly hit and shook. Oops! Suddenly, Jinyu exclaimed, because he saw through the battle display a man releasing an energy wave at the battleship they were on. Boom! The energy wave was launched, instantly annihilating the space battleship in the world. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the selected mission and receiving rewards. 10x time flow rate spiritual time room, 500x gravity room, Scion bloodline optimization potion, and clearing ability. When the last space battleship was completely annihilated, a system notification sounded in Suzi's mind. Chapter 10. A 500 times gravity room is not a good thing for me now, but this spiritual time room with 10 times the time flow rate is really awesome. Suzi took a look at his choice reward this time, with a slight smile on his face, not to mention the number of Scion bloodline optimizations and the clearing ability. This time's choice reward is truly amazing. Next, after Suzi stayed on Namek for a while, he set off directly to the universe for a parade. Time passed slowly, and on September 1st, 749 AD, he was at Suzi's home in Zidu. Suzi, who had just returned home from a planet in the 7th universe, suddenly raised his eyebrows. When he sensed it, Bulma's aura was not in the West capital. This girl, where have you gone? Suzi slowly closed his eyes and began to search for Bulma's location. Soon, in just a few seconds, he directly located Bulma's location. Phew! The figure flickered, and Suzi disappeared directly in. The next second, there was another sound in the air, and Suzi appeared in a car. Ah! The moment Suzi appeared, a scream rang out from inside the car. Bulma, it's me. Suzi sat in the passenger seat and waved to Bulma in the main driver's seat. Brother Suzi! Ah! Where have you been all these years and why haven't you appeared? Do you know how much I miss you? Tisk! When Bulma heard Suzi's voice, she immediately braked, unbuckled her seatbelt and threw herself directly into the arms of her dreaming brother Suzi. Haha, my Bulma has grown up. Suzi reached out and rubbed Bulma's head, and said with a smile, don't worry, I won't leave for too long when I come back this time. Even if I leave the earth for too long, I will take you with me. In general, he doesn't need to leave the earth anymore in the near future, because the plot of the first part of Dragon Ball has officially begun, and at the same time, he has to relax his heartstrings that have been tense for too long. From time traveling to the present, if you think about it carefully, he has been practicing hard and has never had a good day's rest. Now, his normal combat power has reached 120 million points. Taking advantage of the beginning of the first plot of Dragon Ball, he also took a break while cultivating a relationship with Bulma, but Suzi glanced down, and the corners of his mouth turned up a lot judging from Bulma's attitude today when he saw him again after not seeing him for many years. It seemed that the relationship between the two had not become estranged because of not seeing each other in the past few years. On the contrary, Bulma treated him more like a wife waiting for her husband to return from the army. What it is? At the same time, while Suzi and Bulma were cozying up in the car, a child carrying a big fish came over, then jumped on the front of the car and leaned in front of the mirror to look inside. Ah! Bulma accidentally saw it and suddenly screamed again. It's okay, it's okay. Suzi glanced at the little kid in front of the mirror, and couldn't help but smile. This little guy is none other than Kakarote, also known as Little Gaku. Get off the bus. Suzy said something and got off the car with Bulma. Hello. Who are you? Little Wukong stood on the front of the car and looked at Suzy and Bulma warily. Hello Kakarote, I'm Suzy. Suzy said hello directly. Kakarote. Hearing Suzy's greeting, Little Wukong glanced behind him. Then looked left and right, and finally looked at Suzy pointing at him, and said strangely, are you calling me? Yes. Suzy nodded and whipped out the tail wrapped around his waist. Wow! You have a tail too. When Little Wukong saw Suzy's tail, he jumped out of the front of the car excitedly, then threw the big fish he was carrying on the ground and circled around Suzy. After a while, Little Wukong stared at Suzy and said, but, I am not the Kakarote you are talking about, my name is Gaku, son Wukong. Haha, it's all the same. Kakarote is your name too. Suzy laughed. The first real meeting with Sun Wukong was, to be honest, a bit interesting. As a Dragon Ball fan, he never thought that one day he would be able to meet and talk to one of his favorite characters. Certainly. Thinking of this, Suzy looked at Bulma next to him. He also did not expect that one day he would be able to come into contact with Bulma at such a close distance. And obviously Bulma also likes him. Well, say whatever you want. Little Wukong obviously didn't want to dwell on his name. After taking another look at Bulma, the little guy frowned slightly. He's with you, why doesn't he have a tail? Bulma is an orthodox earthling, of course she has no tail. Suzy explained. Sigh. Little Wukong nodded as if he understood, and then moved closer to Bulma. Suddenly his eyes widened a little, and he asked in surprise, why is he different from us? Haha. Bulma is a girl and we are boys, so it must be different. Suzy explained again. He knew that Little Wukong had been in the mountains all year round and had been in contact with some wild beasts. He had never seen humans. After hearing Suzy's explanation, Little Wukong scratched the back of his head. He didn't understand this at all, but it didn't hinder his enthusiasm for Suzy. He pointed to the big fish on the ground with a smile and said, Suzy, let me treat you to a big fish. Okay. Night falls, and the night sky is filled with stars. Suzy and the other three were sitting in the yard talking. Suzy, I can feel your power. How about we have a fight? While talking, Sun Wukong suddenly jumped up from his stool with excitement, stared at Suzy and made a request for a fight. Looking at Little Wukong who was full of fighting spirit, Suzy didn't know how to respond. To be honest, with his current fighting power, he is really bullying Little Wukong. Your strength is too weak. When you become stronger, I will fight with you again. Suzy thought for a while, but still rejected this boy. Although he knew that he had crushed Sun Wukong, the latter would not be decadent because of it, but, the current battle with Sun Wukong without any suspense is really not what he wants. Hateful. He actually called me weak. Sun Wukong made a high leg movement, and it seemed that he was preparing to take the initiative to attack. But at this moment, Suzy directly showed some anger, which instantly made the kid confused. So, do you think you are my opponent? Suzy looked at him with a smile. Sun Wukong stopped moving and sat back on his stool. He looked at Suzy with a fighting spirit. For him, as long as Suzy wants to fight him, he will always accompany him to the end. Snort. Sooner or later, I must have a fight with this guy Suzy. Sun Wukong snorted coldly in his heart. Facing powerful people, he has endless fighting spirit and never gives up. Please give me monthly flower evaluation tickets, please everyone. The data is so pitiful. Chapter 11. After that, there was no talking all night. Suzy got up early the next day. He and Bulma lived in a convenient house taken out of the capsule. This convenient house has several rooms, so there is no chance of two people sleeping in the same bed. Although the two have some vague sense of relationship, it is difficult to do anything out of the ordinary when the relationship is not really confirmed. Drink. After washing up, Suzy walked out of the convenient room and saw little Wukong in the open space boxing in an orderly manner, with a serious expression and being extremely focused on martial arts. This scene made Suzy purse his lips and smile. His face, there was even a hint of nostalgia in the movie. He had seen Wukong's life and growth as a spectator. He is not from the perspective of an audience, but can actually see the existence of Sun Wukong. Wukong, your punches are hard enough, but not firm enough. Suzy looked at it for a while and then gave some instructions. Oh! Little Wukong turned around, looked at Suzy squarely, and said, "How about we spar? You boy." Hearing what little Wukong said, Suzy couldn't help but shake his head and smile. This kid couldn't help but fight. In this way, you attack me. However, looking at the expectant look in little Wukong's eyes, Suzy thought for a moment. Anyway, he had nothing to do, and being idle was idle. It's not impossible to give this kid some guidance. Good. Little Wukong suddenly became excited. After bowing to Suzy with his hands clasped together, the expression on his face gradually became serious, and then he made a high leg movement, which was exactly the posture of Wukong before attacking that Dragon Ball fans are familiar with. Drink. With a loud shout, Sun Wukong moved. His speed was very fast, and he arrived in front of Suzy, who was dozens of meters away, in almost 2 or 3 seconds. Bang bang bang! The intensity is too small. Facing little Wukong's brazen attack, Suzy put his left hand behind his back, stretched out his right hand, and only used his index finger to respond to his attack. Drink! Little Wukong shouted again, with a lot more force. It was already a full-strength attack. Bang bang bang! Facing little Wukong's full-strength attack, Suzy calmly responded with only one finger, and finally turned sideways and dodged. When he got behind him, he lightly slashed with his sword, causing little Wukong to fall to the ground. Ah! Suzy, you are indeed extremely powerful. It took a while for little Wukong, who had fallen on the ground, to recover and get up from the ground. He stretched out his hand to rub the back of his neck and stared at Suzy with excitement. I'm older than you, please call me Big Brother from now on. Suzy laughed twice. Big Brother. Little Wukong blinked his eyes, and then burst into laughter. Okay. Brother Suzy. There was another burst of laughter. Time passed quickly. Bulma got up at about noon. After the three of them had a meal, they left Baizai Mountain. According to Bulma's idea, her original intention of looking for the Dragon Ball was to find the Dragon Ball. She knew where Suzy was, who had disappeared for a while. Now that her sweetheart had appeared, there was no need to continue looking for the dragon beads. Therefore, when she left Baizai Mountain, she did not want to continue her journey to find the dragon beads. When Suzy said that Shenlong could keep her young forever, she immediately became interested again. The journey of the three of them was very exciting. Due to the existence of the Dragon Ball radar, in just 1 month, 7 Dragon Balls were captured. They successfully collected them all and summoned the dragon. During this period, just like in the original work, Sun Wukong came into contact with Oolong, Yamcha, and Turtle Immortal. He was shocked. Although Suzy's aura was perfectly concealed, as an old martial artist, Kame Sennin was also very sensitive to this aspect, and he knew that this was a powerful man who was many times stronger than him. So when I learned that Suzy was young, I was really shocked. Time flies like an arrow, and time flies like a shuttle. Just like that, 4 years passed quickly. One day in August of the year 753 AD, 3 months had passed since the 22nd World No. 1 Martial Arts Conference. On this day, Suzy walked out of the spiritual time room in the backyard of his home where time flows 10 times faster. Host, Suzy. Age, 23 years old, 753 AD. Normal state, 520 million combat power points. Super Saiyan 1, 26 billion combat power points. Super Saiyan 2, 52 billion combat power points. Skills, Ultimate Turtle Style Qigong Wave, 5 times Kaio Fist without side effects, Teleportation Technique, Clearing Ability, Silver Level. Items, 500 times Gravity Room, 10 times Time Flow Speed Spiritual Time Room, Super Fairy Beans X50000. After checking his character attribute panel, Suzy gradually narrowed his eyes and showed an extremely satisfied smile on his face. His panel combat ability is very clear, but there is something hidden. That's Kaioken with 5 times the side effects. In other words, if Super Saiyan 1's transformation form is superimposed with a 5-fold Kaioken without side effects, his combat power will reach as much as 130 billion. If he uses the 5-fold Kaioken without side effects in the transformed form of Super Saiyan 2, his combat power will reach a terrifying 260 billion points. In these short 4 years, he has grown tremendously. It can even be said that his progress is terrifying. What is the concept of normal growth of 100 million a year? Of course, Suzy understands that this is the effect of the Saiyan bloodline optimization. Otherwise, it is absolutely impossible for him to grow so fast. I was able to transform into Super Saiyan 2 as early as 2 years ago, and I think I can now start trying to break through the Super Saiyan 3 transformation. Suzy's eyes flickered, and his eyes were full of eagerness to try. He is different from the Saiyans such as Sun Wukong and Vegeta in the original work. In a sense, he has optimized the Saiyan blood once. His bloodline was much purer than theirs. Suzy stopped thinking about what was there and what was not. Although his tricks were big, compared with the subsequent strength progress of Sun Wukong and others, this person is really not qualified to replace the title of King of Dogs. Pointing his index finger and middle finger to the center of his eyebrows, Suzy thought, and he directly used teleportation to reach an uninhabited star in the galaxy. Drink! Floating in the sky of this uninhabited planet, Suzy clenched his fists, shouted loudly, and transformed directly into Super Saiyan 1, with a powerful aura sweeping the entire planet. Drink! He yelled again. And he saw him transform from Super Saiyan 1 to Super Saiyan 2. This time, he didn't stop for much. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into Super Saiyan again. The form of a Gen 3 is perfect. Without using the 5 times Kaio Fist, I can have 208 billion points of combat power. To be honest, I really feel like I have control of energy powerful enough to destroy a galaxy. Suzy's face is full of arrogance now. He even feels that he can easily destroy the entire universe with just one blow. The rhythm of the plot is okay. This is the plot of the first part, because the author I really like the female character Bulma, so I won't not accept her. I hope everyone can continue to watch it. Believe me, it will become more and more exciting. Every time I think about the plot I will write in the future, I am really excited. I sincerely ask everyone here to vote for the author every day and leave a message in the book review area. This is very important, please everyone. Chapter 12. The illusion after a breakthrough can easily make people lose themselves. But, maybe the transformation into Super Saiyan 3 is not my limit. Suzy's eyes flickered for a moment, and then he clenched his fists. Drink! With a loud shout, Suzy's body swelled a lot. His combat effectiveness did not increase at all, but the golden arrogance around him increased several times. It's really hard to break through the transformation beyond Super Saiyan 3. After this state of comprehensive explosion lasted for almost 10 minutes, a sense of frustration rose from the bottom of Suzy's heart. He always felt that there seemed to be a huge hidden energy hidden in his body, but he could not fully release it. which made him feel a little anxious. Thinking about it now, it's no wonder that Goku took control of the Super Saiyan Blue transformation form so many years after he was able to transform into Super Saiyan 3 because he entered Super Saiyan God Red. I am so anxious now, but my mentality is prone to problems. Suzy took a deep breath, with a look of thought on his face, but, I have to try, I always feel that maybe, I also need some opportunities. Thinking of this, Suzy slowly returned to his normal appearance and sighed softly. He inadvertently saw a full moon. Just this glance made his pupils shrink instantly and his heartbeat accelerated a lot. Oops! It's a full moon. Suzy's expression changed. As soon as he turned back to look at him, he saw that his body suddenly expanded. The next second, his clothes exploded, and then he transformed into a huge gorilla. Roar! Bang bang bang! Suzy, who transformed into the form of a giant ape, let out a roar, and then beat his chest hard. Boom! He opened his mouth, and a powerful laser wave was emitted from his mouth, covering the entire uninhabited planet. It was all penetrated. Boom! Boom! After venting for a few minutes, the heart of Suzy's incarnation began to beat rapidly. My sanity gradually recovered. I am at this moment, it is the form of a giant ape. Suzy suddenly stopped and looked confusedly at the full moon in outer space. His previous life slowly emerged in his mind, and then this life emerged again. Slowly, he closed his eyes. At the same time, his body rose up into the sky involuntarily. Boom! Boom! This time, the heartbeat was not so fast, but boom! A red light burst out, and then the light dissipated. He was still in the form of a giant ape, but, his size has become much smaller, and the color of his hair has changed from brown to red. I am, the prototype of Super Saiyan 4. With his eyes closed, Suzy could feel the energy changes in his body, which slowly made a trace of shock appear on his face. Why, on top of his Super Saiyan 3, will it be Dragon Ball GT Super Saiyan 4? Before he could think about it, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his body. Suzy opened his eyes and let out a heartbreaking cry of pain. Boom! This heart-rending cry of pain seemed to have opened some kind of restriction on Suzy, and his anger and fighting power soared endlessly. 500 billion combat power points. 6 trillion points of combat power. 700 billion combat power points. In 1 second, combat power increases by 100 billion points. In the end, Suzy's combat effectiveness reached 2.08 trillion points. Calculated according to the conversion method of 1 trillion equals 1 trillion. Suzy's current combat power has reached 2.08 trillion. Am I really Super Saiyan 4? Suzy no longer feels pain in his body at this moment, but instead feels a sense of pleasure. Seeing his current appearance through the character attribute panel, his face is full of excitement. Black shawl hair, black eye circles, no golden flames, covering red body hair. Red monkey. This is Super Saiyan 4 in Dragon Ball GT Chrono World, Red Monkey. In the eyes of all Dragon Ball fans, Red Monkey's transformation is probably the most handsome transformation, because this transformation is classic enough. Of course, if you want to say whether Goku is handsome in the realm of Zhigong in the Dragon Ball Super world, Suzy naturally thinks he is handsome too. If he really had to compare the two, he thought they were equally handsome, but, Super Saiyan 4, the Red Monkey transformation, is the most classic. To a certain extent, Suzy feels that he is more inclined to transform into Super Saiyan 4. Of course, the ultimate intention Kung Fu is not the exclusive transformation of Saiyans, but a realm that even gods find difficult to enter. It is not that he cannot have the best of both worlds, etc. So, the Dragon Ball world I traveled to is the GT world. Suzy suddenly calmed down, with an unknown look on his face. Thinking about it carefully, he was reading the Bulma and Lily number 18 book. The background of that book seemed to be the Dragon Ball GT space-time world. So, because of this, he inexplicably traveled to this Dragon Ball GT world? Are there powerful gods and angels like Beerus in this world? Suzi's eyes flickered, with a look of confusion on his face. You must know that the subsequent enemy of Dragon Ball GT in this time and space world is not a collision between gods, but a collision between gods. Connect the plot content of Dragon Ball AF comics. It's hard to say, step by step. But, I prefer the Dragon Ball GT space-time world without the existence of Beerus and Whis. Thinking of this, Suzi couldn't help but feel hot in his heart, which made him want to collect 7 Super Dragon Balls immediately. However, he thought about it again, and this idea was immediately dismissed by him. To be honest, the reason why he wanted to collect the Super Dragon Balls and summon the Super Shenron before was because he wanted to enter the realm of God and break through the transformation form beyond Super Saiyan 3. Now, he already knows that the time and space he is in is the world of Dragon Ball GT, so his future path is naturally to transform into the mortal system, which is the path to Super Saiyan 5, Super Saiyan 6, and even Super Saiyan 7. Then, the divine transformation must no longer be suitable for him. I don't know if he's the strongest Super Saiyan 5, or if he's the strongest Goku in the Ultimate Intention Kung Fu. This thought suddenly flashed through Suzi's mind, and he became even more excited. If there was a chance, he would definitely have a fight with Zigu Kong. Chapter 13. Ding! Congratulations to the host for discovering the truth about the world. The system will reward you with a big gift package. Do you want to open it now? At this moment, the system notification sound suddenly sounded in Suzi's mind. This surprise made Suzi stunned for a moment, and then his eyes widened a lot. For so many years, he has never received any gift package reward from the system, and now he suddenly received a big gift package, and he got it on a day like today when he transformed into Super Saiyan 4. How not to turn him on? Open! Suzi said directly. He wanted to see what good things this big gift package for discovering the truth about the world could give him. Ding! The big gift package is being opened. Congratulations to the host for getting the following items. God Level Evolution Chance X1, 15 times Spiritual Time Room X1, Super Fairy Bean X1000, Time Stop Technique, 0.1 seconds, Survivability in the Universe, Kyo Fist 10 times without side effects. A series of notification sounds from the system quickly sounded in his mind, causing Suzi to freeze on the spot. God Level Evolution Chance X1. What is that? Host, that is the opportunity for your bloodline, skills, or items to gain a God Level Evolution. The system replied. Damn it! Suzi was immediately shocked when he heard the system's explanation. God Level Evolution, as the name suggests, may be able to instantly evolve his bloodline or skills to an extreme level. Host, your idea may or may not be right, but it may or may not be right. This God Level Evolution will lead to the ultimate God Level Evolution based on the physical conditions that you can currently endure. The system explained again. Is that so? Suzi's eyes flickered for a moment, and he broke away from the Super Saiyan 4 transformation form and returned to his normal appearance. His eyes gradually narrowed, as if he was thinking about something. After a few minutes, a light flashed in his eyes, and he sank. He said, if I evolve my Saiyan bloodline to the divine level, what kind of bloodline can it evolve into? In view of the Saiyan transformation of the host's mortal system, if you evolve your bloodline to the God level, you will evolve into the ancestral Saiyan bloodline. The system calculated for a few seconds and gave a reply quickly. That's awesome! Hearing the bloodline of the ancestor Saiyans, Suzi gave a thumbs up. What kind of bloodline is the ancestor Saiyans? That is the bloodline of Yamashi, the ancestor of the Saiyans. Suzi knows that Yamashi, this man, is probably the first true Super Saiyan God, that was the way Yamosi walked. Suzy, the second ancestor of the Scion bloodline, can also go his own way. The bloodline of the ancestor Scion can only be supplemented by supplements. The one who is really getting stronger and stronger is Suzy himself. System, give me this chance of God-level evolution to my bloodline. Suzy took advantage of this extremely precious opportunity for God-level evolution without thinking. Yes. The system responded, and then there was no movement. Soon, more than 10 seconds passed. When Suzy frowned slightly, his eyelids suddenly drooped and he fell asleep inexplicably. After Suzy fell to the ground, when he fell asleep, streaks of silver-white light burst out from his body. Simple. Domineering. With a touch of holiness. Slowly. These silver-white lights enveloped Suzy. It became a small silver-white dome. Bang! Bang! The small dome was formed, and it made a low sound like a heartbeat, and slowly floated in the air, with streaks of silver-white light. Like a network engraved on the body of the little arena. Whoops! Whoops! There was a deep breathing sound in the small dome, as if Suzy, who was transforming inside, fell into a deep sleep. Time passed minute by minute. I don't know how long it took, but I heard a click, the small silver-white dome floating in the air shattered, and then a naked young man slowly opened his eyes. Am I now of the ancestor Scion blood? The young man is Suzy, whose bloodline has completed the God-level evolution. He murmured softly, and he slowly opened his character attribute panel and checked. Host, Suzy. Age, 23 years old, 753 AD. Normal state, 2.6 billion combat power points. Super Scion 1, 130 billion combat power points. Super Scion 2, 260 billion combat power points. Super Scion 3, 1040 billion combat power points. Skills, Kyo Fist with no side effects 10 times, Teleportation Technique, Clearing Ability, Silver Level, Time Stop Technique, 0.1 seconds. Items, 500 times Gravity Room, 15 times Time Flow Speed Spiritual Time Room. Luxury. The data in this character attribute panel is really luxurious. Not long ago, his normal combat power was only 520 million. Now, his normal combat power has directly reached 2.6 billion. What is this concept? In other words, at this moment, Suzy's Super Scion 4's normal combat power increases by 4,000 times. He did some calculations and finally came to a conclusion. 10.4 trillion points of combat power. Converted into units of trillions, that is a combat power of 10.4 trillion. It doesn't sound very powerful, but it's just that they are not powerful against the monsters in the Dragon Ball Super world. Suzy can guarantee that if this world did not have the divine system of Dragon Ball Super, then he would be able to run rampant in the time and space world of Dragon Ball GT, etc. Suzy suddenly noticed a detail, that is, his eyes on the character attribute panel were not black as before, but blue. Yes, blue. If he looked carefully, he could also see that the blue edges of his character model's eyes had a hint of silvery luster. Perhaps, you can try to test whether the divine system of Dragon Ball Super really exists in this Dragon Ball GT world. Suzy's eyes flickered. If the seventh universe of the Dragon Ball GT space-time world really has the existence of the god of destruction Beerus and the angel Whis, then he will have to keep a low profile when he needs to collect the Super Dragon Balls. After all, I know the preferences of Beerus and Whis in Dragon Ball Chrono World, but I don't know the preferences of Beerus and Whis in Dragon Ball Chrono World. Also, I haven't studied my clearing ability well, but I'm just doing it right now. Suzy suddenly recalled one of his abilities and muttered in a low voice. Surprise, surprise. Just when you thought Suzy had made a small breakthrough, he did a double jump. When you thought it was almost over, he did another double jump. Haha, I'm sorry, Thank you. Everyone's flower evaluation tickets and rewards. The author wants to have free flowers and evaluation tickets every day. By the way, readers can give me 2 monthly tickets. I'm very grateful. Chapter 14. Clearing ability, silver level, can clear all existences whose strength is lower than one's own. Suzy took a look at his ability and frowned slowly. His ability can only eliminate beings whose strength is lower than his own. How much effort does it take for him to kill those whose strength is lower than his own? Host, your mind has entered a misunderstanding. Although you can kill beings whose strength is lower than your own, can you kill them instantly? Moreover, if you encounter a being whose strength is just a bit lower than yours, can you still perform an easy instant kill? The system sensed what Suzy was thinking and suddenly explained. After hearing the system's explanation, Suzy's eyes flashed, thinking about it. In this way, his cleaning ability is indeed a bug-like superpower. Moreover, it was still a silver-level cleaning ability. Although he didn't know what the subsequent effect would be, he felt that it would definitely not be as simple as a silver-level one. Next, Suzy returned to the earth quietly. 3 months passed quietly. Suzy's home. Phew. There was a sound in the air, and then a figure appeared in the backyard of the home. The collection of the 3 Super Dragon Balls of the 7th universe has been completed. What's next? Think about how to collect the next 4 Super Dragon Balls. Suzy looked at the 3 Super Dragon Balls lying in the system backpack, with some inexplicable excitement on his face. It has been 3 months since he successfully transformed into Super Saiyan 4, and during this period he has been paraded in the 7th universe to pick up the Super Dragon Balls. However, it is worth mentioning that when he picked up the 3 Super Dragon Balls in the 7th universe, he did not notice anything strange happening. The peak of a powerful person made Suzy couldn't help but guess, maybe, there are no so-called gods of destruction and angels in the world of Dragon Ball GT. Brother Suzy. Just as Suzy was thinking about it, a voice of surprise came from Bulma's mouth. Suzy turned around and saw Bulma with a blue ponytail looking at him with a smile on her face. Deep love. Bulma, I'm back. Suzy opened his hands, and Bulma trotted into the arms of her sweetheart. Bulma misses brother Suzy so much. Bulma's face leaned on Suzy's chest and rubbed gently, murmuring how much she missed her sweetheart. Good. I'm back. Suzy gently touched Bulma's hair, then held her face up, lowered her head and kissed her affectionately. The two of them couldn't help but indulge in it. Time passed by, and the two hugged each other for a full minute. Bulma, be my girlfriend. Suzy looked directly at Bulma, his expression extremely serious. Could it be, am I not brother Suzy's girlfriend? Bulma wrinkled her nose and asked. Ha ha ha. Without saying anything, Suzy burst out laughing. In the following days, Suzy and Bulma lived together completely, and one night, Bulma truly became a woman. That's it. The sweet time passed quickly for more than 2 years. On May 7, 756 AD, Suzy woke up early from his sleep and looked at Bulma sleeping next to him, with a look on his face. Showing a doting smile. Suzy kissed Bulma's forehead, got up, washed up, and teleported directly to the entrance of the world's #1 martial arts conference. Today is the start of the world's #1 martial arts conference. The day is also the day when the first plot of Dragon Ball ends. After that, it will be the beginning of Dragon Ball Z. At the same time, many of his feelings will also end, and he will also embark on his own journey to find the Super Dragon Ball. What's more, as early as the night he had a relationship with Bulma 2 years ago, he once again received a big gift package, which gave him a teleportation upgrade skill. As a result, his teleportation directly evolved into teleportation. The advanced version can not only cross the universe, but also travel through various time and space worlds in Dragon Ball. In other words, as long as he wants to, he can immediately go to various parallel worlds in the Dragon Ball universe. In this way, he will fight against Dragon Ball Super in the future. After waiting for a while at the entrance of the number 1 martial arts conference, Suzy saw a group of people coming from a street to the right of the entrance. Suzy. The leader was Gaixianren. When he saw Suzy, he immediately waved and said hello. Suzy. Hearing the name Suzy and Yamcha behind Gaixianren, the Tianjin fans couldn't help but look at each other. They had heard of this name a few years ago, and Sun Wukong had not only mentioned this name, saying that if not this brother Suzy was not as powerful as he is now. Therefore, they had always wanted to see this legendary brother Suzy. Now that they saw it, the people on the Yamua coffee table didn't think anything of it, but they still looked at him with the same attitude. He looked at him with a solemn gaze. After all, this was a man that even Sun Wukong called him powerful. Yo! Everyone is here. By the way, where is this guy Wukong? Suzy glanced at Turtle Immortal and others, but didn't see Wukong, so he couldn't help but ask. Wukong went to heaven to practice, but, later, I heard that it seems that I went to Kai Wang to practice again. Turtle Immortal knows a lot and replied. Oh! Hearing this answer, Suzy was a little surprised. At this time in the original book, Goku was only practicing in the heaven. When he went to practice with the King of the North, he entered the plot of Dragon Ball Z. Coming! At this moment, Suzy sensed a familiar breath, and immediately turned around to look and wait. About a few minutes later, some light raindrops slowly began to float in the sky. At this time, footsteps sounded, and only one person was seen. The man holding the umbrella walked slowly. When he reached the crowd, he put down the umbrella. A man wearing a white turban looked at Suzy and others with wide eyes, and waved when Suzy saw him. With a smile on his face. Clin frowned, pointed at this man and said a strange word. Yo! Clin! Haven't seen you for a long time. The person who came was none other than the grown-up Sun Wukong. He waved to Clin and said hello. Enlightenment, Wukong. Clin's eyes suddenly widened when he heard Sun Wukong's voice, and his face showed a look of shock. He ran over in a few steps and exclaimed, Are you Wukong? Ha ha! Sun Wukong laughed, took off the turban on his head, then compared the height of Clin and his own, and said in surprise, Clin, I haven't seen you for so long. Why are you getting shorter and shorter? Hearing Sun Wukong's words, Kellan Dun was speechless for a moment and said, Please. It's not that I'm getting shorter, but that you've grown taller yourself, okay? Is it like this? Ha ha ha! Sun Wukong laughed loudly, scratched the back of his head, and after saying hello to Turtle Immortal and others, he finally set his sights on Suzy. Brother Suzy, long time no see. Sun Wukong looked deeply at Suzy. He bowed, with a smile on his face as if he had reunited after a long separation. Good. You boy, gave me a big surprise. Suzy took a step forward and patted the kid's shoulder heavily, with a pleased smile on his face. The two met more than 2 years ago. At that time, Sun Wukong's combat power had already exceeded the original work by a lot, reaching a certain level. About 3,000 combat power points. At first, he thought that Sun Wukong's combat power should reach more than 10,000 points in more than 2 years. In fact, this kid did reach more than 10,000 points. Sun Wukong's combat power far exceeded 10,000 points, reaching more than 50,000 points. You know, this is the time period of the 23rd World's number 1 martial arts tournament. In the original work, he only had 324 combat points at this time. And now, it's up to 50,000 points, and it's just normal combat power, not counting his overall combat power. It can be seen that this kid's potential is indeed being gradually developed as he becomes more and more powerful. To make up for the late update, this is a big chapter with a total of 2,700 words. Please give me a monthly pass. Big discount on Dragon Boat Festival reading. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Grab a deposit now. Activity time, June 22nd to June 24th. Chapter 15. Ha ha ha. Brother Suzi, I will definitely surpass you one day. Facing Suzi's compliment, Sun Wukong laughed and clenched his fists with fighting spirit. In response, Suzi just smiled. It's probably impossible for this kid to surpass him. Don't look at Sun Wukong as a Dragon Ball, the protagonist of the world, but Suzi is not simple either. If the former is the protagonist on the surface, then he is the protagonist secretly. His growth also has no limits. Soon, Suzi and others entered the venue of the world's best martial arts conference. After a group of people signed up, the contestants were all waiting inside the venue. Suzi scanned the circle and found that there were quite few contestants this year. At a glance, including him, there are only 70 or 80 at most. That is, Piccolo. Suddenly, Suzi saw a cold-skinned guy. Who was it if he wasn't Piccolo? What surprised him was that this guy's combat power was actually quite good, reaching 5,000 points. You know, in the original work, the guy's current combat power is only 322 points, but now, it has reached as many as 5,000 points, which surprised Suzi but was also somewhat expected. After all, Sun Wukong's combat power is similar to that in the original work. Different. Moreover, the current Dragon Ball world is a little different, and many of the characters in the original story have very different combat capabilities. Looking around again, Suzi saw a girl. Kikai, the daughter of the Bull Demon King. He didn't know whether Sun Wukong and Kikai had made a verbal agreement like in the original work, but seeing the girl looking at Sun Wukong with a sad look from time to time, he guessed something. Soon, it was only a dozen. Minutes later, the knockout round officially started. Almost an hour later, the knockout round ended again, and the top 8 contestants were announced. In the original work, the top 8 contestants were Tao Bibai, Tianjin Fan, Kikai, Sun Wukong, and Bai. However, due to many differences, Tao Bibai and Shenxian did not appear. One of the 2 empty seats was Suzi, and the other was a character who did not appear. The combat effectiveness is quite strong for the current stage, with a full 100 combat effectiveness. The draw for the quarterfinals was held at the same time, and the duel between Suzi and Tianjin Fan was quickly determined. The passerby who has never appeared before is dueling with Yam Sha at this moment, in the backstage lounge of the world's #1 martial arts conference. Tianjin Rice, good luck. Suzi and the others gathered together. When Sun Wukong saw the battle list, he suddenly coughed twice and patted Tianjin Fan's shoulder very heavily. Tianjin Fan came here rushing to improve himself, but who could have imagined that he met the most powerful Suzi when he came out? Not to mention improving himself, if he lost the first one, it would probably be a huge blow to him. Tianjin Fan was speechless for a while. In the original work, his combat power was around 280 points. Now, although he is not a bit more powerful than in the original work, he only has 1800 combat power points. There is probably no problem in fighting Klin or Yam Sha with 1800 combat power points, but fighting with Suzi is absolutely incomparable. However, no matter how clear the ending is, Tianjin Fan's character will not just admit defeat. At least, there is still some dignity in losing in the ring. Surrendering without a fight would be truly devoid of dignity. Soon, the first game of the quarterfinals began. Suzi vs Tianjin Rice. As soon as the 2 people took the stage, the host instigated the atmosphere and made all the audience below the stage become enthusiastic. The 2 contestants are ready. Are the audience ready? Next, the quarterfinals officially begin. As the host's words fell, Tianjin Fan on the stage moved instantly. Compared with the ordinary audience outside the arena, his speed was basically at an invisible level, but for someone of So Ziyi's level, it was definitely not too slow for a human being. Bang! So Ziyi stood still and slapped him with his hand. In the next second, Tianjin Fan was slapped to the ground by So Ziyi. It is completely easy to control the level of his combat power. Even though So Ziyi reduced his combat power to only 1,800 points, he concentrated his power into one point and exploded with more than 1,800 combat power levels. So, when So Ziyi slapped him, Tianjin Fan fainted. Seeing such a sudden scene, the host who was preparing to explain a fierce battle suddenly became confused. Please. Didn't the first game of the quarterfinals just begin? Why is it already over? Chapter 16. Host, it's time to announce the results of the competition. At this moment, So Ziyi's indifferent voice sounded in the field. Oh. The host calmed down and directly announced the victory of So Ziyi in the first quarterfinals. Next, the quarterfinals continued. Soon, the top four were also divided. In the original book, the semi-finals were Tianjin Fan vs Gaku, Piccolo vs Immortal. However, this time it was So Ziyi vs Gaku, and Piccolo vs Krillin. It is worth mentioning that in the quarter-finals, Gaku and Chi-Chi it happened just like in the original work, which made So Ziyi think that this kid made an agreement to get married with Kikai when he was a child. Soon, the 1-hour break ended and the first battle of the semi-finals officially started. Piccolo vs Krillin. One tall and one short slowly walked onto the ring. The current Piccolo is not the nanny Piccolo in the future Dragon Ball Z. Although he has good intentions, he will not leave too much for his opponent. Force. The first game of the semi-finals pits Bic and Klin against each other. The previous battles didn't seem too intense, but I believe this time it will be extremely intense. The host jumped up and down under the ring with great excitement, raising the atmosphere to the highest point, causing the audience in the auditorium outside the ring to shout excitedly. Now, the game officially begins. When the host saw that the atmosphere had reached its highest point, he immediately shouted something. Please. Klin clasped his hands together and looked at Piccolo with a very wary face. Phew. Piccolo took a step forward with an indifferent fighting spirit on his lips, and arrived in front of Clint at an extremely fast speed. Bang! Raise your hand! Piccolo punched out. Although his speed and strength were strong, Klin was not weak either. Facing Piccolo's strong attack, he only lost consciousness for 0.01 seconds and reacted instantly, raising his hand as well. One punch came out. Boom! Two punches struck each other, the momentum was extremely shocking. Klin is so awesome. At this moment, at the gate of the arena contestant's seat, Sun Wukong looked surprised. He hadn't seen Klin for a while, but now that he saw him again, he didn't expect that his playmate could be so powerful. You guy, you are more powerful than Krillin, is this considered to be bragging about your own power? Ha ha ha. Hearing Sun Wukong's words, So Ziyi couldn't help but laugh. No. Brother So Ziyi, you praised me. Compared with you, I am not strong. Sun Wukong hurriedly shook his head with a smile and waved his hands, denying his power. After hearing this, So Ziyi's eyes flashed. It would be absolutely impossible for Wukong in the original work to say such a thing. It is not difficult to see from here that, with his integration and appearance, the characters in this Dragon Ball world are really made more realistic. Bang! Ah! A crash sounded, followed by a scream, which made So Ziyi stop thinking and turned his head to look, only to see that Klin had been kicked out of the court. At this point, in the first game of the semi-finals, Klin was completely being crushed by Piccolo. Brother So Ziyi, I can finally have a real fight with you. When the host asked So Ziyi and Sun Wukong to come on stage, the latter looked at So Zedong with great excitement. Facing Sun Wukong's excitement, So Ziyi seemed very indifferent. For him, Wukong at this stage is not enough for him to fight. He naturally doesn't have much interest in participating in the world's first martial arts tournament. If it weren't for a small sentiment from his previous life, he might not have participated in this martial arts tournament, let alone fight Wukong in advance. Sun Wukong was the first to rush to the ring, obviously impatient. Su Ziyi followed closely and arrived at the ring at the same time. After a while, the host announced the official start of the second round of the semi-finals. "Brother Su Ziyi, please." Sun Wukong lowered his head and clasped his hands together. The moment he raised his head, his eyes became much sharper. He knew very well that he must go all out to fight against this godlike brother Su Ziyi, otherwise, that will result in defeat in an instant and no fighting experience. Su Ziyi also understood this truth, so this time he did not try to crush this boy Sun Wukong, but chose to be a free sparring partner for this boy. "Call out!" Sun Wukong started to move, and his attack was the most violent. Sounds of sonic booms could be heard in the air. This was not only extremely fast, but also reflected the power of his power. Boom! However, Sun Wukong's attack, which was absolutely unbearable to the world, was like a pebble thrown into the sea to Su Ziyi, without causing any waves at all. Su Ziyi just used one finger to neutralize a series of Sun Wukong's consecutive attacks, and counterattacked them with a force that was just stronger than Sun Wukong. Puff! Su Ziyi's control over power is so powerful. Even though his counter-shock force is only slightly stronger than that of Sun Wukong, he directly made the latter fly backwards and spit out a mouthful of blood in mid-air. "Wukong him!" Seeing this scene, the faces of the Gaixianren who had been eliminated in the audience suddenly changed. They knew that Su Ziyi was extremely powerful, but the shock force of just one finger was so terrifying. This was something none of them expected. This guy. Not only came Senin and the others were shocked, but Piccolo, who was leaning on the gate of the contestants' seats with his arms folded, couldn't help but his pupils contracted when he saw the fight just now. This guy Su Ziyi is too powerful. "Brother, please give me 2 monthly passes." The person who wrote Dragon Ball next door had several monthly passes on the first day. "I also want a few monthly passes." Chapter 17. Ah! Brother Su Ziyi, your strength is terrifying. Sun Wukong grinned as he fell to the ground. Only he could experience the powerlessness he felt when facing Su Ziyi. "But, I won't give in so easily." Sun Wukong became serious again and flew towards Su Ziyi. However, this time Su Ziyi increased his strength and knocked Sun Wukong unconscious with a slap. There was a moment of silence. "Wow!" Immediately, there was a burst of noise. "This." The host was stunned for a moment, then jumped onto the ring and started counting. However, when the host counted to 8, Su Ziyi took the initiative to jump off the ring. Sun Wukong player wins. Su Ziyi jumped off the ring, and the host naturally announced Sun Wukong's victory. Phew! Su Ziyi glanced at the fainted Sun Wukong, pointed his index finger and middle finger between his eyebrows, and then disappeared. The next second, he appeared again. Is already at Zidu's home. This time when he comes back, he is going to take Bulma to the 6th universe to collect Super Dragon Balls. This is the time and space world of Dragon Ball GT. Since he cannot enter the realm of gods, he will wish for immortality for Bulma. Is the boss okay? Husband, where have you been? As soon as she got home, Bulma, dressed in home clothes, came up to her and asked in confusion. I participated in the world's #1 martial arts conference. Suzy hugged Bulma into his arms and said, change your clothes and let's go on a sweet trip to another universe. Good. Bulma nodded obediently. 1 month later, in the 6th universe. At this moment, in front of a dark planet. This is the last Super Dragon Ball. Su Ziyi looked at the extremely dark planet, raised his hand and threw out the 6 Super Dragon Balls collected in the system space. Come out! Super Dragon! When the 7 Super Dragon Balls emitted bright light side by side, Suzi used the language of God to summon the super dragon. Roan. A deafening dragon roar was heard that echoed throughout the sixth universe. Is this the super dragon? Bulma looked up at the super dragon that slowly appeared, with a look of shock on her face. It was so big. It was so powerful that it gave people the feeling of endless oppression, making people want to crawl on the ground. Suzi looked at the super dragon in the universe with a look of shock on his face. Lucky summoner, I can grant one of your wishes. No matter what your wish is, I can satisfy you. The super dragon's voice was transmitted into Suzi and Bulma's minds in a sonic way. This is my wife Bulma and I wish her an endless life. Suzi said his wish directly in the language of God without thinking. Hearing Suzi's wish, Super Dragon was stunned for a moment, and then said infinite lifespan can only be possessed by gods. She is immortal and cannot escape the end of her lifespan. In this case, give her the lifespan to the best of your ability. Suzi frowned. He didn't expect that there is a setting that makes it impossible for mortals to have infinite lifespan. 100,000 years. The super dragon made a sound, and then its pupils exploded with a burst of bright golden light. The next second, this burst of bright golden light disappeared directly into Bulma's body. Lucky summoner, your wish has come true. After the words fell, the huge super dragon instantly collapsed and turned into 7 super dragon balls scattered in the 7th universe and the 6th universe. Husband, did you make a wish for me? Feeling some changes in herself, Bulma looked at Suzi blankly. Yes. Suzi smiled slightly. I originally wanted the super dragon to give you infinite lifespan, but it doesn't seem to be possible. Therefore, you can only let it give you the maximum lifespan. How many? Bulma's eyes widened a little. 100,000 years. Hiss. Hearing the number Suzi said, Bulma couldn't help but take a breath. Seeing the shock on Bulma's face, Suzi smiled. A lifespan of 100,000 years does sound like a lot, but in fact, for eternity, said, but it seemed too little. Next, Suzi took Bulma to play on various planets in the 6th universe. On this day, 5 years passed, and Suzi, the 7th universe. In Zi's home, he walked out of the spiritual time room in his backyard with a bit of helplessness. Host, Suzi. Age, 31 years old, 761 AD. Normal state, 7 billion combat power points. Bloodline, the original Scion. Skills, Kaio Fist with no side effects 10 times, Teleportation Technique, Clearing Ability, Silver Level, Time Stop Technique, 0.1 seconds. Items, 500 times Gravity Room, 15 times Time Flow Speed Spiritual Time Room. After checking his character attribute panel, Suzi shook his head again. His normal strength is growing more and more slowly, as if he has encountered some bottleneck. At present, he has completely entered the beginning plot of Dragon Ball Z. In his Super Saiyan 1 state, he only has 350 billion combat points. Even in his most powerful transformation, in the Super Saiyan 4 state, he only has 28 trillion combat power points. When converted into trillions, he is only a master with 28 trillion combat power points. Although he is now a godlike existence compared to some bosses at this stage, but, who knows if there are hidden dangers in this real Dragon Ball world that no one knows about. Oh! Raditz seems to have arrived on Earth. This guy's combat power has exceeded 10,000 points. Suddenly, Suzi sensed a Scion aura, which made him raise his brows and turn his eyes to a direction in the north of the Earth. After sensing Raditz's combat power through the system, the corners of Suzi's mouth rose slightly. He smiled a little, and a funny smile appeared on his face. It's different. This real Dragon Ball world has changed a lot in terms of early combat power. But, it's really interesting. In this case, the subsequent Wukong and the bosses that appear in each stage may be much stronger than those in the original work. But to be honest, if there is no challenging dungeon, it wouldn't be called a dungeon. So Ze murmured softly. Please give me monthly flower evaluation tickets, thank you all. Chapter 18. A few minutes later, Sozi arrived at Gaixian Island. Brother Sozi. Sozi. Uncle Sozi. As soon as he arrived, the eyes of everyone on the island immediately focused on him, and everyone began to say hello kindly. Yo! Long time no see everyone. Little Gohan has grown a little taller again. Sozi greeted everyone in return, and finally set his sights on little Gohan standing with Sun Wukong, and said with a smile. Hey hey hey! When the little guy heard Sozi's words, he immediately smiled and scratched the back of his head. Suddenly, Sun Wukong frowned and turned his head to look in a certain direction. What's wrong? Klin noticed the change in Sun Wukong's expression and couldn't help but ask. There is a powerful energy coming towards us. Sun Wukong explained. What? Klin was stunned for a moment. He was a little panicked, but then he remembered that they have become stronger and stronger in recent years. He couldn't help but breathed a sigh of relief and waved his hand casually. We are not who we were a few years ago. How could there be people on Earth who are more powerful than us? But don't you find it strange? Sun Wukong's brows never relaxed, and he felt very familiar with Radit's breath. Is there anything strange about it? The Earth is so big that it is full of surprises. Klin didn't care, and then ran to the side to tease the old turtle. Phew! A few minutes passed quickly, and a long-haired man wearing a combat uniform flew into everyone's sight. Coming! When Sozi saw this man, there was a smile of anticipation on his face. He really wanted to see the change in this guy's expression after knowing the fighting power of Sun Wukong and others. It should be particularly interesting. You know, in the original work, everyone present no one can compare with Raditz in terms of combat effectiveness, and their combat effectiveness is extremely low. Now it is different. So Ze basically chooses to train the Z warriors whenever he has time. The combat power is the highest, with 200,000 combat power points, followed by Piccolo, with 85,000 combat power points. Then, Klin, Tianjin Fan, and Yamauti Table have similar combat power, with 40,000 points and close to 50,000 points, only 10,000 points. Clatter! While Sozi was thinking about it, Raditz had already flown to the sky above Gaixian Island, and then slowly landed. Stare! Raditz crossed his arms, with a look of disdain on his face. He swept his gaze from everyone, and finally settled on Sun Wukong, who had been staring at him. We finally met. Although you have grown up, I still recognized you at a glance. Raditz laughed and called out Sun Wukong's scion name Kakarot. Kakarot. This is not the first time that Sun Wukong heard this name. Now that he heard it again, his brows suddenly furrowed. You look exactly like your father. Raditz continued. But why didn't you destroy the Earth? Shouldn't your mission be to kill all humans on the Earth? As he spoke, Raditz's voice became stern. He glanced around the audience and suddenly noticed little Gohan behind Sun Wukong. His brows suddenly furrowed. D. At this moment, Raditz was wearing the combat power detection glasses began to vibrate, and soon, a 4-digit combat power value appeared on the glasses. 3,000 combat power points. Seeing this combat power value, Raditz's eyes widened in vain. Who is he? Kakarot. Is this your son? Raditz exclaimed. Yes. Sun Wukong looked at Raditz with a wary expression. Ha ha ha. I never imagined that your son has much more potential than you. He actually had 3,000 combat power points. This trip to the Earth was indeed not in vain. Raditz suddenly laughed loudly. He couldn't be too happy. Who are you? Son. Wukong said solemnly. Who I am? Have you forgotten me? My brother, Kakarot, I am your brother Raditz. Raditz said coldly, but it's not a big problem. Prince Vegeta currently needs manpower. You and your son should go back with me. Elder brother. Sun Wukong was stunned for a moment, then he turned his attention to So Zi and asked in surprise, Brother So Zi, I have a brother. Yes. So Zi nodded. Hearing So Zi's voice, Raditz set his eyes on him. When he saw his tail wrapped around his waist, his pupils contracted in vain, and a look of shock appeared on his face. Eli, are you a scion too? Weird. So Zi smiled faintly. Did. Raditz squinted his eyes to detect So Zi's combat power. But soon, as So Zi showed some anger, he saw that the combat power detection glasses Raditz was wearing exploded. Come on! You! Raditz turned pale in shock, pointed at So Zi and said, Your fighting power. You know, his combat power detection glasses have been modified and can detect combat power of about 30,000 points, but, after detecting So Zi, his glasses exploded. What does this mean? So Zi's combat effectiveness, definitely far more than 30,000 points. Impossible, how could you be so powerful? Raditz was really shocked. You know, Prince Vegeta, whom he admired, after so many years of hard training, now only has 50,000 combat power points. And what about this guy? He can actually have more than 30,000 combat power points. How could this not shock Raditz? What happened to my fighting ability? So Zi asked knowingly, looking at Raditz's expression, he couldn't help but grinned, pointed at Sun Wukong, and said, Hey, let's not talk about my fighting power. Do you know how high your brother's fighting power is? How many? Raditz subconsciously followed So Zi's words and asked. Wukong, explode all your energy and let your brother feel it. So Zi said with a smile. Please give me monthly flower evaluation tickets, thank you all. Chapter 19. Boom. As So Zi finished speaking, Sun Wukong's energy exploded instantly. 50,000 combat power points. 100,000 combat power points. 150,000 combat power points. When Sun Wukong's combat power soared to 200,000 points, Raditz's face had changed from rosy to pale. Horrible. The energy of 200,000 points of combat power is too huge. It is so huge that Raditz cannot imagine it. You. Raditz's lips were trembling and his body was trembling. He pointed at his younger brother in disbelief and said in a trembling voice, Are you really Kakarot? Why are you so powerful? It's not like he has never seen a master who has exceeded 100,000 points of combat power. He has also sensed the aura of that master at close range, but, compared with Sun Wukong at this moment, the former is not comparable at all. My name is Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong said solemnly, I only know that I grew up on the earth, and my home is also on the earth. It is absolutely impossible for me to harm my home. No. The pale color on Raditz's face slowly turned rosy again, and he almost shouted to Sun Wukong in a roaring voice, You are Scion Kakarot, my dearest brother. Sun Wukong's combat power is too high for Raditz. A master of this level is extremely rare even among Frisia's many legions. In other words, if Sun Wukong follows him and leaves the earth, what will happen next? The future is absolutely unimaginable. Besides, even if they don't join Frisia's army, there is absolutely no problem for the Scions to form their own force. Sun Wukong took a few steps back and showed his determination with actions. Seeing this, Raditz's face instantly darkened. He glanced sideways at Klin and others, his eyes gradually narrowed, and he thought to himself, These people on earth have brainwashed Kakarot, otherwise he would never be able to do it. So stupid. After killing these guys, I think Kakarot will completely wake up. Phew. When the thought came to mind, Raditz had already made his decision. So, he set off. His first target was the stupid-looking bald man. In an instant, Raditz rushed over. In front of Klin. Seeing Raditz charging toward him unkindly, Klin was still in a daze. When Raditz's fist came, he reacted instantly, raised his brows and breathed out. It exploded. Boom! The moment Klin's energy exploded, Raditz immediately closed his fist, then turned around and flew into the sky without thinking. That was his only thought at the moment. He understood that if he didn't escape, he would definitely be dead. At this moment, he felt it was really incredible. Why could this stupid-looking bald man from Earth be so powerful? Want to hit me and run away? Klin regained his composure, his face suddenly darkened, and then he also flew up and chased Raditz in the sky. After a while, Raditz was caught up by Klin. What do you want to do? Seeing that he couldn't escape, Raditz turned around and stared at Klin in the air, saying in a deep voice. Whatever you wanted to do just now, I want to do now. Klin said something in a cold voice and then clenched his fist to kill Raditz. Bang bang bang! The two of them started fighting. Although the difference in fighting power between the two sides was too big, it was okay to exchange a few moves. But it was just a few moves. Soon Raditz fell from the sky into the sea after being hit by Klin several times. Too weak, you dare to look down on us Earthlings. Klin slowly flew back to Gaixian Island, with a look of pride on his face. He is not the one in the original work now. He has a combat power of close to 50,000 points. Not to mention on Earth, he is currently in the universe. He is considered a master. Didn't you see that several members of Frisia's Jinyu team only have tens of thousands of combat points? Suzy, what should I do with that guy? Big frowned and asked Suzy. Look at Wukong. Suzy handed over the decision-making power to Sun Wukong. For him, the life and death of Raditz had no impact on him. Hearing Suzy's words, Sun Wukong frowned, and then glanced at the sea. Raditz was difficult swim to the beach on Gaixian Island. Or, let him go. Sun Wukong is so kind-hearted, and Raditz is still his biological brother, so he still can't bear to kill his only biological brother. You make the decision. Suzy smiled slightly, then pointed his index finger and middle finger between his eyebrows, and disappeared directly on Gaixian Island. He does not need much attention in the follow-up. His current combat power has reached an extreme level, but he wants to seek a breakthrough. Then you can only successfully transform into Super Saiyan 5 on the basis of Super Saiyan 4. I'm afraid it's not so easy to transform into Super Saiyan 5. In Dragon Ball AF, why was Son Gohan able to transform successfully? It was because Xiao Feng's death made him fall into endless rage and hatred, so he happened to transformed into Super Saiyan 5. If Suzy and Son Gohan were swapped, he would rather not transform into Super Saiyan 5 for the rest of his life. There is no rush, and it doesn't have to be the death of a loved one. Only in rage and hatred can one successfully transform into Super Saiyan 5. Suzy shook his head and stopped worrying about this issue. Moreover, now he has not even reached the full power state of Super Saiyan 4. How can he transform into a Super Saiyan without the death of his loved ones? 5. Ding. Select the system to open. Go to Dragon Ball Super Dimension World Cell Chapter to save Android number 18. Option 1. Accept the rescue and be rewarded with a Super Saiyan 5 experience card, temporary suspension plus 0.2 seconds, gold level clearing ability, and a 2% chance of weakening attribute effects. Choice 2. Refuse to save and reward normal 10 billion combat power points. Just when Suzy stopped thinking about it, the system's task selection prompt suddenly sounded in his mind. Everyone, please help me. The author Jun Du Niang did not search for how many times the Super Saiyan 5 is normal. Everyone has the same answer. Please tell the author in the book review area. The author bows and thanks everyone. Chapter 20. This selection task, That's interesting. When Sozi heard about this selection mission, he was stunned for a moment, and then an interesting smile appeared on his face. To be honest, not to mention that the reward for saving number 18 is extremely generous, it is just a reward for 2 choices. On the other hand, it is absolutely impossible for Sozi to choose to refuse to save number 18. Choose one. Sozi made a decision, but he seemed to have thought of something, and asked the system in his heart, by the way, if I go to the time and space of Dragon Ball Super, can I successfully transform into Super Saiyan 4? Besides, are Android 18 from Dragon Ball Super Dimension and my time and space both unique? The main time and space world he is in is the world of Dragon Ball GT. The system has said that Bulma only exists in this world of Dragon Ball GT. No matter which time and space world it is, there are alternatives. Therefore, Sozi wanted to ask if Android number 18 it is also unique in character. Host, please rest assured that first of all, you can use any transformation form of Dragon Ball GT in the Dragon Ball Super Dimension world, and Android 18 and your wife Bulma are both unique characters. The system said. Very good. Sozi had a smile on his face. Dragon Ball Super Dimension World, May 16, 767 AD. At this moment, on an island in the eastern part of the Earth. Everyone, Android 17, Android 18, and Android 16 did not attack humans on the Earth. Instead, that guy named Cell was slaughtering wantonly on the Earth. On the island, a group of people gathered around, each with their brows furrowed. One of them was wearing an orange martial arts uniform, and there was an enlightened man behind him who said in a deep voice, "What is Shailu? If this guy encounters me, I will definitely kill him immediately." A man crossed his arms with his chest full of disdain. He was Vegeta, the proud prince of the Saiyans. Boom! At this moment, there was a sudden vibration on the entire island. Was there an earthquake? Everyone's body was swaying, and Clin exclaimed with sweating profusely. Boom! Just at this moment, there was a sudden explosion and roar in the distance. Sun Wukong seemed to have caught something. His eyes focused and he turned. He looked somewhere, and a solemn look slowly appeared on his face. That guy Seru, it seems to have appeared again. Sun Wukong's deep voice sounded in the field. The earth had stopped shaking at this moment. Vegeta on the side smiled coldly. For him, little cellulite is nothing to be afraid of. At the same time, above the island where Sun Wukong and others were, a man slowly opened his closed eyes, and a silvery white light flashed in his eyes. Is this the world of Dragon Ball Super? The man murmured softly, and then his figure flickered and disappeared into the sky. When he reappeared the next second, he had arrived on a piece of land in the center of the island. As if sensing something, the man glanced into the distance. What he saw was a large group of people surrounding an ugly monster with green skin. After seeing clearly who this group of people and the ugly monster with green skin were, his Sun Wukong couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Vegeta, besides, Shailu. That is, blonde lassie. The man was naturally Sozi. He glanced at it, quickly retracted his gaze, and then walked slowly towards Sun Wukong and others. Ha ha ha, as long as I absorb Android 18, I can become a complete body. Number 18, stop struggling, let me absorb you. At this moment, an extremely arrogant voice came from below, which made Sozi pause for a moment. Then he looked around and saw the blonde Lajli biting her lips angrily and looking at Salu. Phew! Suddenly, Shailu moved so fast that he was within a few meters of Lazili in just a blink of an eye. Number 18, run! Artificial man number 16 shouted hurriedly. Ha ha ha, number 18, you are mine. Sharu's ugly face was filled with a ferocious and terrifying smile. Phew! Blonde Lizzie doesn't belong to an ugly guy like you. At this moment, a sound broke through the air, and the next second, another cold voice sounded. Then, a figure stood in front of Lazuli. Saru attacked, and Lazuli's face changed. He was about to remind the man in front of him, but the latter just calmly raised his right hand and slapped it gently into the air. Hey! A strong wind blew up, and then turned into a tornado and directly wrapped Saru in it. Ah! The screams sounded, coming from Shailu. Seeing this scene, Lazuli was dumbfounded. Not only Lazuli, but also android number 16 on the other side, as well as Sun Wukong and others who just arrived. As powerful as Cell, he couldn't stand up to a tornado created by a burst of explosive energy. You, who are you? Why do you know my name? Lazuli slowly recovered from the shock, with a strange light flowing in her beautiful eyes. She looked at Suzi's back and asked. I. Suzi turned around slowly, with a gentle smile on his handsome face, and said, My name is Suzi. As for why I know your name, I said, I have known you in my previous life, do you believe it? Ah! I. When Lazuli heard Suzi's earthy words of love, coupled with her surprise when they first met, her whole face suddenly turned red, and she even stuttered when she spoke. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. Say what? Boom! At this moment, an astonishing breath exploded. Call out! The next second, a sound broke through the air. Careful! This guy Shailu escaped from the tornado. Lazuli, who was still shy, suddenly noticed a figure behind Suzi. Her face changed, and she subconsciously stepped forward, apparently wanting to block Suzi from the sneak attack from Shailu. Woman, you should stand behind a man and be protected. Suzi saw this, and while taking a step sideways, he stretched out his hand to hug Lazuli into his arms. While staring into her eyes, he transformed into the Super Saiyan 4 transformation form, and on the other hand, he looked into her eyes. He raised a finger casually and fired a simple finger cannon. Ah! The violent roar of the explosion and Cell's screams sounded at the same time, and a huge black mushroom cloud immediately rose up. This time, it directly shocked everyone on the island, whether it was Sun Wukong, Piccolo, or it was Trunks, the boy from the future. He was sweating profusely and his face was full of shock. Everyone was staring at Suzi in Super Saiyan 4 transformation form, and they were all thinking about this. Who is this powerful man who can transform like a Saiyan? Is he really a Saiyan? Readers, how many times does one person say that Super Saiyan 5 is normal? If you know anything, please tell the author. I am afraid that if you don't agree with everyone, you will criticize me. Chapter 21. This guy. Compared to the shock of Sun Wukong and others, Vegeta on the side narrowed his eyes slightly at this moment, with a slightly solemn look on his face, and murmured, there is something weird. Earth, how could there be a strong man of this level? And he seems to be a Saiyan too. Shouldn't it be just me and Kakarot who are pure Saiyans? This guy, who is it? Boom! When everyone was shocked by Suzi's power, an astonishing aura erupted from the explosion zone that Shailu had endured before. The next second, he suddenly flew out and rushed straight towards Suzi and La Beautiful. Dross! I am going to kill you! Shuru was extremely angry. Originally, he could transform into a complete body by absorbing Android 18. By then, conquering the Earth and then conquering the entire universe would be within easy reach. But everything was blocked by Suzi, this abominable roadblock. Yes, so, he must kill this guy at all costs. Ah! Facing Salu who was rushing towards him, Suzi just chuckled and slowly raised his right hand. A purple-black ball of light appeared in his palm. Phew! Wait until the purple-black ball of light grows. When he was about the size of a basketball, he was patted lightly by Suzi and rushed in front of Shailu. A small voice sounded. What? Everyone looked and saw that the purple-black light ball touched Shuru, and the latter disappeared directly, as if he had never appeared before. What amazing energy! Sun Wukong's pupils tightened for a while, with a look of shock on his face. Sand, is Sharu dead? Lazili's eyes widened, and her face was full of shock. Su Ziyi chuckled and nodded, this is clearing. Can clear out everything in this universe. With his silver-level cleaning ability, let alone a person, it is a planet or a galaxy. With a snap of his fingers, if Su Ziyi wants to clean it up, he can do it easily. This is more destructive energy than the god of destruction. It was extremely terrifying. Apart from him, Su Ziyi guessed that only Chuan Wang, the ruler of the Dragon Ball universe, could control it. Even someone as powerful as the Great Priest might not be qualified to control the purging ability. Come down, it is a law of the universe. After listening to Su Ziyi's explanation, Lazili just blinked her eyes, feeling uneasy. At this time, Android 16 quickly ran over, looked at Su Ziyi, and said in a deep voice, you killed Shailu, then wouldn't Android 17 also die with his death? Number 17. Hearing the words of Android number 16, Laji's face suddenly changed. She also suddenly remembered that Android number 17 was absorbed by Cell before. The one I cleared was Sharu, not number 17. Don't worry, he will come back. Su Ziyi said very calmly. Boom. The moment Su Ziyi finished speaking, a person fell from the sky. Number 17. Lazili and Android number 16 saw the appearance of Android number 17, and their faces showed surprise. What's wrong with me? Android number 17 got up from the ground and looked around with a confused look on his face. Finally, he fixed his gaze on his sister Lazili and asked, where is that guy Selu? He died, by this, Mr. Suzy killed. Lazili said, but then she noticed that she had been leaning on Su Ziyi. The two of them looked extremely close, which made her blush. After taking a sneak look at Su Ziyi, I don't know why but they didn't distance themselves from each other. After listening to Lazili's words, Android number 17 immediately turned his attention to Su Ziyi, with a heavy scrutiny in his eyes. After staring for a while, his brows slowly wrinkled. As his brows slowly frowned, and beads of sweat slowly appeared on his forehead. This guy, so powerful. Android No 17's eyes narrowed, and his face showed a solemn look. He has always been confident, even if he is stronger than Cell, he will not choose to retreat. But, when facing this man Su Ziyi, he couldn't help but feel something called fear rising in his heart. Whoosh! Several sounds broke through the air. It was Sun Wukong and others flying over. Except for Vegeta, everyone had a look of admiration on their faces. Yo! My name is Sun Wukong, can you tell me your name? Sun Wukong was the first to say hello. He was only a few meters away from Su Ziyi. In addition to admiration, there was more of a fighting spirit on his face. He had a fighting spirit towards all powerful guys. Fearless. Opponents, the stronger he is, the more excited he will be. Su Ziyi. Su Ziyi smiled and said his name. Su Ziyi. Sun Wukong repeated Su Ziyi's name, and an excited smile soon appeared on his face. He clenched his fists with both hands and hammered twice, and said, if I guessed correctly, you should be a scion too, right? So, can I have a fight with you? Cockroach, this guy is my prey. Vegeta stood up, crossed his arms, looked at Su Ziyi with an indifferent attitude, and said calmly, the Cell I was eyeing was killed by this guy, so you want to fight with me too? Su Ziyi tilted his head and looked at the arrogant Vegeta with a chuckle. He hadn't seen him in the Dragon Ball GT space-time world, so the arrogance on Vegeta's face in this world now made him feel nostalgic. Once upon a time, he could only watch this man's arrogance through the TV screen, but now it actually appeared in front of him. To be honest, he felt a little bit. The multiple of Super Saiyan 5 is not clear enough. Please explain it more clearly. There are too few people. Chapter 22. A fight? Vegeta smiled contemptuously, glanced at Suzy, then shook his shoulders and said lightly, I'm sorry, you may be good, but I am stronger than you. Hearing this, Suzy couldn't help but laugh. This Vegeta is really arrogant. Do you mean to beat me unilaterally? Suzy looked at Vegeta and asked softly. Bang bang. Vegeta didn't respond to him. He took a step sideways, clenched his fists and collided with each other, with a look of confidence on his face. In this regard, Suzy pursed his lips and shook his head with a smile. Since this guy wanted to be tortured, he had to comply with his request. Seeing that the two were about to fight, everyone flew away. Goku, is Vegeta a match for this guy? Klin and the Z-Warrior frowned and kept scanning Suzy and Vegeta with a curious look. The strength displayed by Mr. Suzy really makes me excited. Facing Klin's question, Sun Wukong didn't answer the question, and his face was full of fighting spirit. Seeing Sun Wukong's appearance, Klin pursed his lips and looked towards the field again. His eyes became solemn at this moment. Vegeta is currently in an explosive state, and is extremely powerful. At least, for him, just the explosive state is enough to beat him at full strength. As for Suzy, after returning to normal, he stood still, his expression unchanged, as if he didn't feel the pressure from Vegeta. Ah! Vegeta couldn't help but sneered when he saw Suzy, who had not changed much. He had already decided in his heart to teach this guy who looked down on others a lesson. Drink! With a loud shout, Vegeta started to move. His speed was very fast, and he had already rushed in front of Suzy in just a few tenths of a second. Boom! A punch with a strong airflow was slammed out by him. Bang! Faced with Vegeta's fierce punch, Suzy was as steady as a rock. He raised his hand and flicked it with a finger. Vegeta's sneer suddenly turned into shock. When he flew backwards, the look of shock on his face turned into horror. Yes, it was horror. Suzy took a step forward, but it was just a step. However, his body appeared in front of Vegeta, who flew upside down. Raise your hand and lower it. Boom! Vegeta was slapped directly to the ground, and his whole body sank deep into the ground. This scene made everyone in Klin, who was not far away, looking at each other speechlessly. Boom! Ah! Damn that guy! There was an astonishing breath from the underground, and then Vegeta, who had transformed into Super Saiyan 1 form, flew into the sky. In the sky, Vegeta looked at Suzy underground with an angry face. But the prince of the Saiyan clan was crushed by an unknown Saiyan. Although it was just his normal explosive state, being crushed meant being crushed, which naturally made him extremely unwilling. Super Saiyan 1, 50 times increase in combat power. Suzy raised his head slightly and murmured, if nothing else happens, Vegeta's final combat power should be very low now. After saying that, he used the system to see through Super Saiyan 1 Vegeta's final combat power at a glance, 300 billion points. The combat power of 30 billion points can be said to be very powerful, but in front of Suzy, it was like a newborn baby facing a mature man, and there was no comparison at all. This is Super Saiyan 1, my true power. Vegeta in the sky looked down at Suzy with a sneer on his face. Oh! Super Saiyan 1! Suzy laughed, took a step forward, and then an astonishing aura suddenly exploded from his body, and lightning bolts rose up all over his body. Not only that, at this moment, Suzy Ben's short black hair stood up, and it became even more futile. Became golden. What? He really is a Saiyan. Moreover, he actually knows how to transform into a Super Saiyan. But, what form of Super Saiyan is he? Why does it feel different from Vegeta's Super Saiyan? Everyone was shocked when they saw Suzy's Super Saiyan transformation. You. In the sky, Vegeta, who had expected that he would be able to beat Suzy violently after his transformation, was also shocked and speechless at this moment. Isn't it just a Super Saiyan? Who can say that? Phew! As soon as Suzy's words fell, his figure disappeared instantly. When he appeared again the next second, he had already arrived in front of Vegeta. Bang! Raising his hand, Suzy slapped him lightly. Came out and knocked the confused Vegeta away. Crush again! Everyone present knew the fighting power of Super Saiyan 1. Suzy just gave him a simple slap. With just one slap, such a powerful man was sent flying. This is not the key is that this mysterious man is actually a Saiyan. And the Super Saiyan form he controlled was even more powerful than Son Goku and others present who had controlled the Super Saiyan 1 transformation. Hateful! Hateful! Vegeta was blown away and fell to the ground from a high altitude. His body was covered in dust. When he got up from the ground, his face was full of anger and unwillingness. His power was so powerful that he was crushed one after another by an unknown guy. How could he, who was so arrogant, endure this anger? Immediately, Vegeta exploded with anger again, and his fighting power suddenly rose at this moment. This was anger in him. 31 billion points of combat power. 40 billion points of combat power. However, in just 20 or 30 seconds, Vegeta's combat power has soared to 50 billion. He is extremely powerful now, and is on the same level as Sun Wukong's final combat power at this stage. After the surge in combat power, the unwillingness on Vegeta's face disappeared instantly, replaced by a kind of indifference. Looking at Suzy in the sky not far away, a sneer slowly appeared at the corner of his mouth. Reading books on May Day was a great pleasure. Deposit 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Recharge now, activity period, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 23. Vegeta. At this moment, Krillin's pupils, which had been paying attention to the changes in the field, tightened. Vegeta's energy was too strong now. It was obviously a small qualitative change. It seems like there will be a fierce battle between Dad and the mysterious gentleman. Trunks, the boy from the future, breathed a sigh of relief, with a relieved smile on his face. Anyone who sees his father being crushed and beaten will naturally not feel good. Most of them will feel uncomfortable. Everyone thinks that Vegeta, whose combat power has increased, will not be crushed like before, but only Sun Wukong frowned slightly. Although Vegeta has improved a lot of combat power, it still didn't make Sun Wukong feel oppressed. It was obvious that the two of them were at the same level at most. But, at this moment, Suzy transformed into the Super Saiyan 2 form, which truly gave him an extremely powerful sense of oppression. So, from Sun Wukong's point of view, I'm afraid the outcome has already been determined. Call out! Everyone except Sun Wukong is looking forward to it. When the fierce battle was about to begin, Suzy made a move. Everyone present only saw him move once, and his figure disappeared into the sky. When he appeared the next second, he had already arrived in front of Vegeta. Boom! With a flick of his finger, he hit Vegeta directly on the head. Your combat power may have improved, but in my eyes you are still weak and pitiful. Suzy said lightly. Vegeta, in the Super Saiyan 1 transformed form, suddenly increased his combat power to as much as 50 billion due to his rage and damaged self-esteem. But Suzy's normal state has as many as 7 billion points. With the 100-fold increase in the transformation form of Super Saiyan 2, it will reach a terrifying 700 billion points of combat power. 50 billion vs 700 billion. Doesn't this mean Suzy can crush Vegeta? As soon as he finished speaking, Vegeta flew away like a kite with its string broken. This guy is too powerful. Vegeta in the Super Saiyan 1 form was still crushed, which made everyone look shocked. But think about it, even the powerful Cell was instantly killed by this man. Super Saiyan Vegeta's defeat in one seems to be common sense. Who is he? When did such a powerful Saiyan appear on Earth? Trunks, a boy from the future, frowned. If such a powerful person existed in the future world, how could Uncle Sun Wukong, Big Brother Sun Gohan and his father Vegeta die tragically at the hands of an android? It is even less likely that the Earth will become a ruin. So, Zi returned to his normal appearance and teleported in front of Sun Wukong and others. So Zi, what kind of transformation did you have just now? Why is it so powerful? Sun Wukong came forward extremely excitedly and asked. That's Super Saiyan 2. So Zi smiled gently, looked at the shocked and confused expressions of everyone, and said this is the second stage of Super Saiyan transformation. There are also Super Saiyan 3 and Super Saiyan 4. But, you should not be able to transform into Super Saiyan 4 successfully. Everyone was confused after hearing this. The subsequent transformation was really difficult for them to understand at this stage. So Zi smiled and didn't explain much, focusing on Lazili. On his body, the latter also focused his gaze on him, as if some sparks were burning in the air. Rachel, can you go shopping with me? So Zi extended the invitation. He did not hide his affection for the most beautiful woman in the Dragon Ball world at all, and wanted to further develop some relationships. Swish! In an instant, everyone's eyes were on Lazili. This made Lazili's face turn red. She glanced at Suzy shyly, then looked down at her feet without saying a word. If you don't answer, I'll take it as your default. Suzy took a step forward, stretched out his hand and pulled Lazili and teleported away from the island. This. Suzy's vigorous and resolute actions made Android 17 stunned for a moment, then shook his head and laughed. Everyone, Shalo has been killed by Suzy. Next, I think it is necessary to practice harder. Oops, I forgot to ask specifically how Suzy transformed just now. Sun Wukong took a deep breath, and suddenly thought of something, with a look of annoyance on his face. Suzy's Super Saiyan 2 opened up a new world to a group of people who can transform into Super Saiyans, and they understood the truth is, Super Saiyan 1 is far from the end of the Super Saiyan transformation form, so what is the form of Super Saiyan 3 or even 4 above? Boom! At this time, Vegeta's breath exploded again. Call out! A sound broke through the air, and Vegeta flew back to everyone. What about the guy named Suzy? At this moment, Vegeta was looking disgraced, and the look on his face was more of reluctance. Thinking that he, the noble prince of the Saiyan clan, was crushed by an unknown scum Saiyan, how could he bear it? Even if he knew that he was no match for Suzy, but he just couldn't bear this tone. He's gone. Sun Wukong said, with a strange light shining in his eyes, Vegeta, the transformation that Suzy defeated you just now is Super Saiyan 2. I think it is necessary for me to practice hard during this period and transform into Super Saiyan 2. Saiyan 2? Just you? Vegeta returned to his normal appearance, glanced sideways at Sun Wukong, and sneered that Super Saiyan 2 transformation must be my first successful transformation. If you don't believe it, let's just wait and see. Hey! After saying this, Vegeta flew into the sky and left the island. Vegeta! Sun Wukong smiled bitterly and shook his head. If Super Saiyan 2 was so easy to transform, he might have succeeded long ago, because he always felt that he was missing something. But today he saw Suzy's Super Saiyan 2, and he seemed to have some insights. Everyone, I am going to start practicing hard. Goodbye. Sun Wukong no longer thought about it or wasted any more time. He touched the center of his eyebrows with his index finger and middle finger, and the whole person disappeared in place. Sincerely ask for flower evaluation tickets, monthly tickets, and collections. Chapter 24. 1 month later, in the western capital of Earth in the 7th universe of Dragon Ball Super Dimension. So Ziyi and La Zili walked slowly side by side on the street. While walking, So Ziyi's brows suddenly raised. What's wrong? Lazuli glanced at So Ziyi in surprise. Gaku actually broke through the limit of Super Saiyan 1 and became the first to successfully transform into Super Saiyan 2. So Ziyi had a look of surprise on his face. You know, in the original work, Son Gohan was the first to successfully transform into the new form of Super Saiyan 2. But now, because of So Ziyi's appearance has caused So Ziyi to died prematurely, which resulted in Sun Wuhan not being able to activate his potential in the battle. Therefore, in So Ziyi's opinion, it may take some time before Sun Wukong and others can transform into the new form of Super Saiyan 2. However, in just 1 month, Son Goku has successfully transformed into Super Saiyan 2, which made him feel that there was still a bit of a butterfly effect. Super Saiyan 2? It's really awesome. Lazuli pursed her lips and smiled, and answered with a slightly unconcerned look. Indeed, whether Sun Wukong is strong or not has nothing to do with her. Next, So Ziyi didn't pay much attention to these things, and kept accompanying her. La Zili, the relationship between the two is getting closer and closer. Another 3 months passed quickly. On this day, Z warriors and others gathered together on Gaixian Island, with smiles on everyone's faces. Blessing smile. Gaku, congratulations on completely mastering the new form of Super Saiyan 2. Klin stood on tiptoes, reached out and patted Sun Wukong on the shoulder excitedly. Ha ha ha. The power gained from the transformation of Super Saiyan 2 is indeed extremely powerful. Now, I feel like I can easily crush the person I was 4 months ago. No wonder So Ziyi can easily defeat Super Saiyan 1 Vegeta, and even kill that guy Cell easily. Sun Wukong laughed and scratched the back of his head. In addition to being excited, when he mentioned So Ziyi, there was actually more of a surging fighting spirit towards him. Uncle Gaku, Mr. So Ziyi does not exist in the future world. At this moment, Trunks, the boy from the future, spoke in a low voice. Swish! In an instant, everyone present turned their attention to the call. Date took a deep breath, with a solemn look on his face, and said, I can guarantee 100% that Mr. So Ziyi does not exist in our world. Otherwise, the earth will not be devastated by those 2 evil artificial beings. Hearing this, Gaixianren frowned slightly, as if he was thinking about something. After a few seconds, he said in a deep voice, although I have never seen the man named So Ziyi you mentioned, but I think he is not an evil person. With his power, if he really wanted to do bad things to the earth, he would never give Gaku and the others a chance to grow. As an old monster who has lived for hundreds of years, Turtle Immortal naturally sees things more clearly than Sun Wukong and the others. Thinking about it this way, it seems right. Big said indifferently. Bang bang. I really want to have a fight with that guy So Ziyi and show him my Super Saiyan 2. Sun Wukong clenched his fist with great excitement and punched it twice. Oh? Do you really want to fight with me? As soon as Sun Wukong finished speaking, a gentle voice sounded in everyone's ears. Phew! Then, a sound broke through the air, and the figures of So Ziyi and La Zili appeared in everyone's sight. So Ziyi! Sun Wukong turned his head and focused on So Ziyi. When he called his name, he transformed directly into Super Saiyan 2. Golden flames with lightning erupted around him, looking extremely powerful. The final combat power is 150 billion points. So Ziyi glanced casually and saw through Sun Wukong's final combat power, with a satisfied smile on his lips. You know, Sun Wukong's early Super Saiyan 2 transformation form during the Meijin Bu period only had 200 billion points. Combat power, and now he has reached 150 billion points of combat power several years away from Meijin Bu's period. It is conceivable that he will definitely be not a bit more powerful than him at the same time in the original work. Is he So Ziyi? It is said that he is also a scion. The turtle immortal put his eyes on Suzi, looked at him carefully for several times, and slowly wrinkled his brows. He thought that his vision was very unique, but, to be honest, his first impression of Suzi was that this young man seemed to be ordinary except for being better looking. When the idea of turtle immortal first came up, Suzi also glanced over. Boom! 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 In an instant, their eyes met. Came Immortal's heart started to beat very fast at this moment, and there was cold sweat on his forehead and back. No. This man, definitely not an ordinary person. The turtle immortal had a horrified look on his face. Suzi's casual glance gave him a too strong sense of oppression. This is not the key. The key is that he had been lucky enough to meet the gods in the heaven. The latter's strength may not be too terrifying, but the breath of the gods rushed to his face, making him feel like he was facing the sky. And Suzi's casual look just now gave him a sense of oppression that was tens of thousands of times stronger than the pressure the gods gave him back then. This man named Suzi. What came Senin didn't know was that he was not the only one who felt that way just now. At this moment, Piccolo was also sweating profusely, because at the moment when he looked at Suzi, the latter shared his gaze for a second, and he felt like he was facing a real god. Suzi, fight with me. At this moment, Sun Wukong once again issued an invitation to fight. Good. Suzi turned his attention to Sun Wukong and nodded with a gentle smile. Chapter 25. Please. Hearing Suzi's promise, Sun Wukong flew into the sky with great excitement. Phew. Suzi also flew into the sky and looked at Sun Wukong, who had transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Sun Wukong was filled with fighting spirit, lowering his head and hands. Putting his hands together, the moment he looked up at Suzi, his eyes became sharper. He knew very well that he must go all out to fight against this mysterious and powerful Saiyan, otherwise he would have to go all out, that will result in defeat in an instant and no fighting experience. Suzi also understood this truth, so this time he did not try to crush this boy Sun Wukong, but chose to be a free sparring partner for this boy. After all, Sun Wukong is not the arrogant Vegeta. Of course, Suzi prefers the former. There is nothing wrong with being a free sparring partner. Call out. Sun Wukong started to move, and his attack was the most violent. Sounds of sonic booms could be heard in the air. This was not only extremely fast, but also reflected the power of his power. Boom! However, Sun Wukong's attack, which was absolutely unbearable to the world, was like a pebble thrown into the sea to Suzi, without causing any waves at all. Just by transforming into Super Saiyan 1, Suzi used only one finger to neutralize a series of Sun Wukong's consecutive attacks, and counterattacked them with a force that was just stronger than Sun Wukong. Puff! Suzi's control over power is so powerful. Even though his counter-shock force is only slightly stronger than that of Sun Wukong, he directly made the latter fly backwards and spit out a mouthful of blood in the sky. Wukong him! Seeing this scene, the faces of the powerful Gaixian people on Gaixian Island suddenly changed. They knew that Suzi was extremely powerful, but none of them expected that the repulsive force of just one finger could be so terrifying. And that Mr. Suzi only transformed into Super Saiyan 1 and did not transform into Super Saiyan 2, so, how terrifying is his normal fighting ability? Date suddenly discovered with horror that Suzi's state at this moment was just a simple transformation of Super Saiyan 1. Hiss! After Date's reminder, everyone also reacted, and a gasp of air could not help but rise in the audience. This man named Suzi is too terrifying. The transformation form of Super Saiyan 1, can he easily crush Son Goku in Super Saiyan 2 form? Are you sure you're not living in a dream? Ah! Suzi, your strength is too strong. Sun Wukong, who was flying upside down, quickly stabilized his body, raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, and looked at Super Saiyan 1 Suzi. The fighting spirit on his face was more surging than before. The stronger the opponent, the more powerful Sun Wukong would be. You will be more excited and fearless. Drink! With a loud shout, Sun Wukong flew forward again. This time, he was so stubborn that he did not intend to give up the close combat, but wanted to continue the close combat with Su Ziyi. Bang! The ending was very simple. Su Ziyi raised his hand with a slap. Sun Wukong in Super Saiyan 2 form was once again knocked away. This time, Su Shun fired an ordinary finger cannon, but the whole space still shook, as if it was about to break. Ah! Sun Wukong's painful screams sounded, which caused the expressions of everyone on Gaixian Island to change. Uncle Wukong! Wukong! Klin and the others even exclaimed. Don't worry, I'm measured. This will temper him, it will hurt him, but it will not kill him. Su Ziyi's figure flickered, returned to Gaixian Island, put his arms around La Zili's slender waist and said calmly. He had been involved in a relationship with La Zili for several months. As early as a month ago, this blonde girl, I don't know how many Dragon Ball fans' dream lovers have been completely captured by him. Therefore, La Zili did not show any resistance to Su Ziyi's intimate gesture, but instead looked shy. Hearing Su Ziyi's words, he was relieved. After a while, Sun Wukong flew back. His body was covered with tragic injuries and he looked extremely pitiful. Ah! Su Ziyi, you are too powerful. I'm no match for you. Sun Wukong looked at Su Ziyi with a naive smile, and then his face suddenly turned serious. But one day, I will definitely defeat you. Want to defeat me? Then just practice hard. Su Ziyi glanced at this kid and chuckled. There was one more thing he didn't say, which was that no matter how Sun Wukong practiced, Su Ziyi was a goal that he could not surpass in his life. He who has the blood of the ancestor Scions Su Ziyi is becoming much stronger every minute and second than he was at the previous moment. In a sense, his bloodline is somewhat similar to Broly's super bloodline, both of which can be autonomous without limit. Increase his own combat power. Therefore, when Sun Wukong becomes more powerful, he will also become more powerful. By the way, Su Ziyi, can I see your Super Saiyan 3 transformation and Super Saiyan 4 transformation again? Sun Wukong suddenly thought of something, looked at Su Ziyi with eager eyes, and suggested. Can. Su Ziyi agreed directly without thinking. Boom! In an instant, Su Ziyi transformed into Super Saiyan 3. His combat power increased by up to 400 times, instantly making him a super master with 3 trillion combat power points. Oh my god! Is this surging anger meant to scare people to death? Is this Super Saiyan 3? What a terrifying transformation! When Su Ziyi's chi completely exploded, no one within 100 meters around him, except La Zili, dared to get close, and everyone was blown away by the chi. Watch out next, my transformation that is unique to this world, Super Saiyan 4. Drink! Su Ziyi shouted loudly, and suddenly transformed into a small giant ape. After a while, a red light flashed, and a tall red monkey appeared in everyone's sight. Isn't this the strange transformation we saw at the beginning? Sun Wukong looked at it, and his brows couldn't help but twitch. Compared with the monstrous momentum of Super Saiyan 3, why does this Super Saiyan 4, which should be more powerful, look so plain? It seems that it has sensed Sun Wukong's power. With what he was thinking in his mind, Su Ziyi's body slowly rose into the sky. He clenched his hands and stood in the air in a bent shrimp posture. Drink! With a roar, Su Ziyi's anger could no longer be concealed and exploded out. Boom! At this moment, the red light seemed to dye the blue sky red. The breath of God! Big felt it, and a look of shock appeared on his face. At this moment, he actually felt the aura of a superior god on Su Ziyi's body. Suddenly I had a very interesting idea. He, I don't know if you can guess it. Please give me a monthly ticket for Flower Review, thank you all. I took a look at the book review area for the growth multiplier of Super Saiyan 5, but it still doesn't match. Chapter 26. This. Sun Wukong looked at Suzi in the sky in shock, and was really stunned for a moment. At the same time, at Vegeta's house in Zidu, Vegeta, who had just walked out of the training room, suddenly frowned, and there was an incredible look on his face. Who is this powerful spirit? Vegeta was extremely shocked. In an instant, a man's figure appeared in his mind. It was Suzi. No. It can't be him, right? Vegeta swallowed, and his rosy face turned a little pale. Not only the people on the earth were shocked by the aura of Suzi's Super Saiyan 4, but also people as far away as Kaiu. The expression on the North Kaiu King who was playing with his pet also changed in vain, and then he looked towards the direction of the earth. Galaxy, Earth, when did such a terrifying guy appear? The king of the North Realm was trembling all over, and his voice was also trembling. He had never felt such a powerful energy in this universe. Oh! A little guy who is not a god, but has a bit of a divine aura, unexpectedly appears. It was not just the king of the north who sensed Suzi's aura. At this moment, in the god of destruction of the 7th universe of Dragon Ball Super Time, a man holding an angel staff raised his eyebrows, with a somewhat interesting look on his face. "Come on," whispered softly. "Milky Way, Earth. Interesting, if you have a chance, you can go and have a look." This man is naturally wise, the angel of the 7th universe. He has a strong interest in the owner of the powerful aura he sensed just now. "This is my Super Saiyan 4. On the earth, Suzi in the sky looked down at the people below, then slowly returned to his normal appearance, landed on the beach of Gaixian Island, and said to the shocked Sun Wukong with a smile. "This transformed form, can I also transform successfully?" Sun Wukong's eyes became hot for a while. "No." Suzi shook his head, "Only I can transform into this transformation form in this world. You, after I can successfully transform into Super Saiyan 3, I want to transform into the same level as my Super Saiyan 4. Which of the two transformations, Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan Blue, is more powerful?" Even Suzi, a Dragon Ball fan, is hard to say. There are too many rumors on the internet. Super Saiyan 4 crush Super Saiyan Blue. After all, the latter is a 50-50 draw against anyone, and is basically not favored by Dragon Ball fans. More rational Dragon Ball fans understand that the two must be the same level of transformation, but one is a realm, and the other is a pure transformation root of blood. There are different opinions on who is stronger. But in this life, Suzi can experience it for himself. In the future, when Sun Wukong and the two real two-time space worlds grow up, he will hold a martial arts competition that can compete across time and space to prove which transformation is more powerful. Right. I've just completed my transformation into Super Saiyan 2, so there's no point in thinking about it. Sun Wukong was awakened by the words. He stretched out his hand and scratched the back of his head, showing a naive and slightly embarrassed smile. Phew! At this moment, a sound broke through the air, and Vegeta flew over from Zidu. Whose breath was that just now? Although he had already guessed, Vegeta still asked reluctantly. "Dad, it belongs to Mr. Suzi." Date replied. "Really?" Vegeta set his sights on Suzi. His face was filled with uncertainty, and he was wondering where this mysterious scion came from and why he was so powerful. "Are you a scion from planet Vegeta?" Vegeta said solemnly. "If you are a scion from planet Vegeta, there is no reason why I wouldn't recognize you. Such a terrifying guy, if he came from planet Vegeta, there would definitely be a legend." Swish! In an instant, everyone focused on Suzi. "I am indeed from planet Vegeta." Suzi smiled slightly and did not hide it from them, "But, I am a scion from planet Vegeta in another parallel time and space world." "What? Are you from another parallel time and space world like me?" That's no wonder. When everyone heard So Zi's answer, their expressions changed and they exclaimed in surprise. Especially Da Ti, who came from the future world, had a look of astonishment on his face. He could not have imagined that besides him, a person from the future time and space world, there would be a person from another time and space world. Do you own a time machine? Date asked. I don't need a time machine. So Zi pointed his index finger and middle finger at the center of his eyebrows, and disappeared the moment he finished speaking. What about others? Teleport. This man can also teleport. Everyone was shocked again. Phew. A sound broke through the air, and So Zi's figure appeared again. My teleportation technique is different from Wukong's teleportation technique. You can think of it as an upgraded version of the teleportation technique, which can easily travel through time and space. So Zi smiled slightly, his eyes gradually narrowed, and he glanced at Sun Wukong, Vegeta and others in the Dragon Ball Chrono world, and then said, in the future, I will hold a Chrono martial arts conference. Goku, Vegeta and everyone in my time and space world will participate in this martial arts competition. I hope that you can also become stronger and have the strongest space-time collision with them. Is there another me? Sun Wukong's eyes lit up, and an endless fighting spirit rose up in his body. His face was full of excitement. He clenched his fists and bumped them. He said, how is his strength? Not yet. In the future, I will arrange for you to have the strongest collision. I want to confirm whether Super Saiyan 4 is more powerful or Super Saiyan Blue is more powerful. So Zi shook his head and chuckled. Super Saiyan Blue. What kind of transformation is it? Sun Wukong paid attention to what So Zi said about the name of another Saiyan's new form. That is a Saiyan transformation form that is equivalent to the Super Saiyan 4 I just transformed into. It is still too far away for you now. One day you will be able to reach this state. So Zi directly chose to spoil the story, which had no impact on the subsequent plot at all, so he was not afraid of the butterfly effect that would occur after the spoiler. Ding! In view of the spoilers provided by the host, which makes the original characters in the Dragon Ball Super Dimension world full of fighting passion, a special gift package will be awarded. Receive the gift package now or delay receiving the gift package. As soon as the spoiler was finished, a system notification sounded in So Zi's mind, which made him stunned for the first time, and then he couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. The spoilers this time are really cool. They actually gave the spoilers a big gift package. Get it now. So Zi didn't hesitate and directly chose to receive the gift package now. Please ask for a monthly flower evaluation ticket. Why do the collections increase so little every day? Don't keep books, please remember to read one chapter after posting it. Chapter 27. After receiving the big gift package, So Zi thought for a while and then directly chose to open the big gift package. Ding! Congratulations to the host for opening the gift package and obtaining the following items. 20 times spiritual time room, 10,000 times gravity room, 2.5 billion points of normal combat power, 8% chance of weakening attribute effects. The big gift package this time made So Zi stunned for a moment, and then a look of surprise appeared on his face. To be honest, this gift package is not considered to be of a high level. However, it's not bad after all, and he can also comprehensively strengthen himself. Host, So Zi. Bloodline, the original Saiyan. Normal state, 10 billion points of combat power. Skills, Kaio Fist without side effects 10 times, upgraded version of teleportation, clearing ability, gold level, time-stopping technique, 0.3 seconds, 10% chance of weakening attribute effects. Items, 1 Super Saiyan 5 experience card, 10,000 times gravity room, 20 times time flow rate spiritual time room. After checking his character attribute panel, So Zi secretly nodded. His normal combat power increased by 2.5 billion, instantly making him a super master whose normal combat power alone exceeded 10 billion. Not to mention the 4,000 times increase in combat power of Super Saiyan 4, even with the 50 times increase in combat power of an ordinary Super Saiyan 1, he can also reach an astonishing 500 billion points of combat power. Speaking of which, my cleaning ability has reached gold level, and I don't know what abilities I have gained. So Ze pulled out the gold level clearing ability again and took a look at the introduction, and then a look of shock appeared on his face. Gold level clearing ability can clear a galaxy in an instant, as well as the god of destruction and the gods under creation. It can be cleared instantly. If he remembered correctly before, the silver level clearing ability only said that it could clear a planet or a galaxy, but it did not fully indicate how long it would take to clear it. But now, his gold level. The super clearing ability can be completed in an instant. This is already a qualitative superpower, now he has the ability to instantly eliminate ordinary gods. In other words, if his purification ability increases one day, he may be able to instantly eliminate the Kaio god and the god of destruction. Thinking of this, So Ze couldn't help but take a breath of air. If it was as he guessed, then he would also be able to instantly eliminate existences at the level of angels in the future at will. From the looks of it, I will become the second king in the Dragon Ball universe in the future. Even, become a being above all kings. So Ze's eyes flickered for a moment, and his eyes gradually narrowed. If the only person he is truly afraid of in the Dragon Ball world is probably the cute and innocent King Chuan. Next, So Ze and number 18 after leaving, he returned to the Dragon Ball GT space-time world with number 18. At this moment, in the Dragon Ball GT space-time world, So Ze's home in the west capital of the 7th universe was heard, and So Ze and La Zili appeared in the backyard. Since So Ze and La Zili had talked about the Dragon Ball GT time and space world, La Zili did not feel very strange. "Husband! You are finally back." Suzy and Rajri had just come back. It happened that Bulma also happened to arrive in the backyard. After seeing Suzy, she ran over excitedly. On the way, she suddenly stopped and looked at her in shock. La Zili, who was smiling, suddenly frowned and said, "Husband, who is this?" "This is your sister Lazuli, come on, Lazuli, call sister Bulma." So Ze didn't panic at all. He could tell that Bulma wasn't unhappy at all, she just expressed doubts about La Zili. "Hello sister Bulma, my name is Lajli." La Zili introduced herself obediently and sensibly. "This, you, she." Bulma was not a fool. She immediately understood after staring at So Ze and Razili. However, although she would not lose her temper, she still felt a little uncomfortable. But she is also a sensible woman, and So Ze is so strong, it is really difficult for her to bear it alone. Having an extra sister to bear it seems to share a lot of pressure for her. Thinking of this, Bulma didn't feel unhappy at all, and instead welcomed Lazuli very warmly. In response to this, So Ze was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and smiled. He naturally understood that Bulma was not the kind of person who was hypocritical and polite. Once he had figured it out, he had figured it out. If he didn't figure it out, he would definitely have some minor emotions. But fortunately, Bulma figured it out, otherwise he would still have a headache if there was a fire in the backyard. Bulma and the two girls held hands and talked happily, and Suzy also went directly into the practice room in the backyard to start his own practice. He asked the system that the time ratio between the Dragon Ball Super Time and Space World and the Dragon Ball GT Time and Space World is random. Maybe today is the past year in the GT Time and Space World, and only 1 minute has passed in the Super Time and Space World. It is also possible that 1 month has passed in the world of Super Time and Space, and 2 or even 3 years have passed in the world of GT Time and Space. Just like he went to Dragon Ball Super Time World for about half a year this time, but only 5 months have passed in Dragon Ball GT Time Space World. Entering the practice room, Suzi took out the 10,000 times gravity chamber and the 20 times spiritual time room and started practicing. During practice, time passes very quickly. In reality, 8 months passed quietly. On November 3, 762 AD, Suzi walked out of the practice room in the backyard of his home. Host, Suzi. Bloodline, the original scion. Normal state, 20 billion points of combat power. Skills, Kyo Fist without side effects 10 times, upgraded version of teleportation, clearing ability, gold level, time-stopping technique, 0.3 seconds, 10% chance of weakening attribute effects. Items, 1 Super Scion 5 Experience Card, 10,000 times Gravity Room, 20 times Time Flow Rate Spiritual Time Room. After checking his character attribute panel, Suzi suddenly had a satisfied smile on his face. In reality, in the past 8 months, apart from daily life, he had actually been practicing in the 20 times Spiritual Time Room for almost 10 years. In 10 years, the normal growth rate is 10 billion, which is indeed acceptable and extremely satisfactory to Suzi. After all, he has never experienced any life and death battles. He has cultivated slowly step by step. Suzi has grown so much in 10 years, and Suzi is satisfied. At this moment, Suzi suddenly sensed something, glanced in a certain direction, and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Vegeta and Nappa are coming to Earth. Chapter 28. Call out. After sensing Vegeta and Nappa, Suzi teleport directly to Turtle Island. Sun Wukong and others were all together. In addition, there was Raditz, who came to Earth a year ago. He took a look at this guy. Although Raditz was now mixed with Z-Warrior and others, he did not make much progress. Even more so, he is somewhat disliked by others. A year ago, his combat power was around 10,000 points. A year later, his combat power only increased by 700 points. Prince Vegeta has arrived. Suzi arrived and after greeting everyone, Raditz suddenly spoke. Prince Vegeta? Sun Wukong frowned and said, Brother Raditz, are you sure that guy named Vegeta is not a bad character? Won't it harm us humans on Earth? Raditz smiled and said, Don't worry, Prince Vegeta will never take action against humans on Earth. After saying this, Raditz sighed in his heart. Normally, they would definitely take down the planet Earth, but now. He glanced at Sun Wukong and others, then secretly glanced at Suzi, and sighed heavily in his heart. There were too many masters on the Earth, how could they dare to attack the Earth? Raditz's consciousness is also very deep. If you can't beat him, then join. This is also the year where he has basically not practiced much because he has always wanted to get closer to Sun Wukong and the others, so as to obtain a substantial improvement. A way to practice your own fighting ability. Whoosh! At this time, Vegeta and Nappa had already flown over Turtle Fairy Island. Prince Vegeta, Raditz is waving to us from below. Nappa whispered behind Vegeta. Ah! I thought this guy was dead. As a result, I got mixed up with these guys. Vegeta swooped down and landed on the beach of Turtle Island. He scanned the whole place and finally fixed his gaze on Raditz. He said calmly, Raditz, you really disappoint me. Prince Vegeta. Raditz hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. The earth is not as weak as we thought. Not only is my brother Kakarot's fighting power very high, but even the fighting power of those people on earth is much higher than mine. Ah! Do you think I will believe what you said? Vegeta's eyes turned cold and he scolded, I think you have been brainwashed, right? How can powerful people exist on such a backward and remote planet? Prince Vegeta, please believe me. Raditz changed his color slightly and explained. However, Vegeta didn't give him a chance at all. He raised his hand and shot Raditz directly with a finger cannon. Even Sun Wukong was stunned by the finger cannon fired at such a close range. He didn't react. A few seconds after Raditz died, Sun Wukong reacted, and his face turned gloomy at this moment. His biological eldest brother was actually killed by Vegeta. You are Kakarot, Raditz is dead, and I need your help next. This guy is not a qualified subordinate, I hope you will be a qualified subordinate. Vegeta said calmly, his eyes were full of aggression, and his tone was unquestionable. Hee. Raditz did not die in the hands of Sun Wukong and the others, but he died in the hands of Vegeta, which is a bit interesting. Su Ziyi couldn't help but shook his head and chuckled when he saw this tense scene. Boom! At this moment, Sun Wukong exploded his energy, and his combat power soared. 50,000 combat power points. 100,000 combat power points. 200,000 combat power points. When Sun Wukong's combat power reached 250,000 points, Vegeta and Nappa's pupils narrowed in vain, and their faces showed disbelief. You! The two said in unison, pointing at Sun Wukong, and were extremely shocked. Drink! Sun Wukong ignored them. With a loud shout, he clenched his fist and rushed in front of Vegeta. Boom! One punch, blast out! Bang! Puff! How could Vegeta be the opponent of Sun Wukong with 250,000 points of combat power? He was directly beaten. He flew away with a punch and spit out a large mouthful of blood as he flew backwards in the air. After falling to the ground, his rosy face instantly turned pale. Prince Vegeta! Nappa's expression changed, and he hurriedly ran to Vegeta and helped him up from the ground. He said worriedly, "Are you okay?" This guy. Vegeta coughed twice and spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood from his mouth. His face was pale and gloomy. He glanced at Sun Wukong on the side hatefully and said in a cold voice, "It's really as Raditz said. The same as before, very powerful. Or let's leave." Nappa suggested, even Vegeta is not Kakarot's opponent, so how can he be that guy's opponent? If they are forced to stay, death will definitely be waiting for them. Did you just leave like that? Vegeta is extremely unwilling. Let's not talk about why Kakarot is so powerful. He just wants to have such a powerful subordinate. Kakarot, I am the prince of the Scion clan with an extremely noble bloodline, but you are just a lower-level Scion warrior bloodline. I now order you to return to my service. Vegeta straightened up and looked at Sun Wukong coldly. Vegeta, your order is invalid. Sun Wukong said coldly, if you are here to invade our Earth, then don't leave. If you simply summon me to do bad things under your command, then I advise you to give up this idea as soon as possible. Ah! Vegeta smiled coldly and was about to speak. Phew! At this moment, Sun Wukong moved again. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of Vegeta. He raised his legs and directly hit Vegeta. Suffering from strong pressure, I fell deeply into the beach. You! Be bold! When Nappa saw this scene, his expression suddenly changed, and he stepped forward directly to attack Sun Wukong. Boom! At this time, Klin, who had been watching the show without any sense of presence, raised his hand and blasted out with a Qigong cannon. Nappa, who had a combat power of 15,000 points, was instantly killed by Krillin, who had a combat power of 50,000 points. As soon as Nappa died, Vegeta's whole body felt bad, and he began to think about this as he was deep in the beach. What is the purpose of coming to Earth? Are you here to die? Chapter 29. Wukong, do you want to kill this guy? I feel like he has evil intentions. Krillin trotted over, glanced at Vegeta who looked confused, and said coldly. This. Sun Wukong hesitated a little. Although Vegeta killed Raditz, he didn't really want to kill anyone from the bottom of his heart. Throw this guy off the planet. At this time, Su Ziyi spoke. Vegeta can't die. It's not that he cares about Vegeta, the second male lead, but that he must have this guy in the time-space martial arts conference he will hold in the future, otherwise, that would feel a lot worse. Good. Listen to brother Suzi. Sun Wukong breathed a sigh of relief. Suzi spoke, but naturally no one said anything more. Vegeta got up from the beach, his expression uncertain for a while. He glanced at Sun Wukong, and then at the earth that killed Nappa. The little bald man finally set his sights on Suzi and frowned at this moment. You, also a pure scion. Vegeta said. Oh? How? Do you also want to overpower me with your funny scion prince bloodline? Suzi raised his eyebrows and looked at this guy with a half smile. Ah! Vegeta smiled coldly, turned around and flew directly into the sky. After a while, his figure disappeared from the sky. After Vegeta left, Krillin glanced at Raditz and Nappa on the beach. The corpse, frowned, and then took Yamcha aside and started to clean it up. Brother Suzi, I want to practice under your hands for a while. Sun Wukong came to Suzi and said in a deep voice, I can see that the gap between you and me is becoming more and more obvious. I don't want to not even be able to see your footsteps in the future. Seeing Sun Wukong's serious look, Suzi was stunned for a moment, then laughed, nodded and said, okay, not just you, but also. Ding! Select the system to start. The devil trained Z warriors and others for 3 months. Choice 1, reject the devil's training and be rewarded with a normal combat power of 20 billion points. Option 2, accept devil training and be rewarded with a battle robot house, a 5% chance of weakening attribute effects, 10 billion normal combat power points, and plus 0.5 seconds of time-stopping skills. Just when Suzi was about to speak, the system prompt sound suddenly sounded in his mind, and another selection system was turned on, A&D. Let's not talk about how rich the reward for this choice is. Just saying that he originally planned to train the Z warriors and others for a period of time. He already felt that this time he would make a lot of money. Choose 2. Without thinking, Suzi made a choice directly. Brother Suzi, what else? Sun Wukong has been waiting for Suzi's follow-up, but he never got it. He only saw his elder brother Suzi smiling sillily, as if something happy happened suddenly. Oh! Suzi came back to his senses, smiled awkwardly, and then with a serious look on his face, he scanned the whole room and said in a deep voice, not only Wukong has been practicing under me for a period of time, but also Krillin, Piccolo, Tianjin Rice, and Yamuti. Reading the name, Suzi finally turned his attention to little Gohan, who was sitting on the old turtle shell, and continued, and little Gohan, you will all be under my hands, and I will train you. 3 months. Ah! Little Gohan also wants to train with us. Sun Wukong was stunned for a moment. Don't underestimate this kid's potential. Suzi glanced at little Gohan and smiled. I know Kikai wants this kid to become a great scholar and stop following you all the time, but you have to ask her to think about it. If the safety of the earth cannot be guaranteed, how can she devote herself to studying and become that great scholar? Hearing what his eldest brother Suzi said, Sun Wukong blinked his eyes and felt that this was indeed the truth, so he tentatively said, then, I'll talk to Kikai first when I go back. She told you to take Gohan with you. Suzi glared at him, waved his hand, and said directly, it's settled, we will gather on Gaixian Island tomorrow morning. If anyone doesn't come, Suzi clenched his fist and glanced around, making everyone who met his eyes feel numb. It was obvious that this elder brother was really interested in their practice. Guaranteed to be on time. Sun Wukong was the first to straighten his body and roared loudly. I also promise to be on time. After cleaning up the corpses, Klin and Yamcha looked at each other. This opportunity is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and will definitely take their fighting power to the next level. The day passed quickly. The next morning, Suzi got up and washed up before arriving at Gaixian Island. Brother Suzi is here. Uncle Suzi. Seeing Suzi's arrival, everyone who was originally lazy immediately became energetic. They all straightened their bodies and shouted to Suzi. Among them, the cutest one was little Gohan. This little guy glared. With his big eyes, he stared at Suzy with a cute look. The call he made to Uncle Suzy just now was even more milky. Suzy burst into laughter and started thinking at the same time. Doesn't he need to take safety measures and let Bulma and Rajri give birth to 2 babies for him as soon as possible? Well, thinking about it, I am not too young anymore and it is time for me to have offspring. Suzy's eyes flickered, and a soft smile slowly appeared on his face. Brother Suzy, why are you laughing? Sun Wukong suddenly spoke. Laugh. Suzy's face instantly became serious. He glanced at Sun Wukong, flew into the sky, and a cold voice came, everyone, follow me. In the next 3 months, I will conduct a devil training for you. I believe that after a few months, I think you are not just going to the next level, at least go a few steps higher. After hearing Suzy's words, everyone trembled inexplicably, especially Klin. He glanced at the Tianjin rice on the side, swallowed, laughed twice, and said, why do I feel like this? Will this devilish training make me afraid to train under Brother Suzy for the rest of my life? The third eye on Tianjin Fan's forehead was blinking crazily, and he also had the same premonition as Klin's. Why are you so dazed? Hurry up and follow, the last person to follow will be the first to receive my first round of training. At this moment, Suzy's voice came again. Phew! As soon as the words came, Klin, Tianjin Fan, and Yamcha set off instantly. Nonsense! Among the people present, they are the weakest and do not have the upper hand. They must be the ones waiting for them to arrive last. Whoosh! Sun Wukong also flew into the sky with little Gohan in his arms and chased in the direction of Suzy Fi. Chapter 30. 3 months passed quietly. This day was the last day of the devil's training. After 3 months of devil training, I can see everyone's growth. To be honest, I am very happy. On an island, Suzy looked at Sun Wukong and others with a smile. After 3 months of devil training, Sun Wukong's combat effectiveness increased from 250,000 points to 700,000 points, and Piccolo's combat effectiveness also increased from 100,000 points to 300,000 points. As for Klin and the others, they are much inferior. Their combat power has only increased from 50,000 points to about 120,000 points. However, this is already a great satisfaction for Klin and the others. Even Suzy was extremely shocked by the growth of little Gohan. Before professional system training, this little guy's combat power was around 5,000 points, but after 3 months of devil training, it increased tenfold, soaring to 50,000 points. A lot of fighting power. If it weren't for Brother Suzy, I probably wouldn't have grown up so fast. Sun Wukong was very grateful to Suzy. As he said, if it weren't for Suzy's help, he would definitely not be any stronger than he was in the original work. Suzy waved his hand and didn't say much. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the selection task and obtaining the following items: Battle Robot House, 5% chance of weakening attribute effects, normal combat power of 10 billion points, time stopping spell plus 0.5 seconds. The system beep sounded in his mind, and Suzy opened his character attribute panel and checked. Host, Suzy. Bloodline, the original Scion. Normal state, 30 billion points of combat power. Skills, Kaio Fist without side effects 10 times, upgraded version of teleportation, clearing ability, gold level, time stopping technique, 0.8 seconds, 15% chance of weakening attribute effects. Items, Battle Robot House, Super Scion 5 Experience Card, 10,000 times Gravity Room, 20 times Time Flow Spiritual Time Room. Luxury. This kind of character attribute panel is extremely luxurious. The normal combat power reaches 30 billion points. Under the 50 times transformation increase state of Super Saiyan 1, his combat power will reach a terrifying 1.5 trillion points. In Super Saiyan 4's 4000 times combat power increase state, the combat power is 120 trillion points. If converted into trillions, then 120 trillion points of combat power is 120 trillion points of combat power. The unit after mega is kyo, and 10,000 megabytes is 1 kyo. Beerus in Dragon Ball Super has a numerical value of 10. I don't know whether it is 10 kyo or a unit above kyo. Suzi's eyes flickered and he began to think about it. Brother Suzi, it seems that Vegeta hasn't left the earth yet. At this moment, Klin suddenly spoke. If he read it correctly a month ago, Vegeta had appeared on this island. I know. Suzi nodded. Krillin has discovered Vegeta's existence. There is no reason why he can't discover it. Moreover, this guy is not only secretly observing Suzi and others, he is also secretly using Suzi's venue. This venue, that is, a gravity chamber. As for a small spiritual time chamber, Suzi also has one, but currently he feels that it is not suitable for Sun Wukong and others to use, so he has not taken it out. Vegeta is really good. In 2 months of fishing in troubled waters, he was able to grow 200,000 combat power points to 320,000 combat power points. He is worthy of being the second male lead. Suzi sensed Vegeta's fighting prowess and shook his head with a smile. Next, you should practice well on your own. I am going on a long trip. Suzi solemnly said to Sun Wukong and others, I hope to see you making progress, because the safety of the earth in the future needs you to protect it. Brother Suzi, just leave. Don't worry, I will never slack off in my practice. Sun Wukong clenched his fists and clenched them, with a look of excitement on his face. Although he is still far from Suzi's level, his growth in the past 3 months, to be honest, has allowed him to see some of the potential to catch up with Suzi. Hope. Bang. Suzi smiled slightly, reached out and patted Sun Wukong's shoulder, then pointed his index finger to the center of his eyebrows, and disappeared in place. The next second, Suzi had already appeared. Came to Namek. As for why he came to Namek, it was naturally very simple. Half a month ago, the mission system of selecting the system was opened, indicating that Frieza would invade Namek in half a month and take it by force. The Dragon Balls on Namek. Therefore, his system mission this time is to kill Frieza and then protect Namek from being invaded. Not to mention how generous the mission reward is, it is just a god-level evolution. Opportunity, but it's not too bad. At least this opportunity for god-level evolution can bring his overall combat power to a higher level. Phew. At this moment, Suzi teleported in the courtyard where the Great Elder was. Mr. Suzi, why are you here? The appearance of a strange man, Nelu, who was standing guarding behind the Great Elder, reacted instantly. After seeing that it was Suzi, he asked in surprise. Something is about to happen on Namek. Suzi smiled slightly. Oh. Hearing Suzi's words, the elder slowly opened his eyes. A light flashed out of his cloudy eyes and said, Does Mr. Suzi have the power of precognition? Haha. It's not considered a precognition technique either. Suzi laughed, and then seemed to sense something. He turned his head and looked at the sky. About 10 seconds passed, and he saw a huge space battleship flying into Namek from outer space. Coming. Suzi said softly, but he felt a little emotional in his heart. When he was on planet Vegeta, he was far inferior to Frieza. He didn't dare to think of any resistance at all, so he could only escape helplessly. Now he, not to mention Frieza, even Majin Buu in front of him, would only be killed in seconds. Please ask for monthly flower evaluation tickets, thank you all. Chapter 31. At the same time, among the space battleships in the sky. King Frieza, we have arrived on Namek. Frieza's right-hand man, Dodoria, stood respectfully in front of Frisia, who was sitting on a small disc flying object, and said with a smile, "I know." Frisia tilted his head and glanced down through the screen, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and said calmly, "Originally, I didn't even need to come to this planet in person, but it's a pity that my Jinyu team seems to have been killed." According to his idea, Team Jinyu is completely qualified to take something from a weak Namekian planet. However, he has asked his men to try to contact everyone in Team Jinyu. Over the years, I haven't received a response since, so I don't even have to think about it. I'm afraid I'm already dead. King Frisia, if you want to make a wish, you still have to come in person. Dodoria explained, so it doesn't mean that your trip was in vain. Let's go. Frisia waved his hand, and the small disc flying object under his seat slowly flew up and flew out of the space battleship gate. Dodoria hurriedly followed, and then the two of them flew out of the universe one after the other. Battleship. Frisia. When Frisia and Dodoria slowly flew out of the space battleship, Suzy in the Grand Elder's courtyard instantly narrowed his eyes and called out Frisia's name with a chuckle. Frisia. Mr. Suzy, is the name you just read that of Frisia, the evil emperor of the universe? Nielu was stunned for a moment, and then asked with a shocked look on his face. Yes. Suzy smiled slightly. Hiss. Frisia is notorious in the universe as the shadow of a famous tree. Therefore, when he heard Frisia's name, Neru suddenly took a breath of air and his face became more. The look of fear is gradually revealed. Don't panic. Just a little, Frisia. Suzy shook his head and smiled, and slowly rose up, flying towards the high sky where Frisia and Dodoria were. Great Elder, is Mr. Suzy the opponent of the evil Emperor Frisia? After Suzy left the courtyard, Nielu asked in a deep voice. I don't know. But, we just have to believe. The Great Elder doesn't know how strong Frisia is, let alone how strong Suzy is. So, he doesn't make any comments, because in the end there are only two results. First, Suzy wins and saves Namek. Second, Frisia wins and Namek is destroyed. Therefore, the Great Elder understands that he only needs to wait quietly for the end of the incident. Lu also figured out the key point, raised his head and looked at the sky solemnly, praying in his heart that Frisia would not be the opponent of Mr. Suzy. Oh! Scion! At this moment, Frisia on the small disc flying object in the sky saw Suzy in the sky not far away, and his brows suddenly raised. Frisia, hello! Suzy smiled and waved hello. Ah! Seeing Suzy's relaxed and casual attitude, Frisia immediately sneered and said, It's really worthwhile to come to Namek this time. Not only can you get the Dragon Balls, but you can also kill a Scion. No no no. Suzy shook his fingers twice and said calmly, It's not you who kill me, it's me who kills you. Fu, you are such an interesting Scion. Frisia's voice was not loud, but it was not small either. His laughter was very penetrating, and the whole sky was filled with his laughter. Phew! At this moment, Nielu from the Grand Elder's court flew up sky. Niru? What are you here for? Suzy couldn't help but be stunned when he saw Nielu. I am the strongest fighting Namekian, and I want to be able to help you, Suzy. Niru said in a deep voice. After hearing his words, Suzy shook his head and smiled, and was about to speak. At this time, an ugly man behind Frisia spoke. King Frisia, that despicable Scion, leave it to me and this Namekian. He is Dodoria, one of Frisia's right-hand men. In the original book, his combat power is 22,000 points. In addition to being a powerful warrior, he is also a guy who is good at conspiracy. However, Suzy glanced at him now. This guy's combat power was several times stronger than in the original work, reaching the level of 100,000 combat power points. In that case, Mr. Dodoria, please start your performance. Frisia on the small disc flying object said with a smile. Yes. Dodoria bowed respectfully, then set his eyes on Suzy, and then turned his eyes to Nelu. A cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. I have decided, I will use your beauty. Let the nemesis strike first. Phew. As soon as Dodoria's words fell, his figure flickered and disappeared. His speed was very fast, and he arrived in front of Nelu in the blink of an eye. Bang! As soon as he punched out, his next punch came out again. Ah! Neru's combat power is about 30,000 points at most. How can Dodoria's opponent, who has 100,000 combat power, fly backwards with 2 punches? This is not enough. Dodoria flew forward and kicked him out. A dazzling golden light appeared in the palm of his hand, which was charging the energy cannon. Boom! Neru was kicked away, and Dodoria directly the charged energy cannon was blasted on him. There was a roar and black smoke rising in the air. Too weak, too weak. Can this be called the strongest fighting name Kian? Dodoria laughed, then took a few steps forward, looking down at Nelu who was lying on the ground and seemed to be unconscious. His hand slowly started to move, and a dazzling golden light appeared in the palm of his hand again. He was ready to end this beautiful scene. The life of the nemesis. At this moment, Suzy teleported in front of Dodoria. He raised his hand and punched out. Poof! Dodoria flew backwards in the air. Come with a mouth full of blood. Dross! I am going to kill you. Dodoria, who was flying upside down, quickly stabilized her body, wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, then stared at Suzy fiercely and roared. Dross! Suzy nodded in agreement. Ha ha ha! Dodoria raised his head and burst into laughter, full of arrogance. He thought that the scum in Suzy's mouth was talking about himself. Little did he know. Call out! The next second, a figure flashed and appeared in front of him instantly. What are you laughing at? What's so funny about this? Suzy's indifferent voice reached Dodolia's ears, and then a hand directly pinched his neck, exerting a slight force, causing his laughter to stop abruptly. You! Dodoria struggled to pronounce a sound. What happened to me? Suzy grinned and strengthened his hands a little more. Well! Dodoria's originally pink skin turned red in vain at this moment. Scion, Mr. Dodoria is one of my right-hand men. Do you dare to kill him? A scolding sound sounded. Suzy turned his head and looked, and it was Frisia who was on the small disc flying object who said indifferently. In response, Suzy smiled softly. He had no scruples about Frisia. He used his strength to crush Dodoria to death, even Frisia would be crushed to death if he wanted to. Bang! Ya's body was thrown away, and Suzy fired another finger cannon, blasting his body into pulp. Frisia, Dodoria, if I kill them, so what? Phew! After Suzy finished speaking, his whole body was like a cannonball, and he instantly arrived in front of Frisia on the small disc flying object. Bang! Raise his hand, a punch came out violently. Under Frisia's incredible gaze, he then found himself flying out. For large chapters, please ask for flower evaluation tickets and monthly tickets. Each chapter of this book has a lot of words. Chapter 32. Damn monkey, tell me your name. Soon, Frisia, who was blown away, stabilized his body. In midair, he looked at Suzy with a cold smile. Frisia, don't pretend to be calm, I can see a trace of fear deep in your heart. Suzy had a harmless smile on his face and ignored Frisia's question. Ah! Frisia's face became gloomier again, and he sneered, raised his hand and pointed it out. Phew! A finger cannon spurted out from his fingertips, pointing directly at Suzy. Bang! Suzy raised his hand and pointed this one directly. The finger cannon flew away and exploded on one side. There was a roar of explosions, followed by frightened screams from Frisia's legionnaires. What a damn little monkey! Frisia glanced sideways and saw that many of his men who had just flown out of the space battleship to prepare for the battle were killed by his finger cannon. No. Phew. When Frisia retracted his squinting gaze, a voice directly entered his ears. And then, a sound broke through the air. The next second, the fist arrived. Boom. This punch hit Frisia firmly in the face. Boom. Before he could react, Susie raised his foot and stepped on Frisia's entire body. Today, it won't be me who dies. A cold voice sounded in the field, and a dazzling golden energy ball appeared in the palm of Susie's hand, which was stepping on Frisia's head, and it was aimed at Frisia's body. Awful! Frisia roared angrily, and a powerful aura rose up from his body. Then, he broke free from Susie's feet and flew into the sky in an instant. Boom! Just when Frisia just broke free, Susie's palm, the energy ball had been thrown out, and centered around his feet. The power of the energy ball spread across the entire earth. Suddenly, there was a burst of sand and black smoke gradually filling the air. Soon, more than 10 seconds passed. Bell, the flying sand dispersed. Frisia in the sky lowered his head and looked down. His eyes gradually narrowed, and he saw that the land was already a bottomless pit. The power of that little monkey has exceeded my understanding of the Scion race. Frisia's narrowed eyes cast an eerie light, and inexplicably, he suddenly had a bad premonition rising from the bottom of his heart. He suddenly and inexplicably remembered a piece of news passed down from his ancestors, that there was a legendary golden warrior in the Scion clan, Super Scion. Ah! I almost killed you, Frisia. Susie, on his side, slowly flew up into the sky, folded his arms, facing Frisia, the evil emperor of the universe, in a cat and mouse-like manner. Frisia in the sky had already transformed. He has become a second form, with a combat power of up to 1.4 million points. However, it is still a bit weak for Susie. Let alone transforming into a Super Scion. Even in his normal state, Frisia is not comparable. But what makes Suzy a little curious and surprised is that all the guys in the original work are much stronger than in the original work. Why does Frisia, like the original work, only have 1.4 million combat points in his second form? Damn monkey, don't get too proud too soon. Frisia's face became more and more ugly. He thought that he, the evil emperor of the universe, was looked down upon by such a lowly dead monkey. Why? Phew. At this moment, Suzy moved. Frisia's face in the sky changed, and he subconsciously took a few steps back. Boom. However, just by retreating like this, Suzy arrived in front of him in an instant. With a fierce punch, the ground exploded, sending Frisia flying away. King Frisia. Seeing Frisia being beaten away by Suzy, the soldiers in Frisia's legion couldn't help showing shock on their faces. Mr. Suzy, it's really powerful. Below, Nailu, who woke up from a coma, looked up and saw Suzy punching Frisia away, which made his eyes widen. At first, he felt victory this time was almost slim, but at this moment, he didn't think so. Come on, Mr. Suzy. Nailu got up from the ground, waving his fists to cheer for Suzy in the sky. Damn dead monkey! On Frisia's side, he had once again stabilized his body in mid-air, looking coldly at Suzy, who was dozens of meters above him opposite him. Boom! He no longer thought about it and directly transformed into third form. In this form, his combat power reaches 2.3 million points. Is it the third form? Seeing Frisia's third form, Suzy's eyes suddenly flickered, and a teasing smile appeared on his face. Why didn't he kill Frisia directly? It was because he wanted this guy to be afraid of him. Yes. He wants to become a man who is feared even by a guy who is revered as the Emperor of Evil. When Frisia felt that he was stronger than Suzy, Suzy beat him and crushed him, absolutely disturbing. At the very least, Frisia will hate him extremely. From now on, I am afraid that Sun Wukong will no longer be the guy Frisia hates the most, but Suzy will be the guy Frisia hates the most. Call out. While Suzy was still thinking about it, Frisia moved. His speed was so fast that he could almost jump through space, and he arrived in front of Suzy in an instant. Boom! Boom! Suzy's reaction was not slow. He raised his hand and punched out, which collided with Frisia's fist. Suzy's control of strength is extremely perfect, not much different from Frisia. Bang bang bang! Frisia, is this your third form transformation? I think, not good. Damn monkey! The two started fighting fiercely, constantly engaging in physical collisions with physical fighting methods. Bang! Bang! The two of them fought fiercely for almost a minute. Each of them fired a punch. No one was able to dodge. Suzy remained motionless. And Frisia flew out upside down. The power of this dead monkey! Frisia flew out and quickly stabilized his body again. He looked at Suzy high up in the sky not far away with a look of shock on his face. He couldn't figure out why the race of scions would suddenly have such an extremely powerful scion. Chapter 33. You know, what he is maintaining now is the third form of transformation, with a combat power of up to 2.3 million points. Why? Why is this guy still able to gain the upper hand in front of him? He didn't put much thought into taking off his clothes. At this moment, he wanted to force Frisia out of his fourth form immediately. If he transformed into Super Saiyan 1 again, he would probably make this guy's mentality completely explode. Call out! He moved, this time much faster than before. Boom! In the blink of an eye, he was close to Frisia, raised his hand and punched him away. Mr. Suzy's strength is so terrifying. This scene once again caused a look of disbelief on Neru's face. Frisia, that rascal, is he really the evil Emperor Frisia who is so weak and rampant in the universe? It's not that Frisia is weak, it's that Mr. Suzy is too powerful. I don't know when, the Great Elder appeared behind Nalo and said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Nalo was speechless for a while. Yes. That is definitely Frisia himself. It's not that he is too weak, but this Mr. Suzy is so terrifying, so terrifying. Bang bang bang! There are constant sounds of blows in the sky, and it is Suzy who keeps beating Frisia. The latter has no ability to fight back. My nose is already bruised and my face is swollen. Damn it! Damn stinky monkey! Ah! You are dead, I will cut you into pieces. Boom! In the end, after Suzy knocked Frisia away with another punch, the latter burst into anger. Frisia roared, his combat power soaring in vain at this moment. 3 million combat power points. 4 million combat power points. 5 million points of combat power. After a while, Frisia's combat power had soared to 20 million points. Awful! This is my fourth form transformation, no one has seen it before, because everyone who has seen this transformation has died in my hands. Although Frisia's nose was bruised and his face was swollen, he had a confident smile on his face that was in control of everything. He looked at Suzy as if he were looking at a dead person. Frisia, is this guy so powerful? When Nalo below saw this scene, a feeling of fear suddenly rose from the bottom of his heart. Frisia, you in the fourth form, hee. In the sky, Suzy laughed. He finally inspired Frisia's fourth form, and this is not his simple initial fourth form. In Suzy's view, Frisia, who has a combat power of 20 million points, may be able to enter the final stage of the fourth form with 120 million combat power points if he breaks out again. Die! Phew! Frisia moved, and his speed was so fast that no one could see his trajectory with the naked eye. Bang! Raising his hand, Frisia punched Suzy directly away. Boom! Flying away, Frisia raised his hand again and blasted Suzy with a super powerful finger cannon. Boom! In an instant, explosions and roars echoed throughout the sky. Ah ha ha ha! You monkey, like a bastard, must die. Seeing a dark mushroom cloud rising in the sky, Frisia suddenly laughed arrogantly. In his opinion, there is absolutely no way Suzy could survive his attack this time. Hateful! Nalo below saw this scene, with a tragic look on his face. He flew directly into the sky, apparently ready to avenge Suzy. Boom! Time passed by second, and soon, 1 minute time passed. At this moment, an extremely terrifying aura suddenly burst out from the dark mushroom cloud. The next second, there was a very dazzling golden light that directly dispersed the dark mushroom cloud. Golden light! Seeing this dazzling golden light, Frisia's expression suddenly changed. His body trembled involuntarily at this moment, and his voice was trembling. Here, the smoke slowly and completely dispersed, and the young man with blonde hair, green eyes, and golden arrogance rising around him came into everyone's sight. Super Scion! This, is he really the Golden Warrior, the Super Scion that his ancestors said? Seeing Suzy's Super Scion transformation, Frisia roared uncontrollably, his tone full of disbelief. Phew! Honestly, Frisia, I hate you so much. As a sound broke through the air, the next second, Suzy's figure had appeared in front of Frisia. Whether it was in this life or when he was watching anime in his previous life, he actually hated this arrogant and hypocritical guy. Bang! At this time, a cold voice sounded in Frisia's ears, and then a golden punch hit Frisia on the nose. Ah! With a crisp sound and a scream of pain, Frisia flew backwards, and a line of blood spurted out from his nostrils in mid-air. Suzy, expressionless, flew forward before Frisia flew upside down. Lisa clenched his fists in the air and slammed into his chest. Boom! Under everyone's shocked eyes, Frisia fell directly below, and a bottomless pit appeared on the ground. Superior! Horrible! Seeing this scene, Naru took a breath of air. It was not just him who felt horrified. Both Frisia's legionnaires and the Namekians who came out of the village felt that Super Scion 1 was at this moment. The suppressive power displayed by Suzy in this state is simply too terrifying. Please ask for monthly flower evaluation tickets, thank you all. Chapter 34. Boom! Zaisui, you are happy too early. Phew! The roar sounded, and Frisia flew up from the pit. What he looked like at this moment was the final stage of his fourth form, and his combat power reached an astonishing 120 million points. Ah! Suzy stared at Frisia in the final stage of his fourth form and sneered. He clenched his fists tightly and stagnated in mid-air like a curved shrimp. Then he roared. Since this guy thinks that he is extremely powerful in his final stage. Then he made Frisia understand that his power was not just that of Super Scion 1. Boom! His aura exploded again, and his combat power instantly surged to 1.5 trillion points. 2.5 trillion points of combat power. After a while, his combat power has reached 3 trillion points. This is the transformed form of Super Scion 2. The strength of this dead monkey. Frisia stared at Super Scion 2 Suzy, feeling even more frightened in his heart, and this emotion made him even more angry. Call out! While Frisia was thinking about it, Suzy's body had already moved. His speed was very fast, and after his figure flickered for a moment, he arrived directly in front of Frisia. Boom! Boom! Suzy punched out, and Frisia subconsciously punched out with his backhand. The gap in combat power between the two is too great. Frisia is no match for Suzy. With a cry of pain, Frisia flew backwards countless times. Suzy had to withdraw his strength. Otherwise, if he punched him, Frisia would be blown away by one punch. Call out! Suzy took one step forward and started beating Frisia violently. But after beating for a while, Suzy suddenly felt something was wrong. because Frisia's aura also began to rise. As the most powerful boss in the current Dragon Ball plot stage, Frisia's, you can imagine how strong arrogance is. But it's a pity that this guy's aura has not increased so obviously. When Frisia's aura completely stabilized, Suzy used the system to take a look. With 200 million points of combat power, he was still so weak that he was not worth mentioning. Bang! After another fist attack, only Frisia could see him. Lisa flew out again. Awful! I won't let you die here. Due to Suzy's repeated efforts, Frisia quickly stabilized his body, gritted his teeth in mid-air, raised his right hand, stretched out a finger and pointed it at the sky. Oops! A red light exploded, and then an energy ball slowly condensed at his fingertips. After a few seconds, this very small red energy ball expanded in vain. Atmospheric bomb! In the sky, Suzy saw the huge energy ball on Frisia's fingertips, and his eyes slowly narrowed. As a loyal Dragon Ball fan, how could he not know the name of the energy ball used by Frisia? This guy, do you want to destroy everything? Suzy muttered, then raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Atmospheric bomb is probably Frisia's strongest skill at present. Its destructive power can easily destroy the entire Namek. In other words, Suzy's Frisia can't do anything to him. Lisa, I have the idea that everyone will die in the universe. But this guy didn't know that first Suzy had the skill of teleportation. He could search for the breath of planets in the universe and then teleport. Second, in the face of Suzy's absolute strength, what does Frisia's atmospheric bomb released with only 200 million points of combat power mean? Die! Frisia's face was full of madness at this moment. And he threw the big bomb in his hand directly at Suzy. Clear! Facing the huge atmospheric bomb, Suzy's face did not change. He just stretched out a finger and tapped it lightly in the void. In an instant, a ray of light shot out from his fingertips, facing the sky. The atmospheric bomb released by Lisa. Chi! When the two collided, a small sound was heard in the air, and then a line of smoke rose up, and the huge atmospheric bomb dissipated into the world. What? Seeing this scene, Frisia's expression changed completely, with a look of disbelief on his face. He stared at Suzy and roared, "You, what exactly did you do? Why did my atmospheric bomb just disappear?" Hee hee. Suzy let out a chuckle, and his figure flashed, and the next second he appeared in front of Frisia. Click! Raising his hand, Suzy directly pinched Frisia's neck and said lightly, "You think you are powerful? In fact, in my eyes, it is not worth mentioning. I just wanted to tease you. Do you really think it would take any effort for me to kill you?" Bang! As he spoke, Suzy raised his hand and punched Frisia directly in the face, then raised his leg and hit Frisia in the abdomen. "Don't worry, I won't kill you so easily. This time, when you go back and practice hard, it's best for me to see you with a completely new transformation." Suzy smiled slightly, exerted a little force on his hand, and blasted Frisia to pieces with a Qigong cannon. Just breaking Frisia into pieces would not have a fatal effect on him. Suzy guessed that what happened today should be like the original work. The result of the battle between Sun Wukong and him is the same. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the task issued by the system and getting a chance to evolve to a god level. Use now or delay use. After the incident ended, the system prompt sounded in Suzy's mind. Delayed use. It was naturally impossible for Suzy to take advantage of this rare opportunity for god-level evolution. He turned his head and focused his attention on the space battleship not far away and the trembling group of Frisia's legionnaires. Phew! The purging ability was activated, and the people in that area and the space battleship disappeared from the world in an instant, as if they had never appeared. Mr. Suzy really controls the power of the gods. Seeing this scene, a light flashed in the turbid eyes of the great elder below, and he exclaimed. If So Zi heard the words of the great elder, he would probably shake his head and chuckle. His cleaning ability is even worse than that of the gods. He is qualified to control it, but even the high-ranking angels and even the great priests are definitely not qualified to control this ability. Update sent. Please ask for the flower evaluation ticket monthly ticket. It seems that it has not increased. The author feels so uncomfortable. The update of this book is very fast. The author of this book, Dragon Ball, only updates it 2 or 3 times a day, and even the update is unstable. For the author's hard work, please give me some food. Looking pitifully at the readers. Chapter 35. 3 months after the Namek incident ended. On this day, So Zi walked out of the practice room in the backyard of his home. Host, So Zi. Bloodline, the original scion. Normal state, 40 billion points of combat power. Skills, Kyo Fist without side effects 10 times, upgraded version of teleportation, clearing ability, gold level, time-stopping technique, 0.8 seconds, 15% chance of weakening attribute effects. Items, Battle Robot House, a Super Scion 5 experience card, a 10,000 times gravity room, a 20 times time flow spiritual time room, a chance to evolve to a god level. After checking his character attribute panel, So Zi couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, and a look of surprise slowly appeared on his face. How long has it been since then, and he has actually increased his combat power by a full 10 billion points in the few months he has been fighting combat robots. Having said that, it seems that my combat power is increasing faster and faster as it gets higher and higher. So Zi's eyes flickered. In the early days, even if he didn't practice every day, he could increase his combat power by about 1 million points for no reason. Now, he can basically increase his normal combat power by 3 to 4 million points without practicing for a day. I don't know if my ancestor Scion blood can still undergo a god-level evolution. So Zi murmured softly. Husband! Husband! At this moment, 2 surprised voices rang out. It was Bulma and Lazuli. So Zi turned around and saw the 2 women running towards him quickly. He immediately opened his arms and waited for the 2 women to enter. Pregnant. Rajri, I'm going to the Dragon Ball Chrono world. Should you and Bulma go with me or stay in the Dragon Ball Chrono world? So Zi asked. What did Bulma's sister say? Rajri glanced at Bulma and asked softly. When men do things, women follow them. Bulma smiled, stretched out her hand to touch So Zi's chest, and said tenderly, I'm just waiting for my husband to come back at home. That, Bulma's sister and I will wait at home for my husband to come back. Lazuli said. Oh okay, also. So Zi thought for a moment and nodded. Then, before leaving, the couple played games together for about 3 hours. After kissing the foreheads of the 2 wives who were extremely tired on the bed, So Zi directly after leaving the world of Dragon Ball GT, he came to the world of Dragon Ball Super Time. On May 7, 774 AD. So Zi asked about the system's Dragon Ball Super timeline, and this was the conclusion he got. On May 7, 774, wasn't this the beginning of the 25th World's #1 Martial Arts Conference? So Zi didn't react at the first moment, but then his eyelids twitched suddenly, and he suddenly remembered. This time span is quite big. So Zi smiled, then pointed his index finger and middle finger between his eyebrows, and began to sense Sun Wukong's chi. Phew! The next second, So Zi's figure disappeared from the place, and when he reappeared, he was already ranked #1 in martial arts in the world. He waited at the gate of the conference venue for a short while, only to hear an excited voice suddenly come from behind. So Zi! He is really So Zi! Hearing someone calling his name, So Zi turned around and saw Sun Wukong staring at him excitedly, then running towards him quickly. Long time no see, Sun Wukong! So Zi smiled and waved hello to him. In the original book, The final combat power index of Sun Wukong's Super Saiyan 2 transformation form at this moment is almost 200 billion points. But now, Su Ziyi took a look and saw that this kid's current Super Saiyan 2 transformation form had a final combat power index of 500 billion points. This is just the transformation form of Super Saiyan 2, his combat power can reach 500 billion points. When he transforms into Super Saiyan 3, this kid's combat power will reach a terrifying 2000 billion points of combat power. It's indeed different. Su Ziyi's eyes flickered. Whether it is the Dragon Ball GT Time and Space World or this Dragon Ball Super Time and Space World, the combat power of each character is much stronger than that of the original work at the same time. Su Ziyi. Vegeta also called Su Ziyi at this time. Su Ziyi came back to his senses and glanced at Vegeta. In the original work, this guy's Super 2 form has 180 billion combat points and now the Super 2 form can reach it with 360 billion points. He was considered a powerful guy. At this time, Colin came out, and Su Ziyi immediately focused on him. This guy's hair had grown out, and he looked a little weird, but Su Ziyi had more. His eyes were focused on the tall woman behind him. She was a beautiful woman with blue hair. But she couldn't catch Su Ziyi's eyes at all. Really, after Lazuli is with me, a replacement will appear. Su Ziyi smiled slightly in his heart. Soon, Turtle Immortal and others also appeared, and after saying hello to each other, the group of people walked towards the venue in a mighty manner. This time, the world's #1 martial arts conference is different from the previous ones. The preliminaries were to use a boxing machine to test their strength and then advance to the finals. After a while, Su Ziyi and a large group of people came to the field. At first glance, they saw a lot of people crowded together, and it was very lively. Sun Wukong walked side by side and scanned the whole place. He didn't see the two demonized people in the original work. Even at a glance, there were no powerful characters. However, he turned around and saw two very special ones. Familiar guys, East Kaishin Xin and his servant Jobit seemed to sense it. The short East Kaishin turned his eyes. After looking at Su Ziyi, this little Kaishin looked at them. Su Ziyi's brows could not help but slowly wrinkled. Su Ziyi just looked at East Kaijin and looked back. Although this guy is on the same level as Beerus, the god of destruction, his combat power is only 100 million points. This level of combat power is not enough to squeeze his teeth. He can blow it up with just a raise of his hand. Of course, if this guy's combat power was in the early stages of Dragon Ball World, it would be extremely terrifying, but it is already in the middle stage. Well, this 40 billion point combat power is just like cannon fodder. But think about it, this guy is indeed a soy sauce guy in the original work, so Su Ziyi doesn't have much interest in this guy. Lord Kaishin, did you feel anything about that man just now? Su Ziyi didn't pay much attention to them, but they were attracted by Su Ziyi's presence. Jabit, the follower of Kaishin, frowned and whispered, the breath seems a bit strange. I know, from what I can sense, his breath is indeed a bit strange. Xion's eyes gradually narrowed, and his face was full of solemnity. He looked at Su Ziyi's back, which was slowly disappearing into the crowd, and frowned. This guy's aura is very ethereal. If it weren't for my amazing sensitivity, I would never have been able to sense a single bit of his breath. You know, the breath that cannot be sensed by humans or gods is a symbol of gods. That rascal, could it also be a god? Please give me a monthly pass. Chapter 36. What did you say? That man just now actually had the aura of a god. Hearing the words of East Kaijin Shen, Jobit's eyes suddenly widened. Yes, that's right. Of course, that's assuming I'm not mistaken. East Kaishin Xin took a deep breath, with a strong look of doubt in his brows. The connection between gods and gods is very strong. However, Su Ziyi is too strong, and this man's aura is extremely restrained. He didn't realize how strong this mysterious guy was. Soon, the preliminaries began, and Suzy also signed up to participate in the world's best martial arts tournament. For him, this martial arts tournament was just a small event. It's just an interlude, the real highlight will be the subsequent appearance of Majin Bu. The 2-hour preliminary round passed quickly, and then the youth division competition began. Suzy waited quietly, and the ending was the same as in the original work. There was no difference. Trunks won the championship of the juvenile division. Another 10 minutes passed, and the first match of the adult division began. The first match was between 2 original Dragon Ball characters. Suzy took it back after just one glance. From his own perspective, he had no impression of these 2 guys, so he continued to chat with Sun Wukong and others to pass the time, while paying attention to the 2 demonized people. In about 20 minutes, the first battle was over. Followed by the second and third games, it took about an hour to finish, and soon came the fourth game. This time it was Sun Wuhan's turn. Come on! Gohan! Bai Lidi in the background clenched her fist and cheered on Sun Wuhan. Hey hey! Sun! Wufan smiled and scratched his head, and walked out of the backstage resting area with a relaxed pace. Seeing that Sun Wuhan was about to start the game, Suzy and others followed him out. However, what Suzy found strange was that the duel turned out to be between Sun Wuhan and one of the 2 demons. You know, in the original book, it was Bai Lidi who fought with one of the demons, but now, it is Sun Wuhan. Sun Wuhan fought against one of the demons, which made Suzy feel a little weird. However, the battle between the 2 seemed normal, but it was still very fierce. But the longer the battle continued, the more Sun Wuhan became. It became even more strange. Because his opponent was not tired at all, but became more energetic as he fought. After a while, when Sun Wuhan was about to finish the battle, a figure suddenly appeared behind him and choked him. Not only that, Sun Wuhan felt that he couldn't exert himself for some reason, so he could only let the demon behind him lock him and prevent him from moving. Seeing this scene, Suzy felt it for a moment, and quickly turned his attention to the East Kaiwen god Xin and his follower Jobit beside him, and his eyes gradually narrowed. Sun Wuhan, this kid being unable to move was probably caused by these 2 guys. The reason was very simple. The demonic man wanted to absorb energy so that he could return to Babadai to hand in the task, while Xin and the 2 wanted to find out who Babadai was. Biddy's location is just right to annihilate Babadai and Majin Buu's embryos in one fell swoop. Gohan! Biladai suddenly panicked when she saw this scene. Sun Wukong on the side also frowned, as if he was hesitating whether to go up. At this moment, the Eastern Kai Wangshen Xin slowly flew over and said to Sun Wukong. They bowed and saluted, then raised their bodies and said, "Everyone, I know you feel distressed, but please believe me, never take action. After they absorb Sun Wuhan's energy, I will tell you everything later. Ah! Whatever you want, just don't stop me from fighting Kakarot." Hearing this, Vegeta, who was crossing his arms, snorted coldly. The reason why he participated in the world's best martial arts tournament this time is naturally because he has grown a lot and wants to kill Kakarot today. Mr. Wukong, please rest assured. Nothing will happen to Sun Wuhan. East Kaijin Shen ignored Vegeta and said sheepishly to Sun Wukong. Fine. Sun Wukong looked towards the ring with some unbearability. At this moment, all the energy in Sun Wuhan's body had been absorbed. The 2 demonized people were also very decisive. As soon as the collection was completed, they flew into the sky excitedly. Within a few seconds, in just one breath, there is no trace left. Chase! Seeing the 2 demonized people flying away, Dong Kai Wangshen Xin's eyes lit up and he hurriedly chased after him. When he was in the sky, he looked at Sun Wukong and others below and said, "Everyone can follow me. Please explain. Jobit, help Mr. Gohan recover and explain to him by the way." Yes. Jabit teleported directly to the ring and began to treat the unconscious Sun Wukong. After hearing Xin's words, Sun Wukong thought for a moment and then flew into the sky. Vegeta's brows suddenly tightened when he saw this scene. He frowned and said, "Cockroach, you said you would have a good fight with me today. Vegeta. When is the day not to fight?" Xin frowned and said in a deep voice, "What happens next is related to the survival of your Earth, and even more to the survival of the entire universe. This kind of thing is the real big deal." "Shut up!" Vegeta shouted loudly and transformed directly into Super Saiyan 1. The powerful fighting power made Xion's expression in the sky suddenly change. He had indeed heard that the Saiyans on Earth were very powerful, but it was actually more powerful than these gods, which made him feel extremely shocked. "I don't care about you. I have to chase those two guys quickly." Xion Yi gritted his teeth and flew away directly. "Vegeta, I'm sorry, let's put the fighting aside for now. After this incident is over, I will have a good fight with you. Hey!" After saying that, Sun Wukong flew towards Xion and chased him. "Cockroach!" Vegeta roared angrily, and also flew after him. At the same time, Suzy also moved. He stopped Vegeta directly and said calmly, "If you want to fight, I don't mind playing with you." "Ah! Do you think that I am the same as I was before?" Vegeta was not afraid when facing Suzy, and transformed directly into Super Saiyan 2. Powerful chi sprayed out, which looked extremely terrifying. However, Suzy's face didn't change, he just transformed into Super Saiyan 1, raised his hand and slapped it casually, directly bringing Super Saiyan 2 Vegeta back to normal. Suzy's fighting ability is truly terrifying. "Oh my god!" Xion and Sun Wukong, who seemed to sense something and turned back to take a look, happened to see this scene, and their expressions suddenly changed. "I am afraid Xion has not really understood Vegeta's power, but Sun Wukong understands it, even though the former is not his opponent. But he is far from having the strength to knock Vegeta back to his normal state with just one slap." It's finally quieter. Suzy returned to his normal appearance, covered his mouth and yawned. "If he didn't take action, I'm afraid this guy Vegeta would cause trouble again. He doesn't care if he wastes other people's time. If he wastes Suzy's time, then that won't work." "Hello. That's right, it's you, carrying Vegeta on your back to keep up with Goku and the others." Suzy glanced at Vegeta, who was unconscious on the ground, then glanced sideways at Klin, who was stunned, and said something. "Good, okay." How could Klin dare to refuse Suzy's request? He ran over in a few steps, carried the unconscious Vegeta and flew into the sky. It's still a big chapter, each chapter is about 2,500 words. Please give me a monthly ticket for the review of Flowers. Let me know in advance what will be released in a few days. When it is released, there will be a minimum of 10 chapters on the day of release. The author does not dare to specify how many chapters. Definitely, the results are ideal, at least 15 chapters can be updated. Chapter 37. Lord Higashi Kaijin, according to you, the monster created by the former evil magician Bibidai is now sealed on the earth. As soon as Suzy caught up, he heard Sun Wukong asking about the East Kaioking god Xion. Yes. That terrifying guy is powerful enough to destroy the entire universe. East Kaio-shen Xion seemed to have thought of something, and a look of fear appeared on his face. He was obviously extremely afraid of Majin Buu. He turned his head and glanced at the others, and said in a deep voice, "So, we absolutely cannot allow that evil monster to be born. Otherwise, let alone the earth, the entire universe will be destroyed by him." Hearing Xion's words, Suzy shook his head inwardly. Majin Buu can indeed destroy the earth, but when it comes to destroying the seventh universe, let alone Majin Buu, even the god of destruction would not dare to do it. The only one who can break this seal is the son of Bibidai, the magician Babidai. Not long ago, we discovered that Babadai has arrived on Earth, and he must be planning how to unlock Majin Buu's seal. When he breaks Majin Buu's seal, we will all die at the hands of this terrifying monster." Hearing the words of the East Kaioshen Xin, and the look of fear on this guy's face at the moment, this made Krillin and Piccolo, who came later, look a little uncomfortable, and there was also a look on their foreheads. Beads of sweat broke out. He was obviously intimidated by Xin's words for a moment. Compared to Piccolo and Klin's solemn expression, Sun Wukong looked excited after hearing Xin's words, full of endless fighting spirit, and asked. He said, "Lord East Kaijin, is that Babadi powerful?" "Not Babadai, that guy's name is Babadai." Xin, the king of the Eastern Realm, glanced at Sun Wukong and said speechlessly, "This guy's fighting power shouldn't be strong, but he is a pure and evil magician who knows a lot of evil magic. So, he should be considered a powerful guy." Hearing this, Sun Wukong's eyes lit up, and the fighting spirit in his body rose again. As a militant, Sun Wukong is full of fighting spirit and expectations for any powerful person. "Oh! By the way, I forgot to tell you one thing." East Kaioshen Xin suddenly seemed to have thought of something, and said, "This guy Babadai is the best at control techniques, and if the person being controlled is controlled by Babadai, whether it is physical fitness or the combat effectiveness will be improved by several levels. But the good thing is that this guy can only control guys with evil thoughts. I think you are all very normal and cannot have evil thoughts, so you only need to be wary of some of his other magics to win." Just when Xin was talking about science, Vegeta, who was being carried by Krillin, woke up faintly. When he heard that Babadai could control a person and that person's combat power increased, his eyes flickered, and he seemed to be a little moved. "Put me down." Coming back to his senses completely, Vegeta's cold voice sounded in the sky. "You can't go down by yourself." When Krillin heard Vegeta's tone, he immediately felt unhappy. After all, he had been carrying this guy for so long along the way. Even if he didn't say thank you, don't talk to him in such a tone. "Ah!" Vegeta slapped Krillin on the back, and then flew to the side. "That's enough." Krillin grinned in pain. If he didn't know that he was no match for Vegeta, he would definitely come back with revenge. Now he has no choice but to swallow his anger. In my opinion, none of us have evil thoughts, but this is not necessarily the case for Vegeta. Suffering to swallow his anger, Krillin still whispered the truth. "Krillin!" Sun Wukong glared at him. He hadn't even seen the enemy yet. If he started fighting among himself, wouldn't he lose half of the game? "Ah!" Facing Klin's suspicion, Vegeta just sneered. He had no interest in explaining anything. After all, he did have such an idea in his mind. The few people stopped arguing and quickly followed the two demonized people. Flying to a vast land, everyone found their positions and landed in a pile of rocks. "Is that guy Babadai?" Sun Wukong imitated Xin Ban and squatted down, looking through the pile of rocks at a short and ugly alien on the ground not far away. At this moment, this guy was holding a small pot in his hand and his face was full of excitement. "Color. Isn't it?" East Kaioshen Xin is not sure, after all, he has never seen what Babadai looks like. "I don't feel like it either. This guy is too vulgar and doesn't feel like pure evil at all." Krillin on the other side spoke. He glanced at Piccolo next to him and joked, "If you really want to say that, I would rather think that Piccolo is a pure evil guy." "Shut up!" Piccolo glared at Krillin. "Shh! Be quiet!" Xin made a silent gesture, turned his head and glanced, only to see Sun Wuhan and Jabit flying over slowly. "Mr. Xin, how are you? Did that guy Babadai show up?" Jabit squatted next to Xin and asked in a low voice. "Temporary, Xin was just about to respond. At this moment, a dark corridor suddenly appeared on the ground, and then two people walked out of it. When he saw the tall man behind him, his expression suddenly changed. What? Reach, Dapra. Jabbat also instantly recognized the tall man with pink skin, with an incredible look on his face. Who is Dapura? Is it very powerful? Sun Wukong blinked on the side and asked slightly excitedly. King of Demon Realm, Dapura. Xin took a deep breath and explained, on the other side of this world, there is actually another world, and that is the Dark Demon Realm. And this guy named Dapura is the king of this world. You may not have the absolute best in this world, but that Dark Demon World has the absolute number one in the world, and that is the king of the demon world, Dapura. Xin's words immediately made everyone present except Suzi, Sun Wukong and Vegeta change their expressions. The title of the king of the demon realm is so scary. At least, it scared Xin and Jabbat. Plus Krillin, Piccolo, and Son Gohan. Ah! Vegeta crossed his arms and sneered, if this kind of scum touches me, I will kill you. Hearing this, Suzi glanced at him sideways, but did not speak. Because he had checked Dapura's combat power. The original combat power of this guy was 70 billion points. Now, perhaps due to the butterfly effect, his combat power has reached 70 billion points. 210 billion points. Dapura's combat power is indeed strong, but against Vegeta at this moment, I am afraid that, as this guy said, there is no suspense at all, and he will definitely be killed. Chapter 38. Vegeta, you have to know that this universe is very big. You are not the only master, and there are countless masters who are stronger than you. You never know how powerful others are, just as you never know how arrogant you are. As a high-ranking god, Xin couldn't bear Vegeta's arrogant and conceited temper, and he immediately got angry. I don't know if you are a master or not, I only know that you are no match for me. Vegeta said lightly, and then slowly flew into the sky. He was ready to use actions to prove his strength. Isn't that Dapura feared by this guy Xin? Then, he personally killed the demon king named Dapura. At that time, what kind of expression will he see when he sees Xin, the so-called aloof god? Vegeta, what are you doing? When Xin saw Vegeta showing his head, his expression suddenly changed, and he scolded, if you fly like this, Babadai and the others will definitely see you. Oops, Lord Xin, Dapura found us. Before Xin finished speaking, Jabbat suddenly exclaimed. It's over. Xin's face turned pale instantly, and he felt weak all over. Finish what? Suzi squinted at this guy. To be honest, although he didn't like Vegeta's temperament very much, he still, compared to the extremely cowardly Eastern Kiowan god Xin, he hates the latter even more. You. Xin looked at Suzi and opened his mouth, but for a moment he didn't know what to say. Just take a good look. Suzi said lightly, perhaps you haven't heard of a saying, that is, man can conquer nature. This day, I'm talking about you gods. Xin Dun was speechless for a while. Facing Suzi, he really didn't dare to argue with him, because he suspected that this person was also a god, and a god with extremely terrifying power. It was definitely not a functional god like him. Pft! Pft! Poof! At this moment, several blasts of sound rang out, and then everyone saw several spits flying over. Get out of the way! The saliva of Dapura, the king of the demon world, has the ability to turn to stone. Once it is contaminated, it will definitely be turned to stone. Xin saw Vegeta rushing up first, and immediately reminded him. Here, Vegeta in the sky had waved his saliva away with his hand. When he heard Xin's words, he lowered his head and looked at his gloved hands. He had already begun to petrify. However, because he was wearing gloves, he was not petrified directly. Vegeta threw away the gloves with a cold snort, and then looked coldly at the laughing demon in the open space not far away. Wang Dapura slowly raised his hand and hooked his fingers at this guy, and said lightly, you, come here and die. Arrogant. Conceited. Arrogant. At this moment, Vegeta performed these three temperaments vividly. Even Suzy on the other side couldn't help but complained in his heart. The strength of this tragedy tower is not very good. It's true that he pretends to be a bitch. It's one set after another. If the title of King Bee in Dragon Ball belongs to someone, Suzy said that it is definitely given to this guy Vegeta. Ha 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 ha. Facing Vegeta's provocation, Dapper chuckled, with a casual look on his face. He turned to look at Babadai, who was touching the small pot in his hand with excitement, and said, "Lord Babadai, leave these guys to me." "Good. I'll go down and feed my Majin Buu first, but, remember to leave two alive. I'm afraid this little energy won't be enough to feed my Majin Buu." Babadai nodded, turned around and walked directly towards the underground spaceship passage. After Babadai left, Dapper squinted at the two demons and the short and tall man on one side. The ugly guy raised the corners of his mouth slightly, then spit out 3 mouthfuls of phlegm to directly turn the 3 people to stone. This guy actually killed his partner. Seeing this scene, the faces of Klin and the others who had been staring at the field changed, and they couldn't help but look at Vegeta in the sky. This man also killed his partner back then. Ah! It's a bit cold. Vegeta sneered, exploded, and then rushed towards Doppura. Phew! His speed was very fast. Doppura's expression did not change, and he stood calmly. Boom! When the tower figure appeared in front of Doppura, he slowly raised his hand and punched out. Bang! Vegeta, who was in a normal explosive state, was no match for Doppura. He was sent flying with one punch. "I thought you were so powerful when you threatened to kill me, but that's all." Doppura laughed sarcastically, "But that's right, everyone can tell lies, ha ha ha." Ah! Vegeta stabilized his body, sneered, and transformed directly into Super Saiyan 1. 180 billion points of combat power exploded, making his aura suddenly different. Oh! It's interesting to actually make yourself stronger through transformation, it's really interesting. Seeing Vegeta's Super Saiyan 1, Dapper raised his eyebrows and showed a slightly interesting smile. But, not enough. Doppura finished speaking, and at the same time he turned from passive to active and flew directly towards Vegeta to kill him. Bang bang bang! The two of them fought at close range, both using pure physical skills to collide. They hit from the sky to the ground. From the ground to the sky, the battle between the two was fierce. At this moment, Doppura caught Vegeta's flaw and blasted him away with another punch. Doppura didn't give Vegeta a chance to react, and appeared in front of him in an instant. A burst of punches, kicks, and various energy cannons killed Vegeta. In an instant, Vegeta was killed in mid-air. He was knocked unconscious and finally punched to the ground. He fainted completely and at the same time returned to his normal appearance. Ha ha ha! I thought it was so awesome. Now it seems that it is just lip service. Doppura glanced sideways at Vegeta, and suddenly let out a sarcastic laugh. This guy Dapper is really powerful. Even Uncle Vegeta is no match for him. Sun Wufan was amazed. Dapper is indeed powerful, but at the end of the day, or Vegeta, too underestimated. Seeing Vegeta's defeat, Sun Wukong shook his head and smiled bitterly. But in a blink of an eye, Sun Wukong thought that Vegeta's underestimation of the enemy also gave him a chance to appear. But when he heard that Doppura was the #1 master in the demon world, I just wanted to meet this king of the demon world for a while. Boom! Immediately, Sun Wukong transformed into Super Saiyan 2, with lightning all over his body, looking extremely cool. "Mr. Goku, are you sure you want to collide with Dapura?" At this time, Xin Xingxiao reminded you and Vegeta should be about the same strength. Vegeta is no match for Dapura. How is he his opponent? Hehe, Lord East Kaijin, you have to give it a try. Even if I am not my opponent, there is still Mr. Suzy. But he is countless times stronger than me. Sun Wukong grinned. And after speaking, he flew directly towards Dopura. This. Xin smiled bitterly. Although he understood that Su Ziyi was also an extremely powerful and terrifying person, Dopura was the shadow of the famous tree after all, and he still felt that the latter was more powerful. Ask for flower evaluation votes. Chapter 39. Sun Wukong was very fast, flying at high speed, and arrived in front of Dopura in an instant. Boom! Punch out! Too weak. Dopura smiled coldly, raised his hand and punched out with the same punch. Bang! The two fists clashed, causing a shock. Bang! 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 Dopura stepped back more than 10 steps, but Sun Wukong just stepped back. After a step or two, Dopura frowned and his expression gradually turned bad. As a person from the demon world, his physical strength is stronger. In this duel, he was at such a huge disadvantage. Therefore, you can imagine how powerful Sun Wukong is. Call out! Dopura moved, and he ducked in front of Sun Wukong, raised his hand and hit his chest with an energy cannon at close range. Boom! Suddenly, a deafening roar of explosions rang out in the field. Ah! Fighting against the great demon king Dopura, he really never died. Seeing that his sneak attack had an effect, Dopura sneered. It's over. Mr. Wukong is finished. Seeing this scene, East Kaya Wen Shen Xin on the other side of the stone pile took a few steps back with a sad face. I'm sorry, it's all my fault, I shouldn't have got you involved. Sorry. The tone of East Kaya Shen Xin's voice was full of guilt. If he hadn't wanted Sun Wukong and the others to follow, Sun Wukong wouldn't have been killed by Dopura, the king of the demon world. You really look down on Wukong. Hearing Xin's words of self-blame, Su Ziyi glanced at him sideways and said calmly, if Wukong can be killed so easily, then he is not called Sun Wukong. Ah! Xin Yi was stunned. Here. Su Ziyi pointed at the center of the explosion and roar, and said, isn't he coming out? Boom! Whoosh! A powerful aura exploded, and then Sun Wukong in Super Saiyan 2 form once again appeared in everyone's sight. Is this still the previous Super Saiyan transformation form? Why does it feel a little different? Xin saw the transformed form of Sun Wukong appearing in his sight again, and a look of shock suddenly appeared on his face. This is Super Saiyan 2 full power state. Su Ziyi said lightly. Phew! After Su Ziyi's words fell, Sun Wukong was seen in a flash and arrived in front of Dopura. Bang! Raise his hand. He punched out with a punch. The power was so powerful that it directly hit him. Dopura's abdomen was punctured. Dopura, you are indeed very powerful and I am so happy to fight with you. Sun Wukong's face was filled with an excited smile. The next second after he finished speaking, he heard a deafening roar of explosions. Died. Seeing this scene, and then hearing the bursts of explosions and roars, the eyes of East Kaya Wen Shen Xin at the pile of rocks widened, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. It's so terrifying. This is so scary, is this the terror of the Saiyan race? Besides, Xin Dangji turned his attention to Su Ziyi who looked aside and looked indifferent. Even the extremely powerful Sun Wukong said that this man was many times stronger than him. Then, how powerful is he? Lord Kaishan, you are lucky to have lived up to your destiny. Sun Wukong turned around and said something, and then flew directly back to the sky above the pile of rocks. At this time, Vegeta, who had fainted because he ate a fairy bean, woke up faintly and happened to see the scene where Sun Wukong killed Dopura. This made his face darken instantly. Phew! Immediately, Vegeta flew quickly and went directly to the passage of the underground spaceship. He wanted to prove himself to the more powerful and terrifying demon said by the Eastern King God Xin. Kill Bu! Follow me! Seeing this scene, East Kaya Wen Shen Xin was stunned for a moment, calmed down his complicated mood, and flew down from the pile of rocks. The group quickly followed and quickly entered the spaceship underground. The process was just like the original work. There are a lot of people blocking the way in anime, and with their fighting power, they can easily fight their way to the deepest point. Has everything been resolved? Very nice, Dapra. At this time, Babadai in the depths was still transmitting energy to the sleeping Majin Buu. When he heard the footsteps behind him, a look of surprise appeared on his face, but he did not turn his head back. Magician Babadi. You really think too much. When Sun Wukong heard Babadai's words, he smiled and said something. Mr. Wukong, he is Babadai, not Babadai. Xin on the other side corrected him in a low voice. Ha ha ha. Same, all the same. Sun Wukong suddenly showed an awkward smile. Hearing the interaction between Sun Wukong and Xin, Babadai's expression suddenly changed. He turned around hastily. When he saw Suzi and others, a look of horror slowly appeared on his face. He pointed at them and said in disbelief, Dapra is so powerful, you guys, how can you be his opponent? Babadai, where is your Majin Buu? Release him quickly. Although Vegeta was one step ahead of Sun Wukong and others, he was still caught up by them, so he came together to face Babadai. At this moment, he looked impatient and wanted to quickly deal with Majin Buu. Guy. Ah! You guys sure amaze me. East Kaiwen God Xin, you have found a capable helper. Babadai stared at Vegeta, with a playful curve at the corner of his mouth, then looked at East Kaijin Shin, and said coldly. Babadai, I advise you to give up your plan to resurrect Majin Buu. With Mr. Goku and the others here, it's impossible for you to achieve your idea of resurrecting Majin Buu. Xin, the king of the Eastern Realm, said coldly. Ha ha ha. Babadai laughed loudly, and at the same time, his evil magic that controlled people was instantly launched, and the target was Vegeta, who had a trace of evil thoughts. When Vegeta was hit by evil magic, his entire face changed, and then a black M slowly appeared on his forehead. Demonize people. Seeing Vegeta's change, everyone except Suzi was shocked. Really, this guy Vegeta also has evil thoughts. Klin exclaimed. Vegeta, kill all these guys. Babadai immediately started to give orders excitedly. Suzi looked on coldly, his face unchanged. He knew that Vegeta's pride was definitely not something Babadai could control. Please ask for monthly flower evaluation tickets. Chapter 40. Vegeta. What are you still doing? I tell you to kill these guys, no one is left. Vegeta's unmoved attitude made Babadai frown and scolded. Shut up. Phew. When he heard that Babadai was still giving orders to him, Vegeta's face instantly darkened. He turned around and came directly in front of Babadai, lifted the short man up, and said coldly, you are taking advantage of him. Me, why am I not using you? Now, I warn you, never speak to me in a commanding tone, otherwise, the first one I kill is you. You, how can you resist me? Do not listen to my words. I am your master now. Babadai looked at the fierce-looking Vegeta in front of him, and large beads of cold sweat suddenly broke out on his forehead, and his face was even more horrified. Ah! Owner! Vegeta raised his hand and punched Babadai in the face, directly breaking the bridge of his nose, and said coldly, no one in this world can be my master, Vegeta, what's the point? Bang! After saying that, Vegeta threw aside the bloody Babadai, then turned around and looked at Sun Wukong, and said coldly, Kakarot, now your opponent is me. Vegeta. Sun Wukong frowned and said in a deep voice, I really can't believe that you deliberately let Babadai control you in order to fight me. Shut up. Come and fight. Boom. Demonized Vegeta roared, his breath exploded, and his powerful combat power was completely revealed at this moment. 400 billion combat power points. 500 billion combat power points. 600 billion combat power points. But in just a few seconds, demonized Vegeta's combat power has reached 800 billion points. Vegeta at this level is extremely terrifying. Even Son Goku's Super Saiyan 2 transformation form is absolutely impossible to defeat him. Seeing this, Suzi's eyes couldn't help but flicker, and a slightly interesting look slowly appeared on his face. To be honest, demonized Vegeta's fighting ability was beyond his expectations. I originally thought that demonized Vegeta's combat power was not much different from Son Goku's Super Saiyan 2's peak combat power of 500 billion points at most. Now it seems that it is more than a little more than that, which is a full 300 billion combat power point gap. Vegeta, don't fight in my spaceship. Babidi climbed up from the ground and frowned. It doesn't matter if you are dead, the key is whether my Majin Buu can wake up. Hearing Babidi's words, Vegeta glanced at him sideways. The latter immediately shut up, then thought for a moment, and directly used the scene conversion magic to transform the scene underground. This way, my Majin Buu can absorb energy in peace. Babidi looked at the Majin Buu embryo beating like a big heart, with a look of anticipation on his face. Boom! At this moment, demonized Vegeta took the lead. It was just a blink of an eye. He has arrived in front of Sun Wukong. Bang! Raise his hand. Demonized Vegeta punches away the normal Sun Wukong. Vegeta, this guy. Seeing this scene, Klin and Big frowned instantly. Mr. Goku, let's deal with Vegeta first. Mr. Gohan, you are also very powerful, why not join me in destroying Majin Buu's embryo? Xin, the king of the Eastern Realm, shouted, then turned his attention to Sun Wuhan and suggested softly. Originally, he wanted to ask Suzi if he was willing to help, but after thinking about it again and again, he still didn't dare to ask. Good. Sun Wuhan glanced worriedly at the direction in which his father flew backwards, and then nodded to the Eastern Kaiwen Shen Xin. Boom! Boom! Two powerful auras exploded in two directions at the same time. In one direction, Sun Wuhan Gohan's here, one direction is Sun Wukong's. Mr. Goku's Super Saiyan 2, so powerful. Xin turned around and saw Super Saiyan 2 Son Goku walking towards him, with a look full of fighting intent on his face. It was obvious that the power of demonized Vegeta had aroused his desire to fight. Vegeta shouldn't be Goku's opponent. Klin muttered softly. Not always. Suzi chuckled and replied. I think Vegeta's aura is far less terrifying than Goku's. Klin said strangely. Hey. But having said that, Suzi, how strong are you? Suzi shook his head and smiled, my power has reached a level you can't even imagine. In Krillin's eyes, Vegeta and Sun Wukong at this moment are powerful and terrifying enough. But, in front of Suzi, these two men would be killed by Suzi in seconds, let alone one-on-one with him. You know, Suzi's current normal combat power is 40 billion points. In the transformed form of Super Saiyan 1, he is a super master with 2000 billion combat power points. Not to mention, he also has a Super Saiyan 4 transformation that can increase his combat power by 4000 times. The 4000 times blessing can instantly turn him into a terrifying existence with 160 trillion points of combat power. Bang bang bang! Audadadadada! At this moment, there was a fierce collision in the sky, followed by the roars of Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Suzi looked towards the sky. Although Super Saiyan 2 Sun Wukong was lower than demonized Vegeta, the two sides were still fighting back and forth. On the surface, they seemed to be equally matched. However, Suzi, who had amazing eyesight, was able to see through the essence. Every blow of demonized Vegeta could make Sun Wukong frown. This shows the horror of its power. Boom! Under the fierce blow of demonized Vegeta, Sun Wukong returned to his normal appearance and fell to the ground. Dad! Wukong! Mr. Wukong! Seeing this scene, the expressions of Sun Wufan and others suddenly changed. Ha ha ha! Well done, Vegeta, well done! Babadai jumped up excitedly. Before Majin Buu woke up, he was still a little afraid of Sun Wukong and others who killed Dapra. But now it seems that there is no need to be afraid at all, these guys everything can be left to Vegeta, his subordinate. Ah, Vegeta's strength is really strong. If I don't use that transformation, I'm afraid I really won't be able to defeat you. At this moment, Sun Wukong, who had fallen on the ground, slowly stood up, with a little helplessness in his voice. Then under the shocked eyes of everyone, he clenched his fist and began to transform into Super Saiyan 3. Chapter 41. Drink! Sun Wukong roared, and his hair slowly lengthened, finally reaching his buttocks, and his face changed slightly, at least in the eyes of everyone, his appearance had undergone earth-shaking changes. That, is it really Goku? Klin's eyes widened, a look of disbelief on his face. Is that Super Saiyan 3? Sun Wuhan understood better and asked. Yes. Su Ziyi smiled and nodded. The current Sun Wukong's final combat power index is a Super Master with a combat power of 2000 billion points. You, Kakarot. You are still hiding this hand. Demon Vegeta's face immediately turned ugly when he saw Son Goku's Super Saiyan 3 transformation. In his opinion, he had been working hard to catch up with this guy. He thought he had caught up, but now he sees, come on, this guy has been hiding himself. Even during ordinary sparring, he is always in a state of letting go. As soon as this thought came out, Vegeta's face became more and more ugly, his aura gradually improved, and his body became more and more ugly. There was a real killing intent. He, Vegeta, the prince of the Saiyan clan, was surpassed by a guy of lower level Saiyan blood, and he couldn't catch up. How could he not be angry? How willing? Phew! Vegeta flew directly towards Sun Wukong, who had transformed into Super Saiyan 3, with veins popping up on his forehead, and he punched in front of him in an instant. The ground was blasted out, and Sun Wukong also punched out. The space seemed to shake, and then Vegeta flew backwards. Poof! In mid-air, Vegeta vomited. A large mouthful of blood came out, and his face turned pale at this moment. Vegeta! Seeing this scene, Babadai's expression changed. It's not that he was worried about Vegeta's injury, but if Vegeta died, he and his Majin Buu, who had not yet awakened, would also suffer. Dead? No. I have to hurry up and revive Majin Buu. Babadai hurriedly accelerated the energy transfer to the Majin Buu embryo. He expected Majin Buu to wake up and then kill everyone present. Gohan, Mr. Goku is holding Vegeta back, let's go. Xin suddenly roared. Well, in that case, let me destroy this Babadai and Majin Buu. Son Gohan stood up with a solemn face, transformed directly into Super Saiyan 1, and then released a powerful wave of turtle-style Qigong at Majin Buu's embryo. Boom! Majin Buu! My Majin Buu! Babadai, who was still transmitting energy, was directly knocked to the ground by the aftermath of the turtle Qigong wave. When he got up from the ground, he saw another powerful turtle Qigong wave hitting his Majin Buu embryo. At this scene, his face suddenly turned pale. What? No harm at all. Soon, when the smoke caused by the turtle Qigong wave dispersed, everyone hurriedly looked over. When they found that Majin Buu was fine, everyone frowned. What happened? Xin exclaimed, why didn't it cause any harm to Majin Buu's embryo? In fact, the embryo seemed to have absorbed Gohan's attack energy. Ha ha ha! My Majin Buu is fine, great, great! Yo ho ho! Release it, fight it, use your most powerful energy to attack my Majin Buu! Ha ha ha! Babadai, who had a look of panic on his face, saw that there was nothing wrong with Majin Buu's embryo, and he immediately started dancing on the spot with excitement. Again. Drink. Sun Gohan's face sank. He didn't believe that his attack could do no harm to the Majin Buu embryo. He shouted loudly and transformed into Super Saiyan 2. The flashing electric light around him made him look very powerful. Turtle-style Qigong wave. Sun Gohan, who transformed into Super Saiyan 2, didn't waste a second. He raised his hand and released a turtle-style Qigong wave directly at Majin Buu's embryo. This time, there should be no problem, right? Xian's eyes widened. He could feel a power enough to destroy the planet from the turtle Qigong wave after Sun Gohan's transformation. If this power could not destroy Majin Buu's, the embryo is destroyed, then, he really didn't know what to do. Boom! Boom! Gohan's turtle-style Qigong wave quickly hit Majin Buu's embryo, and then under everyone's shocked and disbelieving eyes, the powerful energy attack unexpectedly hit Majin Buu's embryo the moment it came into contact. All disappeared. Master Xian, Gohan, Mr. Gohan's energy, it seems that it was really absorbed by Majin Buu's embryo. Everyone was shocked for more than 10 seconds. At this time, Jobit, who was the first to come back to his senses, exclaimed in surprise. It was so unbelievable. Jobit had never seen such a thing before. Weird thing. An energy attack so powerful that it could destroy the planet was all absorbed by Majin Buu's embryo and turned into energy for his own growth. Oops! Bang! 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 Xian looked at Majin Buu's embryo and saw that the pink embryo was beating like a heart, constantly accelerating. This scene made him think of something terrible, and his expression changed. At this moment, he became increasingly pale. Oops! Majin Buu is coming back to life. After seeing the Majin Buu embryo beating faster and faster, Jobit's expression also changed, and he roared in horror. What? Majin Buu is coming back to life? How could it be possible? Hearing Jobit's words, Krillin and Piccolo looked at each other, and were both stunned. Sun Gohan, who transformed into a Super Saiyan, was so powerful, not to mention his 2 turtle-style Qigong waves. Being unable to harm the Majin Buu embryo, the most important thing is that it actually helped Majin Buu speed up his awakening. This is the most strange thing. Woohoo! At this moment, there was a boiling sound of a steam engine. There was a sound in the field. Everyone looked around hurriedly. Under their shocked eyes, pink mist emerged from the top of Majin Buu's embryo. The mist slowly rose into the sky, and then condensed into a pink cloud. Ha ha ha! Resurrected, my Majin Buu is finally resurrected. East Kaijin Shin, it's all thanks to you, otherwise how could my Majin Buu be resurrected and awakened in advance? Ha ha ha! Thank you so much! Babadai was very excited when he saw this scene. He danced on the spot. At this moment, he had already imagined in his mind the killing spree that Majin Buu will have after he wakes up completely. In short, everyone present will die at the hands of his Majin Buu. Chapter 42. After hearing Babadai's words and seeing his extremely arrogant dance moves at this moment, East Kaya Wen Shen Xian's face was extremely gloomy, but it was more of a helplessness. Majin Buu is about to be resurrected, what else can be done? Soon, just like what happened in the original work, Majin Buu woke up completely. Majin Buu's fighting power. The moment Majin Buu appeared completely, Su Ziyi's eyes, which had been staring at him, suddenly narrowed. If he remembered correctly, Majin Buu in the original work was both good and evil when he first woke up. His combat power at this time was around 550 billion points. And now, this guy's combat power has reached an astonishing 2.5 trillion points, which is a combat power of 2.5 trillion. Sure enough, the boss's combat effectiveness also became stronger. Su Ziyi's eyes flickered, and there was an interesting smile on his face. It can be seen from this that perhaps the subsequent Beerus may be stronger than the Beerus in the original work. However, it is not an absolute thing. The system has said that some changes in the early stage may gradually lead to the right path in the later stage, which is not much different from the later stage in the original work. Su Ziyi shook his head and no longer struggled with this issue. He just needed to keep making himself stronger. Majin Bu, I am your master Babadai. Look at me, look at me. Just when everyone was staring at the harmless Majin Bu with great solemnity, Babadai jumped up to Majin Bu, waved his hand and shook it in front of him a few times, and shouted excitedly twice. Who are you? I don't know you. Also, you are not my master. Majin Bu stared at Babadai and slowly narrowed his eyes. My father's name is Bibadai, he is the one who created you. When Babadai heard Majin Bu's words, the excitement on his face froze. Then he widened his eyes and threatened Majin Bu, I warn you, if my father can create you, then I can also create you. Seal it again. So, Majin Bu, do you understand? From today on, you must obey any of my orders and are not allowed to disobey. When Babadai said these words, a few black lines slowly appeared on the eyes of the squinted Majin Bu, and a little murderous intent was projected in the narrowed eyes. Majin Bu, no one can tolerate threatening him. But, after all, he is not a fool. He understands that he was created by Babadai's father, Bibadai, so this Babadai can definitely control him. Therefore, even if Majin Bu feels unhappy and wants to take action against Babadai, he must listen to this guy in order to be free. Ha ha ha. Listen to me and kill all these guys. Especially that guy named Vegeta, you must torture him to death. Babadai was a little panicked when he saw Majin Bu's expression gradually becoming less kind, but when he saw the slight fear flashing across Majin Bu's face and didn't do anything to him, he suddenly became arrogant. He pointed at Vegeta, who was still fighting with Sun Wukong, and said in an extremely vicious manner. Vegeta, a guy controlled by him, could still disobey his orders, and moreover, his nose bone was broken once by this guy, so he naturally hated Vegeta. Bang bang! After hearing Babadai's words, Majin Bu thought for a moment, smiled excitedly on his face, and then hammered his fists. Immediately, under Babadai's stunned gaze, Majin Bu reached out and patted his mouth, roared twice like an Indian howling, and then disappeared in an instant. Where is Majin Bu? Where is my Majin Bu? The disappearance of Majin Bu made Babadai freeze on the spot. Then when he saw the East Kaioking Shin walking towards him step by step, his expression changed even more and he roared, Majin Bu, you have to watch me, if these guys kill me, you will die too. Majin Bu, who had been approaching the battlefield of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, heard Babadai's roar and frowned. He was already ready to kill these two guys. Now he heard Babadai's cry for help. With a sound, Majin Bu thought for a fraction of a second and then turned back. Boom! I saw Majin Bu grabbing the short Babadai and flying into the sky, then opened his right hand and released a ball below. The powerful energy ball only heard a roar, and then he and Babadai came directly to the center of the battlefield between Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Hello! Babadi, I don't know which one of them is Vegeta, how about I kill them all? Majin Bu raised Babadai in front of him and asked. Can? Of course killing them all would be the best thing. Babadai suddenly clapped his hands excitedly and laughed, but he quickly reacted, reached out and slapped Majin Bu on the face, and corrected Majin Bu, my name is Babadai, and how can I call my master by his name? You, from now on, please call me master obediently, do you hear me? Hearing Babadai's words, Majin Bu's eyes narrowed again, and several small holes on his forehead also spurted out a stream of pink mist. This. When Babadai saw Majin Bu staring at him with an extremely unkind expression, he couldn't help but feel a sense of fear in his heart. He swallowed and said with an awkward smile, it's okay if you don't call me master, but remember, you can't. You called me by the wrong name again. My name is Babadai, not Babadai. Did you hear that? Okay. Babadai. Majin Buu's face turned from gloomy to clear in an instant, and then he threw Babadai aside, and then flew towards Sun Wukong and Vegeta, who stopped fighting. Majin Buu is very angry now and needs to kill someone. Only then can I vent my anger. Vegeta, let's not fight for the time being. This guy called Majin Buu is very powerful. I'm afraid we are no match for him one-on-one, so we can only join forces to fight against him. At this time, seeing Majin Buu flying towards him, Sun Wukong took one look and then withdrew his gaze, staring at Vegeta and said in a deep voice. If Suzi brought him a sense of oppression, so the angry Majin Buu at this moment brought him an extremely serious sense of crisis. Yes. For a moment, Sun Wukong thought that he would face Majin Buu alone. This guy, what awaits him must be death, there is no suspense at all. Please give me some monthly passes. Chapter 43. In fact, Sun Wukong is not the only one who has such an idea. Vegeta also has a strong sense of crisis. Ah! Whoever wants to join forces with you, this guy named Majin Buu, can just leave it to me. Kakarot you, ah! Just wait and watch me kill him. Although Vegeta has a strong sense of crisis, with his stubborn character, it is impossible to be afraid of Majin Buu. Boom! As his words fell, Vegeta sprinted from the sky like a cannonball. When he got in front of Majin Buu, he punched him in the face. Ah! Majin Buu, that's all. After one punch hit, Vegeta sneered, raised his hand and punched a dozen more times. In an instant, Majin Buu's entire face was sunk in. At this time, Vegeta withdrew his hand and punched again. He punched him in the stomach, and similarly, Majin Buu's stomach sank deeply. What happened? Why do I feel like a brute force has been hit on cotton? As if, didn't it cause any substantial harm to Majin Buu at all? After a set of combo punches were fired, Vegeta suddenly felt strange. Finished. After a few seconds, Majin Buu grinned, then stretched out his belly and stretched out his hand to rub his face. His sunken face and belly instantly returned to normal, and then he looked at Bei with a smile. Vegeta fired a straight punch and hit him in the face. Bang! Vegeta flew straight away, spurting out a large mouthful of blood in mid-air. Now that you're done, it's time for me to perform. Majin Buu had a harmless smile on his face, but his eyes narrowed, projecting a black light. Phew! I saw his fat pink body dodge, extremely flexible, but in the blink of an eye, he was behind Vegeta, then raised his legs and kicked Vegeta into the sky. Boom! The harmless smile on Majin Buu's face did not change at all. He flew into the sky above Vegeta, raised his leg and kicked Vegeta directly to the ground. A deep pit appeared, dust filled the air, and the whole earth was turbulent. Klin's face suddenly changed, and he exclaimed, "This Majin Buu, is he so terrifying?" Vegeta, who became more powerful, was actually killed instantly. See it! This is Majin Buu. There was a wry smile on the face of East Kai Wen Shen Xin. He didn't know what to say at this moment. Run away! There is absolutely no escape. Although this was the first time he saw Majin Buu's power, he had already seen it countless times in the biographies recorded by the gods. Lord Xin. We can only run away. Majin Buu's strength. It's simply not something we can compete with. Jebet said in a deep voice. He has the ability to teleport and can take East Kaijin out of the earth. As for the follow-up, we can only inform the powerful gods above to deal with Majin Buu. Jebet. When Xin heard what Jebet said, his face instantly darkened. He turned around and stared at him, scolding him coldly. You have to know, if we hadn't implicated Mr. Wukong and the others, they would never have suffered such a situation. Jebet immediately lowered his head. Hearing Xin's words, Suzi on the side looked at him twice more, and his feelings towards him suddenly became much kinder at this moment. Although this guy is a coward and useless, he still values love and justice after all. If he were a certain god, Suzy suspected that he might not just run away, but he might even take Majin Bu as his own. Uncertain. Awful. I am no match for Kakarot, and I am no match for you. Majin Bu, die. Boom. An extremely angry roar came from the deep pit where Vegeta was, and then a figure suddenly rushed into the sky. At this moment, the electric light around demonized Vegeta was particularly strong, on his forehead and on the back of his hands. Even the veins on his neck looked extremely scary. Suzy glanced at this guy and found that his combat power was stronger than before. Scion genes are like this, and they become stronger when they are strong, let alone being hit one after another. The proud Vegeta was extremely angry at this moment, and he felt like he was turning his anger into improving his own strength. Hearing Vegeta's words, Majin Bu covered his mouth in excitement and howled twice. Then at this moment, his innocent smile suddenly disappeared, and he instantly became gloomy. Phew! In a flash, the devil human Bu appeared directly in front of Vegeta. Boom! Raising his hand, Majin Bu punched Vegeta directly in the stomach. A large mouthful of blood spat out from Vegeta's mouth, and his face turned red. It turned livid for a moment, and then turned pale again. Under everyone's gaze, a crushing beating officially began. Boom! Boom! Ah! The sounds of blows, roars, screams, and Majin Bu's excited howls continued to be heard in the sky, which frightened the East Kaioshen Xin and others below. No! I have to help Vegeta. Otherwise, Majin Buako will kill him in a short while. Sun Wukong, who returned to his normal appearance, focused his eyes and skipped Super Saiyan 1 and 2 directly to the transformation of Super Saiyan 3. The powerful power in his body made his expression cold and slightly swollen. However, he understands that his Super Saiyan 3 is not particularly perfect yet, and the power consumption is amazing. He must resolve the battle as soon as possible, otherwise he will definitely die of exhaustion waiting for him. Wukong. Just when Sun Wukong was about to save Vegeta, Suzy called out to him. Suzy, what's wrong? Sun Wukong was stunned for a moment. Here. Inside this bottle are super fairy beans, one of which is worth 2 ordinary fairy beans, which can be used to recover while fighting. Suzy took out a small bottle directly from the system backpack. It contained 20 super fairy beans. The effect is no different from ordinary fairy beans, but the advantage is that it can restore the state the moment it is eaten. It is not necessary at all. The buffer time can also store the effect of the fairy beans, so that you can restore your own status while fighting. Speaking of which, this super fairy beans makes people feel like they can become a perpetual motion machine. Sun Wukong was stunned for a moment, then he opened it and ate a super fairy bean, then thanked Suzy and went straight towards Majin Bu to kill him. Please ask for monthly flower evaluation tickets, thank you all. Chapter 44. Vegeta, I'm here to save you. We are no match for him one-on-one, so we can only join forces. Sun Wukong quickly flew to Vegeta, gave him a super fairy bean, and then said this is the super fairy bean given by Suzy. After eating it, it will be consumed soon. Kakarot, I don't need you to care about me, and I can't ask you to save me. I can deal with this guy by myself. Vegeta's body was covered with injuries, but his face was full of stubbornness. After receiving the Super Senzu Bean, after saying this, he rushed towards Majin Bu again. Vegeta! Sun Wukong shouted loudly. However, Vegeta ignored it and fought with Majin Bu again. Bang! Boom! Boom! The sound of collisions and explosions sounded in the field. Vegeta his fists and feet clashed back and forth with Majin Bu, and several bright lights appeared in the air. The sonic boom caused waves of shock in the entire field. You must know that Vegeta's strength in the demonized state has been angered several times. He has also improved. He has just returned to his full state after eating the Super Senzu bean given by Son Goku. Now his Super Saiyan 2 is extremely powerful. Although his strength is extremely powerful, he is already the Earth. The strongest strength in the world, but compared to Majin Buu's 2.5 trillion points of combat power, it still seemed a bit inadequate. However, after a while of fighting, demonized Vegeta was knocked away by Majin Buu's punch again and fell down. When flying out, Majin Buu followed up with a set of combo punches, directly knocking Vegeta back to his normal appearance in the demonized Super Saiyan 2 state. Vegeta. Sun Wukong's expression changed, because Majin Buu stood in front of the unconscious Vegeta, seemingly ready to kill him. Immediately, he flew in front of Majin Buu at an extremely fast speed. Bang! Sun Wukong kicked Majin Buu. Unexpectedly, the scene where the latter flew backwards did not appear. Majin Buu stayed still, his body just sunk in. What kind of body is he? Why can't our attacks cause substantial damage to him? This scene shocked everyone present. Is Majin Buu the legendary immortal? East Kaio King Shen Xin suddenly frowned, his pupils tightened, his face was full of disbelief, and he exclaimed in surprise. Immortal! Klin also exclaimed, does that mean you will never be able to kill this guy? The Majin Buu in front of him is in the form of devouring Kaishin, and his strength has not yet been truly demonstrated. However, the ability to recover infinitely and become immortal is also an extremely terrifying ability for Mr. Goku and others. Jebat thought of something, took a deep breath, and said. At this moment, a scream came from the air, and Sun Wukong was seen falling straight from the air, and then crashed heavily on the ground. A bottomless pit appears. Wukong! Dead! Mr. Wukong! Worried voices sounded, and Klin and the others shouted. Phew! At this moment, Sun Wukong flew out of the pit again, and then flew towards Majin Buu. Majin Buu didn't notice anyone at all. Such a sudden attack that when he really noticed Sun Wukong, his narrowed eyes couldn't help but open up. But at this time, Sun Wukong's figure was already approaching, and his fist was raised with a heavy fist. It landed on Majin Buu's belly, causing his round belly to collapse in an instant, and the violent impact that followed was released, directly blowing Majin Buu's body away. Drink! Sun Wukong landed, clenching his fists, and then there was a blast of energy, and his expression suddenly became serious at this moment. Turtle, Pi, Qigong, Wave. Made his hands like calyxes, a dazzling and bright blue light filled his palms. After the energy was accumulated, Sun Wukong immediately released powerful and abnormal energy fluctuations, and saw the blue beam of light roaring towards the front. The target is aimed at Majin Buu. Boom! Boom! The sound of piercing the air echoes around, and waves of sharp tearing buzzes can be heard. The blue beam is like a world-destroying laser cannon, directly annihilating Majin Buu's body. Good! What a powerful force! Is this Mr. Goku? Majin Buu, do you died? Seeing this scene, Klin and others' eyes suddenly widened. You look at me, I look at you. Especially the face of East Kai Wang Shen Xin has a hint of hope. This time from Sun Wukong, he after the attack, I really seemed to see hope of survival. Majin Buu, my Majin Buu, will you be okay? Babadai's voice sounded, and he was seen running towards the explosion in a panic. Whoosh! Whoosh! The wind blew, stirring up a burst of sand and dust, but there was no sound at all from the explosion zone in the field. This scene, suddenly Piccolo, Krillin, Gohan, and others couldn't help but look at each other, with excitement on their faces. There had been no sound for so long. It seemed that Majin Buu had died at the hands of Sun Wukong. Compared to everyone's excitement, Suzy had a look of amusement on his face. If Majin Buu died so easily, then he wouldn't be called Majin Buu. At this moment, Sun Wukong, who was relieved in the sky, suddenly changed his expression. As if sensing something, he immediately looked towards the direction of the explosion. At the same time, the smoke covering the explosion area slowly dissipated, and only a round figure was seen standing on the spot, still squinting expressionlessly. It looked like he was squinting, but there was a huge hole in his fat belly, which gave people a terrifying feeling. Majin Bu was indeed hit, but he still didn't suffer any real harm. "You are such a hateful guy." Majin Bu spoke. His body suddenly changed. The fat on his body began to squirm on its own. Finally, it was seen that the hole in his belly healed on its own. Not only that, but the narrowed eyes opened completely, and a dark light shot out from his eyes. It was obvious that Majin Bu was completely angry when he saw this weak. The expressions were frozen on their faces. East Kaijin Shen Xin and Gabit looked at each other with a look of horror on their faces, and their bodies were trembling continuously, falling into indescribable panic. "How so?" Klin's face was full of bitterness and he said feebly. "Is this guy really that strong?" Big's face was also full of fear, and he said through gritted teeth. "Majin Bu. My Majin Bu is fine. Hula, he is indeed the Majin Bu created by my father, he is so powerful. Ha ha ha." Babadai reacted belatedly, and a look of ecstasy suddenly appeared on his ugly face. He danced excitedly and said to everyone, "Give up the resistance. I'll let Majin Bu give you a quick death." Chapter 45. Hateful. When everyone heard Babadai's words, they were very angry, but what could they do? The most powerful Sun Wukong can't do anything to Majin Bu, how can they do anything to this guy with immortality? Majin Bu is really scary. Sun Wukong stood tall and stood there, his expression full of fear. However, then, a strong fighting spirit rose on Sun Wukong's face. The stronger Majin Bu became, the more excited he became. You understand the truth. Even if you fight against a strong person, you will be abused, but you will grow much faster than practicing alone. It's my turn. Bang bang. Majin Bu glared at Sun Wukong fiercely, and bumped his fists. He dodged and rushed towards Sun Wukong. In an instant, he rushed in front of Sun Wukong. He raised his hand and suddenly approached Sun Wukong with a fist. In the eyes of the latter, the fist was getting bigger and bigger, and just when it was about to touch Sun Wukong's face, the latter suddenly disappeared. Oh! Majin Bu's punch missed, and he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He glanced around, but he didn't see Sun Wukong. Turtle-style Qigong wave. At this moment, Sun Wukong's roar came from the sky. Boom! The sound of sonic boom came out. Majin Bu's mouth curled up, and he raised his hand and blasted out an energy cannon. This energy cannon directly released Sun Wukong. The outgoing turtle Qigong waves were offset. Phew! After the two powerful wave cannons were offset, Majin Bu flew directly into the sky and punched Sun Wukong, who also punched the one below. Everyone saw the fists of the two colliding and clashing in an instant, and the powerful air waves buzzed. In this regard, the two seemed to be evenly matched, but for Majin Bu and Sun Wukong, their real strength was. The battle officially begins at this moment. Boom boom boom. There are constant sounds of sparks and lightning. The figures of Sun Wukong and Majin Bu intersect in the air, and the charging fists and kicks come and go in an instant. Powerful destructive force. Horrible. I can't see their battle trajectory clearly at all. Suzy, can you see it? Who has the upper hand now? Everyone's eyes widened, staring at the two figures in the sky, but they couldn't see clearly who had the upper hand. Majin Bu. Suzy said calmly, Gaku is about to lose. Majin Bu's strength is not something Gaku can compete with. That's it. When everyone heard Suzy's words, they felt depressed. What's the end? After the words fell, Suzy disappeared directly. When he appeared again the next second, he was already in the sky. Bang! Bang! Two collision sounds sounded in the sky. Everyone looked at it, and their faces were once again shocked. Because, So Ziyi is holding Majin Bu's fist with one hand and Sun Wukong's fist with the other hand. If everyone doesn't understand how powerful Majin Bu and Sun Wukong are, I'm afraid no one will be shocked, but, they understand. You guy! In the sky, Majin Bu looked at So Ziyi with squinted eyes and said coldly, he is quite powerful. Don't think too much, I have no interest in killing you. So Ziyi glanced at him sideways and said calmly, Wukong, this battle is over for now. You are not a match for this guy yet. Practice well for a while. So Ziyi, In fact, Sun Wukong still wanted to fight. He opened his mouth and said a few words. So Ziyi interrupted directly, if the fight continues, I think I will have to take action to deal with this guy. By then, you will have no chance to fight again. Fighting with Majin Bu. This, all right. Sun Wukong is a sensible person and knows the gap between himself and Majin Bu. It won't be long before he is bound to be defeated. After defeat, only So Ziyi can take action. Majin Bu is a person who can hone his own growth. Super Master, Sun Wukong naturally couldn't bear to be killed by So Ziyi just like this. Hey! What do you think I am? Majin Bu said gloomily, what I reveal is not my true strength. I admit that your strength is indeed strong, but do you think you can really kill me at will? Oh! When So Ziyi heard Majin Bu's words, the corner of his mouth curled up. At this moment, he did not transform into a Super Saiyan. He released the hand holding Sun Wukong's fist, and then slowly turned around. He stretched out a finger and pointed it at the center of Majin Bu's eyebrows. Swish! As So Ziyi's finger was pointed at the center of Majin Bu's eyebrows, the latter's cold sweat broke out at this moment. His blood flowed down, and an inexplicable fear rose in his heart. He suspected that when So Ziyi fired something from his finger, he would disappear from the world. Escape! As soon as this thought came out, Majin Bu suddenly had the idea of escape. Immediately, without thinking too much, he forcibly broke away from So Ziyi's hand, turned around and flew away. Majin Bu! Majin Bu! Why did you run away? When Babadai Underground saw Majin Bu escaping, he roared angrily. Run! I can't take care of this guy Babadai anymore. Majin Bu didn't even look back when he heard Babadai's roar. He disappeared in a few breaths. Ah! So Ziyi saw this scene and smiled softly, but he didn't expect Majin Bu to be so decisive. He would rather let Babadai die than be eliminated by So Ziyi immediately. Majin Bu, if I die, you will die too. Seeing that Majin Bu had completely disappeared, Babadai on the ground roared uncontrollably. There was cold sweat on his forehead, especially when he saw the East Kaiwen god Xin and others slowly turning their attention to him. At that time, without thinking too much, he turned around and prepared to escape. So Ziyi glanced at him, pointed out, and a purple-black light penetrated Babadai's body. In just one breath, only Babadai's body was visible. The body gradually turned into a black dot and disappeared from the world. So Ziyi, if you kill Babadai, won't Majin Bu die as well? Sun Wukong couldn't help but ask when he saw Babadai being eliminated by So Ziyi. Do you really believe what Babadai said? So Ziyi shook his head and smiled, this guy is just trying to be mysterious. In a fundamental sense, Majin Bu is not a monster created by Babadai's father. How could such a perverted existence as Majin Bu be created by someone? To say that it was really created by someone, So Ziyi would rather believe that it was created by a being at the level of a great priest. Chapter 46. After hearing So Ziyi's words, Sun Wukong breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, Vegeta woke up faintly on the side. After getting up from the ground, he glanced around and suddenly frowned. He discovered that his demonic power disappeared out of thin air. Is that guy Babadai dead? Where is Majin Bu? Vegeta focused his attention on Sun Wukong, his expression a little unnatural. Babadai died and Majin Buu was scared away by Suzy. Sun Wukong replied. Phew. Hearing Sun Wukong's words, Vegeta breathed a sigh of relief. If Majin Buu was also killed by Sun Wukong, then he would be really embarrassed and humiliated. Fortunately, I was just scared by Suzy, etc. Vegeta suddenly reacted, his eyes instantly turned to Suzy again, and he said in shock, did you scare that guy Majin Buu away? Yes. Suzy smiled and nodded. Hiss. Hearing Suzy's affirmation, Vegeta's expression changed, and he couldn't help but take a breath of air. If Suzy had killed Majin Buu, he probably wouldn't have been so shocked. Because, he must fight to the death to kill. Being alone is an extremely simple thing, the opponent was scared away before the fight even started. How terrifying would this kind of strength be? It's unimaginable and unimaginable. It's so powerful. How do you practice cultivation? Vegeta couldn't help but ask as Science, why is the gap between me and Kakarot so obvious and you? Although there is a gap between him and Sun Wukong, at least he still has the strength to catch up. And what about Suzy, the mysterious scion? There is no way to catch up, let alone his back, even the footprints may not be visible. Seeing Vegeta's convinced look, not to mention Sun Wukong was a little surprised, even Suzy himself was a little surprised. As a Dragon Ball fan, Suzy had never seen Vegeta truly convinced by someone. Facing that guy Beerus, this kid also gradually showed a look of dissatisfaction. At this moment, Vegeta's expression and tone when facing him were clearly completely convinced. Do you also want to be more powerful? Suzy's eyes flickered for a moment, and he was about to ask. At this moment, the system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! Select system to turn on. Option 1, train the Z Warriors and others in the Dragon Ball Super Dimension world for 3 months, and be rewarded with 30 billion points of normal combat power. Option 2, immediately go to the 2 universes and collect 7 Super Dragon Balls to reward 15 times the side effect-free Kaio Fist, a 5% chance of weakening attribute effects, a 0.5 second stop technique, and 20 billion points of normal combat power. Kindness. As the 2 choices from the system came out, Suzy immediately held back the words he was about to say. I choose 2. Nonsense. The reward for the second choice is too fat. At least, it is much fatter than the first choice. Suzy, of course we want to become stronger. How do you want to guide us in our practice? Sun Wukong and Vegeta waited for a while but didn't hear Suzy's follow-up words. They couldn't help but look at each other and asked in unison. I'm afraid I won't be able to guide you in your practice for the time being. Suzy smiled slightly, I have more important things to do, but I can guide you on a practice route, which is to enter the spiritual time room in the heaven to practice. After saying this, Suzy touched the center of his eyebrows with his index finger and middle finger, and disappeared completely. As soon as Suzy left, everyone couldn't help but look at each other. At this moment, on an uninhabited planet in the 7th universe, the Dragon Ball Chrono World and the Dragon Ball GT Chrono World both belong to the same world, so he who knows the location of the 7 Super Dragon Balls in the Dragon Ball GT Chrono World naturally also knows the location of the 7 Super Dragon Balls in the Dragon Ball Chrono World. But in just 1 minute, Suzy directly pocketed the 3 Super Dragon Balls from the 7th universe. At the same time, at the moment Suzy pocketed the 3 Super Dragon Balls of Universe 7, in the God of Destruction realm of Universe 7, a man holding an angel staff suddenly raised his eyebrows. What an interesting little guy, he actually collected 3 Super Dragon Balls from Universe 7 so quickly. This man is the Angel Weiss of the 7th universe. At this moment, his face is full of interesting smiles. The next second, he gently holds the angel staff in his hand and taps it on the ground, and then circles the water in the circle rippled, and he slowly disappeared into the god of destruction. Phew! A sound broke through the air. So Zi instantly became vigilant. When he sensed that someone behind him was watching him, his whole body became sweaty. They all stood up, feeling like they were being targeted by an extremely terrifying being. "Hello, little one." A gentle voice sounded like a spring breeze. So Zi was stunned for a moment, and his slightly stiff body softened in vain. Then he slowly turned around. When he saw the man in front of him, his pupils tightened. "Weiss." Subconsciously, So Zi called out this man's name. "Oh? You actually know me?" Hearing So Zi call out his name, Weiss was stunned for a moment, then stared at So Zi with a strange expression, and said in surprise, "I'm sure this is the first time I've met you, why do you know my name?" "I." So Zi opened his mouth, then rolled his eyes, grinned, and said, "I come from another time and space world, and you in that time and space world are my good friends, so, how could I not know you?" Ha ha ha! When Weiss heard what So Zi said, he burst out laughing, then took a deep look at him and said, okay, I really believe you." He said he believed it, but So Zi understood that the meaning behind his words was definitely disbelief. However, he understood that Weiss had no intention of delving into this issue, so he changed the subject directly. "I don't know. Does Mr. Weiss have anything to do with me? Please ask for monthly flower evaluation tickets. This book will be on the shelves soon. Please ask for the first order in advance when it will be released. That is so important. Please don't buy books in those days, because the results determine how much the subsequent books will be updated every day." Chapter. We don't want to keep it up, maybe I haven't written the book because of poor grades. Chapter 47. I have nothing to do with you. I just sensed that you collected the 3 Super Dragon Balls in the 7th universe, and I found it very interesting. Wes looked at So Zi with a smile. "Oh." So Zi responded casually, then pointed his index finger and middle finger between his eyebrows, and said, "In that case, goodbye Mr. Weiss, I have to go to the 6th universe to collect the remaining Super Dragon Balls. Oh, by the way, if you have the chance, Mr. Weiss can come to Earth to play. I believe that the food on Earth will never disappoint Mr. Weiss." Phew! So Zi's words fell, and then a sound broke through the air, and his figure disappeared. Teleport. Seeing So Zi's teleportation technique, Weiss' brows couldn't help but twitch. And So Zi's teleportation technique is not an ordinary teleportation technique. The art of teleportation that can cross the obstacles of the universe is something that even angels who are stronger than them cannot do it. The person who can jump between universes at will probably must be at the level of his father, the great priest. What a mysterious little guy, did he just say Earth? Could it be, is he the little guy from the Milky Way that I sensed last time? Wes suddenly thought of something and his eyes lit up in vain. His interest in So Zi was getting deeper and deeper. It seems that I will have to make a trip to the Earth soon. About an hour later. The junction point between the 6th universe and the 7th universe. The last Super Dragon Ball has been obtained, and now it's time to summon Dragon Ball Super Dimensions Super Dragon. So Zi took a deep breath. Although he was about to summon the Super Dragon for the second time, to be honest, he was still a little nervous. Phew! After a gentle breath, So Zi looked up into the dark universe. Raised his hand and used the language of God to summon "Come out, Super Dragon." Boom! In an instant, with So Zi's summons, golden lightning began to explode in the entire dark universe, and then, a huge golden dragon slowly flew out of the void. "Lucky summoner, I am the Super Dragon, and I can grant one of your wishes. No matter what your wish is, I can make it come true for you." Super Shenlong didn't speak, but an extremely majestic voice sounded in So Zi's mind. "Super Shenlong, I want to step into the realm of gods." So Zi suppressed some excitement and made his wish. "Kindness." Hearing So Zi's wish, the super dragon was stunned for a moment. How? Can't you achieve this wish? So Zi frowned. Not really. But I can only introduce you to this field, but I can't let you really step into this field, so are you sure you still want to make this wish? Super Shenlong continued. Is it like this? So Zi frowned even more tightly, he was hesitating. After hesitating for a few seconds, So Zi gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, yes. I want this wish. Yan. With So Zi's affirmation, the huge body of the super dragon emits a burst of extremely bright golden light. Just listen to its dragon roar that resounds throughout the universe, and in the next second, you can see countless rays of light sinking into So Zi's body. Lucky summoner, your wish has come true, see you next time. Bang! After conveying these words, Super Dragon's huge body turned into 7 golden rays of light and scattered and flew into the 6th and 7th universes. Have I already entered the realm of God? So Zi closed his eyes and sensed his own changes, and then a look of surprise appeared on his face. Host, So Zi. Bloodline, the original Scion. Realm, Realm of God, 0.1%. Normal, 65 billion points of combat power. Skills, 15 times the side effect free Kyo Fist, upgraded version of teleportation, clearing ability, gold level, time stopping technique, 1.3 seconds, 20% chance of weakening attribute effects. Items, Battle Robot House, a Super Scion 5 experience card, a 10,000 times gravity room, a 20 times time flow spiritual time room, a chance to evolve to a god level. Although he was aware of his changes, So Zi still took a look at his character attribute panel. When he saw that he had gained an additional realm, the excitement on his face deepened. As for why he made a wish to enter the realm of gods, this is very simple. He has thought about a question from the beginning. Since he can successfully transform into Super Saiyan 4 in the world of Dragon Ball Super Time and Space, can he also enter the realm of gods? And then what about the transformation of the gods in Dragon Ball Super? It's not that he thinks Dragon Ball Super's transformation is cooler, he wanted to find a true Saiyan way that was exclusive to him, So Zi. Perhaps, if he continues walking safely, he will only be able to transform into a single space-time form at most, but, if he transforms from the 2 time and space forms to complement each other and form a brand new Saiyan transformation, will it feel like his trip to the Dragon Ball world was not in vain? Thinking about it this way, maybe I have found more fun in it. So Zi grinned, that is to continuously strengthen himself, and then continue to merge the transformations of the 2 time and space worlds, and finally give birth to an unprecedented Scion bloodline and an exclusive transformation of this bloodline. Of course, he feels that he is currently not qualified to create a Scion bloodline or create a new Scion form. After all, he has not even been able to achieve the Super Saiyan 5 transformation. Etc. So Zi suddenly thought of something, his eyes suddenly flashed with a bright light, and he asked in his heart system, I remember that I still have a chance to evolve to a god level. So, can I evolve my ancestor's Scion blood to a god level again? Beep, beep. As So Zi's words fell, a system prompt sounded in his mind, as if it was detecting something. After a while, the system spoke. Host, the system is detecting you. S body, the system found that it had met the bloodline's requirements for another god level evolution. Ha ha ha. Really? My bloodline can undergo another god level evolution. Fine, fortunately, I didn't use this precious opportunity for god level evolution. So Zi burst into laughter when he heard the system's words. But the system changed the topic, but So Zi's laughter stopped abruptly. Chapter 48. But what? So Zi waited for several seconds but didn't hear anything from the system, which made him frown. However, the host needs to obtain another powerful Scion bloodline to match this god-level evolution and evolve the bloodline into a brand new Scion bloodline. The system seemed to be organizing the language, and several seconds passed before answering Suzy. Hearing the system's answer, Suzy frowned even more and asked doubtfully, can these bloodlines be superimposed? Ordinary people naturally cannot superimpose, but you have forgotten that you have the identity of a host, the existence of a system, and the opportunity for a god-level evolution, so in your case, bloodlines can naturally be superimposed. The system continued. I see. Suzy's brows relaxed, and a gleam flashed in his eyes. There are only a few powerful Scion bloodlines in the Dragon Ball world. First, Broly's legendary Scion bloodline. Second, Dragon Ball, the ancient Scion bloodline of Vegeta's brother Reg, appears in the fanfic. The third one is the ancestral Scion bloodline owned by Suzy. As for whether there is a more powerful and well-known Scion bloodline, Suzy. After thinking about it, it seemed that there was some ancient Scion bloodline, but he couldn't find its owner. Phew! Just as Suzy was thinking, a sound broke through the air, and he was thinking about it. Pulled back to reality. Bardos. Suzy stared at the female angel directly in front of him, and finally determined her identity. It was Weiss's sister, the angel Bardos of the 6th universe. Although this female angel had no temper, she was different from Weiss. She always had a gentle smile on her face all day long. In fact, Suzy knew that this female angel was not easy to get along with. He remembered that there was a small plot in the original work, when Bardos was angry. The god of destruction in the 6th universe, Elephant Paw, also had to face her with caution. Are you not a resident of my 6th universe? Bardos held the angel staff, looked at Suzy with squinted eyes, and said in a very cold voice. No. Suzy shook his head and told the truth. You are quite conscious, and you seem to know me. Bardos's eyes flashed with surprise, his brows slightly raised, and he said. Yes. Suzy nodded and said very few words. He didn't panic too much when facing Bardos. Although he was not an aboriginal of the 6th universe, he knew Dragon Ball very well. Although angels have a very high status, they are not in special circumstances. We are not allowed to attack humans. Therefore, Suzy naturally had a fearless and calm attitude when facing BA duos. It was this that made BA duos who didn't understand Suzy. DOS looks at this human being somewhat differently. Interesting, he is really an interesting little guy. Bardos stared at Suzy for a few seconds, finally smiled, nodded and said, you just summoned the super dragon, right? Unexpectedly, a little human being can survive in a vacuum universe, not to mention understand the language of God. As he spoke, Bardos suddenly froze. Then he glanced around, his brows suddenly froze, and then he turned his attention to Suzy, with a look of surprise on his face, and said strangely, how do you, an ordinary human being, survive in the universe? I can't tell you this. Suzy shrugged his shoulders and chuckled, Miss Bardos, if there is nothing else. Then, have I returned to the 7th universe? Etc. Bardos was not very interested in Suzy, so she hurriedly stopped him and continued, you didn't tell me. Of course I can't let you go. This is my innate ability. Suzy's eyes flashed, and he told lies without blinking an eye. He continued, not only that, I also have an ability. Oh? What is that? Bardos stared at Suzy, curious. Get ready. Suzy pointed his index finger and middle finger at the center of his eyebrows, and then slowly counted 3 numbers. With a whoosh sound, his figure disappeared directly into the 6th universe. The moment Suzy disappeared, Bardos's eyes widened in vain, and the look of surprise on his face completely turned into a look of shock. That little guy, did it jump directly to the universe? Otherwise, why can't I sense his presence in the 6th universe? Bardos closed her eyes again in disbelief and began to sense Suzy's presence. 1 second passed. 5 seconds passed. 1 minute passed. In the end, 5 minutes passed, and she sensed the entire sixth universe. She didn't even sense Suzi's presence, which made her completely understand the second innate ability that the little guy mentioned, which was the ability to jump across the universe. The little guy came out of nowhere. It's really interesting. Bados held the angel staff and tapped the void lightly, and in the next second she returned directly to the god of destruction in the sixth universe. Before she had taken 2 steps, she suddenly recalled something Suzi had said in her mind. Miss Bardos, if there's nothing else, then I'll go back to Universe 7 first. From the 7th universe. Bados paused, with an unknown smile on his face, and then gently tapped the ground with the angel staff, and saw a horizontal ripple slowly swaying, followed by a figure. A slender man appeared in this horizontal ripple. Sister Bados, what's the matter? This slender man is the angel Weiss of the 7th universe. Weiss, has a great little guy appeared in your 7th universe? Bados got straight to the point and asked. Hey? How do you know? Weiss was stunned for a moment, and then said in surprise, did that little guy successfully collect all the Dragon Balls and summon the Super Dragon so quickly? Yes. Bados nodded. Not only that, this little guy also has the ability to survive in the universe and the ability to jump across the universe. Hearing Bados' words, Weiss was stunned again. Thinking back carefully, the place where he met Suzi was indeed in the vacuum universe. From this point of view, that little guy is really powerful and powerful. Mysterious. He didn't offend you? Wes asked tentatively. Without. Bados smiled, a bright light flashed in his eyes, and said, but I miss this interesting little guy. Hey, Weiss, how about giving him to our 6th universe? Chapter 49. Hearing Bados' words, Weiss was speechless for a while. How could he not know what his sister had planned? Every universe has the name of an apprentice god of destruction, but in fact, to be honest, no such apprentice god of destruction exists in any universe. Because it is so rare to have a person who is qualified to become the god of destruction. Therefore, Weiss thought for a moment and said, I can't make a decision on this. His meaning was already very clear, and he actually didn't want to let Suzi go. After all, Universe 6 is not the only place where a trainee god of destruction can exist. After hearing what Weiss said, Bados stared at his mirror image for a few seconds, then smiled and said okay. Anyway, I know what he looks like, and I also know that he is in your 7th universe. There's a chance to get in touch with him, right? Bados doesn't want to just let go of such an interesting little guy like Suzi. Maybe he will be able to cultivate a being that will surprise everyone in the future. Suzi didn't know about the conversation between Base and Weiss, and even if he knew about it, it was none of his business. His home field is not the Dragon Ball Super Chrono World, but the Dragon Ball GT Chrono World. At this moment, Suzi has returned to the Earth in the 7th universe. His process of collecting the Super Dragon Balls was too fast and easy. It had only been nearly 2 hours since he left the Earth. Gaixian Island. Suzi's figure suddenly appeared, startling everyone on the island. But when they saw it was Suzi, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Suzi, Wukong, and Vegeta all went to the heaven to practice, but Gohan was taken away by the East Kaioshen Xin, saying that there was a more suitable way for him to practice. Before Suzi asked, Klin started to explain. Oh! Hearing that Sun Wuhan was taken away by the Eastern Kaiwangshen Xin, Suzi couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, and there was a look of thought on his face. If he remembered correctly, this time training, this guy Gohan will entering his most awesome state. The mysterious Gohan state. In the original work, Gohan's combat power in this state is around 900 billion points to 1.1 trillion points, but now, Suzi suspects that it is at least 3,000 billion points and there is absolutely no more. Less. After all, in the original work, Son Gohan's combat power is only 120 billion points after training with Kyo Shenjian. In the mysterious Gohan state, it can increase nearly 10 times, so it stands to reason that he has already reached 300 billion points without using Kyo Shenjian. Gohan's combat power, so after entering the mysterious Gohan state, So Zi guessed that he would have at least 300 billion points of combat power. In this case, I'll leave first. So Zi smiled slightly. Just when he was about to use the teleportation technique to leave the Dragon Ball Super Time and Space World and return to the Dragon Ball GT Time and Space World, a shout made him turn his head and look over. So Zi! Where did you take my sister Rachel? Is the voice from Android 17. Your sister is living a good life in another world of time and space. So Zi said. You are so weird. Number 17 stared at So Zi, full of distrust in both his words and his expression. So Zi shrugged, not caring what android number 17 thought of him. You. Seeing So Zi acting like a scoundrel who can't do anything to him, android no. 17 was furious. If he hadn't known that he was no match for this guy, he would have definitely used force to find out the whereabouts of So Zi's sister. Don't worry, as Lazuli is my wife, I have no reason to do anything bad to her. When my child is born in the future, I will take her back to see you. So Zi waved his hand, said goodbye and left the Dragon Ball Super Time world directly. Call out. At this moment, in the western capital of Earth, the seventh universe of the Dragon Ball GT space-time world, So Zi's figure appeared on the lawn in the backyard of his home. How come it feels like a long time has passed in the world of Dragon Ball GT? So Zi glanced around. It was obvious that he had only been away for half a day at most, but he felt as if he had been away for several years. System, what is the timeline of the GT space-time world? So Zi asked in his heart. It has been 3 months since you, the host, left the world of GT time and space. The system responded. Oh. So Zi responded simply, secretly breathing a sigh of relief. If he remembered correctly, the time and space before he left was at the end of AIG 763. In other words, in the past 3 months, AIG has arrived. Year 764. In 764 AD, were there any noteworthy events in Dragon Ball? So Zi held his chin in his hand and began to think. After a while, So Zi's eyes suddenly lit up, as if, this year, young Trunks from the future world will appear and kill Mechanical Frieza and King Kurd instantly. The chapter on artificial humans is about to begin. So Zi's eyes flickered, but he was not interested in this paragraph, because Lazuli is a unique character. The Dragon Ball Super Time and Space World has appeared, and the Dragon Ball GT Time and Space World will naturally not appear. Speaking of Frieza, I don't know if this guy has been practicing for a long time. Moreover, this guy should not go directly outside the plot. If a golden Frieza comes out in advance, I will be completely chilled. So Zi complained in his heart. Golden Frieza was said to have a combat power of 100, but he felt it was unrealistic. He is now so strong that most of the bosses in the Dragon Ball storyline are no match for him, but in the final battle the combat power index is only 260 trillion points. When converted into mega units, the combat power is only 260 trillion points. The combat power above 10,000 trillion points is only 10,000 trillion points. Yu Jing's combat effectiveness. Therefore, if Golden Frieza could have a combat power of 100, wouldn't it be really terrifying to the extreme? Besides, according to official data, Beerus in the Dragon Ball Super Dimension world, when he reaches his level, his power can no longer be measured by ordinary combat power, and the obtained combat power value is 10. If Golden Frieza's combat power is 100 ki, then Beerus's combat power will be an even greater 10 ki. It's useless to think so much. When you can really face this guy Beerus, won't all the truth be revealed head-on? So Zi thought about it and suddenly shook his head, no longer thinking about the things that are there and what are not. Everyone, there is no need to worry too much about combat power. In short, no matter whether Golden Frisia's combat power is 100 or not, I think every fan author has to write what he likes. My understanding of the Dragon Ball anime. If there are any wrong opinions, let's use the data in this book to speak. After all, this is fan fiction, right? Chapter 50. Hey? What a rare visitor! Just when Suzy stopped thinking about it, a ridiculing voice sounded. Suzy came back to his senses and looked in the direction of the speaker, only to see Bulma in home clothes staring at him with a smile. We haven't seen each other for a few months and you want to be beaten again, right? Suzy laughed twice, then stepped out, and immediately returned to the room with Bulma. 2 hours later, Suzy felt comfortable watching Bulma and Lajli fall asleep due to playing games. He got up and stretched. If Bulma hadn't provoked him, Suzy really wouldn't have wanted to show how powerful he was at playing games. As for Lajli, there was nothing he could do about it. Who told her to bump into him? Next, Suzy practiced while spending time with his 2 wives. The month passed quietly. On this day, Suzy seemed to sense something and narrowed his eyes slightly. The index finger and middle finger touched the center of his eyebrows, and the next second he appeared directly on an island in the north of the earth. He floated in the air and glanced down, only to see Sun Wukong and others confronting a young man with a sword on his back. After the two sides stared at each other for a while, a space battleship flew into the earth from outer space. No aura of Frisia. Suzy looked up at the space battleship in the sky not far away, and his eyes couldn't help but flicker. In his perception, although there were 2 guys with good strength in the space battleship, they were just good. And Frisia's aura doesn't exist, so he must have not fully recovered yet. At the same time, among the space battleships in the sky? Gula. This time when you come to this planet called Earth, I hope you will not retain any strength. I heard your brother Frisia say that there is a legendary golden warrior on this planet, Super Saiyan. The Kurdish king, who was in a high position, looked at his eldest son Gula below indifferently and said, "Father, please rest assured, in order to avenge my brother, I will definitely not retain my own strength. Legendary golden warrior, ah! Look how I torture him." A cold smile appeared on the corner of Gula's mouth. Frisia may be afraid of the existence of the Super Saiyan, but sorry, in Gula's place, I am the only one in heaven and on earth. In fact, this is indeed the case. At this stage, Gu in the entire 7th universe, Law is an invincible existence. Even Frisia is no match for him. You must know that Frisia in the original book only has 120 million combat points while Gu Louisiana has 200 million in normal form. After the transformation, it has 470 million combat power points. Moreover, if Suzy remembers correctly, Gula also has a metal form transformation. In this transformation form, this guy has up to 7 billion combat power points. Therefore, it is not unreasonable for Gula to be so powerful. Very good. Earth has arrived, and it's time for us to go out and see what the legendary Golden Warrior Super Saiyan looks like. The Kurdish king stood up from his high position, and then slowly flew out of the space battleship. While the Kurdish king and Gula left the space battleship, Suzy had already come to Sun Wukong and others to say hello. After that, he set his sights on Date and said, "Hello, boy from the future." You. Suzy revealed his identity in one sentence, which made Date's expression change. "Don't be surprised." Suzy smiled slightly, glanced sideways at Vegeta, and said calmly, "It's not surprising that I know your identity, but there is no need to talk about this topic at the moment. Everyone, a visitor has arrived on Earth." As he spoke, Suzy looked up at the sky again, only to see the Kurdish king and Gula coming through the air, and finally standing above everyone's heads. Who are they? Sun Wukong couldn't help but frown when he saw King Kurd and Gula. Why didn't Frisia come? Date, the insider, also frowned. In his memory, Mechanical Frisia and King Kurt should have arrived on Earth at this time, but there seems to be a shift. Mecha Frisia didn't come, but another powerful guy did. The Kurdish king Angula. Suzi smiled and said, I should have beaten Frisia to pieces. These two guys came to Earth to cause trouble for me. Hearing Suzi's words, Dati's pupils tightened for a while, and then after staring at Suzi for a few times, a huge wave surged in his heart. Why is the direction of this world completely different from the direction he is familiar with? Wasn't it Uncle Gaku who defeated Frisia? Who is this mysterious scion? Why, he has no impression of this scion at all. The scions couldn't have imagined that they would multiply so much. They were such a determined race. At this moment, the Kurdish king Angula slowly fell from the sky, keeping a distance of hundreds of meters from Suzi and others. They stared at Suzi and his group for a while, and then laughed softly. But okay, if we destroy you today, the scion race will completely cease to exist. Gula, do you take action or do I? Father, I'll just target that legendary golden warrior super scion. I think you can easily clean up these smelly fish and rotten shrimps. Gula smiled. He didn't have much respect for the Kurdish king. He came this time just because he was interested in the legendary golden warrior super scion. Otherwise, the Kurdish king categorically refused to ask him to take action. Call out. The Kurdish king sets out. His speed was so fast that it only took him one breath to cover 100 meters. Laugh. However, he did not expect that although his movements were fast, there was a boy who was faster than him, and that was the boy from the future. Dato directly exploded his breath and transformed into Super Saiyan 1. He then drew out the divine sword on his back and appeared in front of the Kurdish king who was rushing over. He raised the sword and dropped it, only to see the latter's body being directly hit split into two. The Kurdish king will probably be in a state of confusion until his death. He moved early, so he died early. This scene caused a sudden burst of exclamations in the audience. Is this boy also a scion? Klin lost his voice and said, how could another mysterious scion appear? Is he the legendary golden warrior, super scion? The death of the Kurdish king did not move Gula. He just stared at Date and his eyes gradually narrowed, and an expression of excitement gradually appeared on his face. He could feel Date's power, but this was not him. The main point of excitement is, Date, the legendary golden warrior, is not as powerful as him. In other words, he will be able to successfully kill this guy who the Frozen Demon clan calls a nightmare. This is what excites him. Please ask for a review vote for Flower Monthly Pass. It will be released at midnight PM if there is no accident. Please ask for an initial order at that time, and 5 chapters will be released at once. Please be assured that the number of chapters after it is released will be very full, and the minimum guarantee will be 2,500 words for one chapter. Yes, make sure everyone enjoys it. Chapter 51. Why is there another scion on Earth? Vegeta calmed down and stared at Date for a while, his brows slowly furrowed. You are a super scion. Very good, if I kill you, I should be a great existence that is unprecedented in the Frozen Demon clan and will never be followed again. Gula slowly walked towards Date. At the same time, he quietly transformed into his most powerful state, which is the metal form. In this form, his combat power is as high as 7 billion points. It seems like I have to take action. Suzi's eyes flickered. He had observed the fighting power of Sun Wukong and others at this moment. There was no difference at all from the original work. It was obvious that the butterfly effect in the early stage had stopped. Without Suzi's continued intervention, he had gradually got on the right track. Gu La's combat power is at 7 billion points while Sun Wukong's combat power is only 800 million points at this moment. The difference in combat power is nearly 10 times. How can the latter be his opponent? This guy is so powerful. Date stared at Gula who was slowly walking towards him, and his brows suddenly frowned. Phew! At this moment, Gula accelerated some speed and arrived in front of Date in an instant. Boom! Gula's fist. The speed was extremely fast, and the fist hit Date's face the moment it was launched. Bang! Instant kill. With just one punch, Date in Super Saiyan 1 form was directly blown away by Gula in metal form. He fell to the ground and instantly returned to his normal appearance. This guy, too horrible. Sun Wukong saw a look of shock on his face when he saw Te in the Super Saiyan form being killed instantly. He can guarantee that there is not much difference in strength between himself and Te, and this guy can kill Te in one punch. Then he can naturally kill him instantly. Therefore, Sun Wukong's brows frowned at this moment, and his face showed an extremely solemn look. Even the Super Saiyans are no match for me. Who else here can be my rival? Gula, who was in metal form, was extremely swollen. He glanced around the whole place and said calmly. He was extremely conceited in both his tone and expression. Ah! So Zi shook his head and chuckled. This guy is really interesting. With only 7 billion points of combat power, do you think he is invincible in the world? Day. So Zi took a step forward lightly. He didn't have that much time to see ancient times. After pulling this guy to show off, after dealing with this guy who shouldn't appear in this time period, he still has to go to the Dragon Ball Super Dimension world. If he remembers correctly, Vegito will appear later in the Majin Buu chapter. Exists. Given the opportunity, So Zi will naturally not give up on testing how powerful this most powerful combined warrior in the history of Dragon Ball is. Ah! Seeing So Zi walking towards him without overestimating his capabilities, Gula smiled coldly and was about to raise his hand to kill So Zi with an energy cannon. Unexpectedly, So Zi's figure suddenly disappeared at this moment. Waiting for Gula when he reacted, a bloody hole appeared in his abdomen. Died. The moment Gula fell down with a look of disbelief on his face, Sun Wukong and others' eyes widened. Brother So Zi, so powerful. Although they knew that So Zi was far better than them. Who would have thought that So Zi would be even more powerful than a being that was far superior to them? Instant kill. This is the real instant kill, an instant kill without any suspense at all. Even Gula himself didn't react. He was already dead. Wukong. So Zi shouted softly. Brother So Zi, I'm here. Sun Wukong stood up. He is a scion from the future world and Vegeta's son. Please wait until he wakes up to ask about the specific details. After So Zi said this, he touched the center of his eyebrows with his index finger and middle finger, and disappeared directly. The world of Dragon Ball Super Dimension. The 7th universe, on Earth. At this moment, not only So Zi appeared in the western capital, but a man holding an angel staff also appeared at the same time. Oh! What a coincidence! High in the sky in Zidu, So Zi and Weiss looked at each other, and both of them said in unison. Little one, it seems you haven't told me your name yet. Weiss looked at So Zi and said with a smile. My name is So Zi. So Zi responded with a smile. It's like this. I came to Earth this time to talk to you about something. Wes said. What's up? So Zi was stunned for a moment, then frowned. Could it be that Bado's woman was so angry that she wanted Weiss to cause trouble for him? You know my existence, so you must know the existence of Lord Beerus, the god of destruction, right? Wes said. I know, but, does this have anything to do with what you and I were talking about? So Zi frowned and said. That, did you know that under the god of destruction, there is actually a trainee god of destruction? Weiss stared at So Zi and continued. Apprentice to the god of destruction. So Zi was stunned for a moment. What is this? To be honest, he has never heard of the identity of trainee god of destruction. But... So Zi suddenly had an idea flash in his mind and thought of Topo from the Pride team. This guy seems to be a preparatory god of destruction, that is, a trainee god of destruction. Thinking of this, Sozi twitched the corner of his mouth, glanced at Weiss with a rather strange expression, and said in surprise, "Mr. Weiss, you don't want me to become the trainee god of destruction of Universe 7, do you?" As expected of the little guy I took a fancy to, he is so smart. Wes nodded and laughed. Sozi was speechless for a while. Weiss really wanted him to become the trainee god of destruction of Universe 7, and directly control Universe 7 after Beerus retired. To be honest, if there were no settings such as the birth of the Kaioshin and the death of the gods of destruction, Sozi, the god of destruction, would have no problem. But, once you become the god of destruction, it is equivalent to having a handle falling into the hands of others. What if someone doesn't like him and cannot assassinate him? So what if he assassinates the Kaioshin of the 7th universe? At that time, wouldn't Sozi die as well? No. Thinking of this, Sozi hurriedly shook his head and waved his hands, and refused directly. How can I resist this heavy burden? Mr. Weiss should find someone else. Sozi, don't be too hasty to reject it. Now, if you follow me to the God of Destruction realm, I'll ask Lord Beerus to show you the terror of destructive energy. I think you will be tempted to become a trainee god of destruction. Weiss smiled slightly and invited. Beerus woke up. Sozi glanced at Weiss in surprise. I just woke up not long ago. Otherwise, I would not come to Earth openly and invite you. Weiss was not surprised. Sozi knew that Beerus would sleep for a long time. He still had a gentle smile on his face and said. As Weiss spoke again, the scene suddenly fell silent. Ding! There is no need to demonstrate the destructive energy. I really want to meet Beerus, the god of destruction. After a while, Sozi's eyes flickered, and then the corners of his mouth raised slightly, and he said to Weiss solemnly, Mr. Weiss, it's best to let Beerus and I have equal combat power. I think that after this fight, I will seriously consider whether to join your family and become the trainee god of destruction of Universe 7. Weiss was stunned for a moment by Sozi's sudden change of topic. Facing the stunned Weiss, Sozi showed a smile in his heart. Obviously, the subtle ding just now was a notification sound from the system. This time it's not about selecting the system to turn on, but turning on the mission system. That's right. The mission issued by the system this time is to let Sozi beat Beerus with equal combat power. The mission reward is very simple, and this item is just that. It's what Sozi desperately needs. The legendary Super Saiyan Bloodline. This chapter will be on the shelves after this, and it will be on the shelves at 0 o'clock. I sincerely ask for the first order when the time comes. Please don't order the book in the past few days. The order is stable. The author will work hard, so there is no need to order the book. The performance of the book really needs everyone's help. The author is confident that the subsequent plots will get better and better, and I believe that the various settings may make everyone feel bright. Chapter 52. I will propose your request to Lord Beerus. Of course, I think Lord Beerus, who has always been bellicose, will recognize your strength and be willing to fight with equal strength. Although he didn't understand why Sozi changed his mind so quickly, Weiss thought for a moment, smiled and nodded. When he said this, he must have been 100% sure that Beerus and Sozi could fight equally. Fight with all your strength. Good. Sozi nodded in surprise. Although he wanted to collide with Vegeto, he was naturally more concerned about this mission. And it's not necessarily possible that both can't be done in parallel. As long as he completes the mission early, he can return to Earth early. Maybe the time is just right for him to meet Vegeto. Soon, the two set off for the God of Destruction in the 7th universe. After about half an hour of traveling time, Sozi and Weiss arrived in the God of Destruction realm in the 7th universe. Oh? Weiss, you are finally back, I'm almost hungry. As soon as the two returned to the god of destruction realm, Beerus's voice came from afar. Lord Beerus, I have brought Sozi. It is up to you whether you can make him a trainee god of destruction. Wes raised his voice. Phew. A soft hum sounded, and then the sound of breaking through the air sounded in the next second. Beerus instantly appeared in front of Sozi. When their eyes met, a spark seemed to flicker in the air. Sozi. Beerus put his hands behind his back, looked at Sozi with squinted eyes and shouted. Hello, God of Destruction Beerus. Sozi looked calm and said hello in a neither humble nor overbearing manner. Ah! Beerus took 2 steps back and laughed, like a sneer, a joke, and a little bit of fun. Sozi smiled lightly and did not speak. Lord Beerus, can you show your destructive energy to Sozi and let him understand what kind of terrifying power he will control after becoming a trainee god of destruction? Wes spoke. Good. Beerus glanced sideways at Wes. If he hadn't given Wes face, he would definitely not have performed the terror of destroying energy for a human like Sozi. Ding! When Beerus agreed, Wes smiled slightly and held his hand. He lightly clicked the void with the angel staff, and then the 3 of them were wrapped in a ball of light mist. Soon, the light mist left the god of destruction realm of the 7th universe and came to the universe. Look, that's a star. The mist of light slowly flew through the universe. When passing by a huge star, Beerus pointed his finger and said lightly, it's gone. Bang! As Beerus's words fell, a ball of purple light exploded from his fingertips. When the light touched the star exploded like a bright firework. How about it? The destructive energy controlled by the god of destruction is terrifying. Wes tilted his head and looked at Sozi's face to one side. The shock and fear he expected were unbelievable, but he didn't see a trace of it on this little guy's face. This made him, on the contrary, he was stunned and said in surprise, Sozi, didn't you see Lord Beerus' performance just now? Saw it. Sozi nodded calmly. Not shocked? Wes was stunned for a moment. Not shocked? Sozi shook his head. For his cleaning ability, the destructive energy controlled by the god of destruction is nothing. If the cleaning ability is compared to an AK-47 with extremely powerful firepower, then the destructive energy controlled by the god of destruction is nothing. Just like a toy gun loaded with plastic bullets, there is no comparison between the two. Isn't that shocking? Beerus also frowned, with a slightly uncomfortable expression on his face. What is this? Sozi smiled faintly, then turned to look at a star, stretched out his index finger and thumb, and lightly snapped his fingers. Boom! The crisp sound of snapping fingers sounded in the mist. Then, the next second, as Beerus and Wes turned their heads to look, they saw the star slowly turning into a black point of light and disappearing into the universe. Varied, what? What ability is this? Beerus and Wes were stunned, their faces full of shock. Shocked. Sozi said lightly. At this time, the 2 men standing at the top of the pyramid of Universe 7 nodded at the same time. Now you know why I'm not shocked. Sozi continued to say calmly. Wes and Beerus nodded like chickens pecking at rice. How about a fight with my level? Sozi's eyes flashed and he continued. This time, Beerus was the only one who nodded in agreement. But when he nodded in response, he suddenly reacted, with a slightly confused look on his face, and then glanced sideways at Sozi. That expression, that look, seemed to say, are you sure I have the qualifications to compete with you at the same level? Shelf. Don't worry, I won't use my purging powers. Sozi smiled slightly. Although his cleaning ability cannot be used against beings at the level of the god of destruction, you can pretend to be something like B. This is Beerus, the god of destruction, the most powerful destructor that surpasses many gods of destruction in the universe. God! If you can be feared by this guy, it will definitely save you a lot of trouble in the future. Good. I promise you, I will fight with your same level of combat power. Hearing Suzi's words, Beerus didn't think much at all and agreed directly. However, Weiss on the side frowned because he heard the words clearing ability. Suzi, you just said that the ability you used was the cleaning ability. Wes asked tentatively. Yes. Suzi nodded. Hiss. Hearing Suzi's answer, West suddenly took a breath of cold air. Cleaning ability. That's cleaning ability. It's beyond the level of destructive energy, clear power. Gudong. The sound of swallowing hard sounded in the light mist, coming from Wis. Seeing Wis's strange expression and shocked expression, Beerus also recovered. Although he didn't know how terrifying the purging ability was. But, looking through the tube, it's easy to see from Weiss's appearance and Suzi's performance how terrifying this ability is. How do you control this ability? Weiss took a deep breath and asked in a deep voice. My innate ability. Suzi smiled slightly and attributed all this to his innate ability. This. Weiss was stunned, and really didn't know what to say for a moment. As an angel, he naturally understands that this ability is definitely not something ordinary people can possess. At least, his father, the great priest, couldn't ask for this ability. He heard that his father, the great priest, said that this ability could not be controlled by the entire royal family. In other words, the mysterious little guy in front of him possesses the noble blood of the king. As soon as this thought came out, Weiss' breath was held at this moment, and cold sweat broke out from his forehead and back at this moment. Horrible. It's really terrible. Now, one thing can be clearly understood. Why? Suzi can have the ability to jump across the universe. Suzi can survive in the vacuum universe. Suzi can control the clearing ability. The reason is simple. This man definitely has the supreme blood of the king in his body. Chapter 53. In addition, Weiss really couldn't imagine how an ordinary human could control so many abilities. His thoughts stopped here, and he looked at Suzi with a little awe. Suzi was paying attention to the changes in Weiss's expression, but he didn't know that he had thought so much in such a short period of time, and even more inexplicably imagined him as a noble being with the blood of all kings. Mr. Weiss! Mr. Weiss! Suzi waved and shouted twice. I'm here, what's wrong? Wes responded hurriedly. Please send us back to the God of Destruction realm. Suzi said with a smile. Good. Weiss nodded, and then the three of them stayed in the mist and slowly flew towards the God of Destruction realm. After flying for about a few minutes, Suzi curled his lips and said, You two, please put your arm on my shoulders, I will use teleportation to return to the God of Destruction. Teleport. Weiss was about to say that the teleportation technique could not enter the God of Destruction, but suddenly he thought of Suzi's powerful ability to jump across the universe, and he immediately held back his words. Suzi, don't you know that the Destruction God realm has its own space and uses the technique of teleportation? Beerus was about to give Suzuko a lesson, but at this moment, the latter pulled him directly, and then appeared in the God of Destruction the next second. Beerus, what did you just say? I didn't know. Suzi came back to his senses, looked at him strangely, and asked. Without. Beerus twitched the corner of his mouth in embarrassment, and then walked aside silently. Logically speaking, Beerus is not a god who likes to talk. In the early days of the original work, he always faced everyone with a straight face and a gloomy look. But today, all his expressions were displayed extremely realistically in front of Suzi. From this point, it is not difficult to see that Beerus actually regards Suzi on the same level deep down in his heart, otherwise it would be impossible to reveal his true temperament. Beerus, what are you doing here? Come on, have a fight as soon as possible. After you beat me, I can call it a day and go back to Earth. Suzy waved to Beerus on the side. Hello. You are going too far. I am a god of destruction, so I can just let you come and go when you call it. Beerus was a little uncomfortable. Although he recognized Suzy, his dignity as the god of destruction made him feel a little emotional. Look, you are angry. Suzy shook his head and said with a smile, so, fight with me as soon as possible. If I am not your opponent, won't I just let you beat me violently? Don't use your cleaning powers. Beerus said in a deep voice. He was extremely afraid of the cleaning power controlled by Suzy. He even guessed that his own destructive energy would never be a match against that cleaning power. Don't worry. Suzy patted his chest, then stepped back 100 meters, clenching his fists. At this moment, his casual attitude turned into a serious posture. Drink! Boom! Suzy shouted and transformed directly into Super Saiyan 1. Seeing Suzy's transformation, Whis and Beerus raised their eyebrows at the same time, with a little surprise on their faces. Interesting, interesting, you can actually increase your combat power through transformation. You are the second person I have ever seen do this. Beerus nodded and praised. The second one is Suzy, and the first one is naturally Frisia. Drink! Suzy shouted again, his breath exploded again, and he transformed directly into Super Saiyan 2. This time, he didn't stay in Super Saiyan 2 for too long. He exploded again and directly entered Super Saiyan 4. Transformation form. Today, Suzy's normal combat power is 67 billion points. With a 4,000-fold increase in combat power, his final combat power index will reach a terrifying 268 trillion points. When converted into trillions, that is 268 trillion points of combat power. What transformation is this? After Beerus and Whis saw Suzy's Super Saiyan 4, their faces showed a bit of surprise. Yes. They were shocked. Because they are extremely sensitive to the breath of the gods, and they can easily sense the presence of this. In the transformed state, Suzy has some spiritual aura. Whis' eyesight was astonishing, and he even saw that Suzy seemed to have initially entered the realm of gods. It's really weird. Whis frowned slightly. He was extremely curious about Suzy's bloodline. He guessed that he had the blood of the king, but also guessed that it was the blood of the Saiyans. Both bloodlines. Thinking of this, Whis' eyes narrowed slightly. After a moment, he thought to himself, could it be that Lord Chuanwang once married a woman from the Saiyan clan, and then the existence of Suzy was born? Phew! While Whis was still thinking deeply in his mind, Suzy set off. He has never been a passive man, and facing the powerful Beerus, he still chose to take the initiative. In the transformed form of Super Saiyan 4, Suzy's speed was not even a bit faster than usual. With just one step, he was 100 meters away, and he was in front of Beerus in an instant. While he was still surprised by Suzy's blood transformation, he directly punched Beerus. Beerus' reaction was still very fast. When Suzy's fist was about to fall, his body reacted automatically, and then he punched out with a backhand. Bang! After flying back a few hundred meters, they both looked at each other solemnly. Just now, Beerus had the reaction of the ultimate intention Kung Fu. Suzy's eyes narrowed. His attack just now was too fast. His fist had already reached Beerus's face. He was actually twisted away by this guy's body and even punched him. In this situation, Suzy, it seems that there is some physical reaction effect brought about by Tsitsa Yujigong. It is said that Beerus is not able to freely use the ultimate intention Kung Fu. Now it seems that this guy has definitely entered this realm, but I am afraid that like Sun Wukong, he cannot enter this realm at will, right? Suzy's eyes flickered for a moment, and he couldn't help but guess. In Suzy's opinion, something like the self-extreme intention gong was equivalent to a game that was born from a game called League of Legends that he played in his previous life. Plug in, script exists. Yes. Automatic dodge skills, the body can make backhand attacks independently, without thinking, the body reacts instantly. But it's no use. So Ze didn't believe that Beerus was really that perverted, and once again rushed towards him first. Bang! 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 The two of them really started to fight, from the ground to the sky, and then from the sky. Within the protective layer outside the God of Destruction realm, and finally back into the God of Destruction realm. This guy's strength, really powerful. With the same level of combat power, it's really hard for me to take him down immediately, let alone beat him up with a crushing force. This time the battle seems to require 100 times more energy. Otherwise, I'm afraid I really won't be able to give this proud little guy a beating. After another punch flew away, neither of them took the initiative to attack again. After Beerus took a deep look at Sozi, he sighed in amazement. Chapter 54. After a while, Beerus had a faint smile on his face and said, Sozi, I'm really interested in you now. I hope you can. You won't let me down. Beerus. Bring it on. If we fight with equal strength, I will not be afraid of you. Sozi hooked his fingers at Beerus, and then flew directly into the sky. Phew! Beerus followed closely, and also flew into the sky. Bang bang bang! The battle in the sky continued, and it was indistinguishable. Seemingly evenly matched. In fact, all three of them understood that it was Beerus who still had the upper hand. However, Sozi was equally powerful. Although he was slightly at a disadvantage, he could still hit Beerus with one punch. Seize body! Boom! Another punch. Sozi flew back 100 meters, but Beerus only flew back 50 meters. From here, it is not difficult to see that the two are on the same level. Combat power, but the gap is still somewhat obvious. Boy, do you want to continue? Your strength is indeed good, but if that's all, that's the end of it. With his hands behind his back, Beerus, who had an extremely indifferent expression, suddenly raised his fingers at Sozi, without paying much attention to Sozi in his words. Perhaps Sozi's cleaning ability was afraid of him, but his real combat power it's not worth mentioning in front of him. Drink! Boom! Hearing Beerus's words, Sozi couldn't help but sneered. After a loud shout, he completely exploded his momentum. He was not going to hold back anymore and directly activated the 15 times Kaio Fist without any side effects. 10 The five-fold Kaio Fist exploded, and Sozi's combat power began to surge. 800 trillion combat power. 1000 trillion combat power. 1500 trillion combat power. However, in a short time, Sozi's combat power soared to 4020 trillion combat power. Call out! At the moment when his combat power was fully formed, Sozi roared angrily, teleported directly towards Beerus, raised his hand and punched out fiercely. You guy, secretly improve your strength. Facing the 15 times Kaio Fist used by Sozi, Beerus chuckled and shook his head. After complaining, he also improved his strength. Facing Sozi's extremely powerful fist attack, Beerus was helpless. His expression changed, and a faint smile appeared on his face. He stretched out a finger of his right hand and lightly touched Sozi's fist. Bang! He bent his finger slightly and saw Sozi flying backwards. Sozi, not quite. Beerus's chuckle reached the ears of Sozi, who was flying backwards. In response, Sozi, who stabilized his body, frowned slightly. Beerus' words clearly made him feel a little uncomfortable. It's true that you, Beerus, are extremely powerful. But is he inferior? Why is he being looked down upon by this guy when he is of equal strength? Come down! Phew! Sozi's figure flashed and he came directly behind Beerus. Too slow, too slow. Beerus chuckled twice and without looking back, he took a step sideways and dodged a powerful energy cannon from Sozi. You can dodge my ordinary energy cannon attacks, but you can't dodge one of my abilities. So Zi's sneer rang out in the audience, which made Beerus slightly stunned, and then his face changed. Could it be that, is this guy So Zi ready to use his clearing ability? Time to stop. Just when Beerus was a little panicked, So Zi's voice sounded in the field again. Ding! Just listen to the sound of time stopping. The next second. In the entire God of Destruction realm, only So Zi and Wei Si can blink, but even Beerus is motionless. The 1.3 second time stopping technique can only allow me to get close to Beerus and unleash a powerful attack. So Zi's eyes flickered, and he moved at this moment. He arrived in front of Beerus in a few tenths of a second, then raised his hand and punched out. He did not choose to use a powerful energy cannon to attack. In his opinion, he could only release an extremely destructive energy cannon attack during the remaining time of rest, but if he attacked Beerus physically, he could do it several times. Ding! The weakening attribute effect is triggered. Bang! Bang! Ding! The weakening attribute effect is triggered. After the suspension was over, Beerus had been punched by him at least 100 times. And under the attack of these hundreds of punches, So Zi's mind sounded at least 10 times with the system prompting the triggering of the weakening attribute effect. You guy, it's really weird. The time-stopping technique just now was able to hit me, the god of destruction. Beerus was now covered in bruises and looked a little embarrassed. He stared at So Zi and his eyes gradually narrowed. Now that he was sure that this guy would not use the cleaning power on him, he would naturally let go completely. Then, give this guy a beating. Call out. Beerus started moving, and he was very fast. But after being weakened 10 times in a row, although his combat effectiveness was exactly the same as So Zi's on the surface, in fact his combat effectiveness had already dropped to an extreme. Therefore, no matter how fast he was, his resistance and attack power were definitely no match for So Zi. Boom! Just like Beerus faced Suzy before, the latter only used one finger to directly block Beerus's fist. Not only that, he held his left hand behind his back, as if he was not affected by Beerus' attack at all. Look down on average. Drink. The two fought against each other for a short while. So Zi shouted softly and increased the strength of his hands a little. Beerus's face changed and a powerful impact suddenly hit him, knocking him away hundreds of times. Meters away. How can it be? Beerus, who was flying hundreds of meters away, had a look of shock on his face. That guy So Zi, could it be that his strength has increased again? But, he didn't feel any improvement in So Zi's strength at all. This one is really weird. With his endless abilities, people really can't help but doubt his true identity. Weiss on the side saw this battle in his eyes, and was shocked again by So Zi's time-stopping technique. You know, those who have reached the level of the god of destruction, let alone ordinary people, are just ordinary people. None of the gods can use their innate abilities to affect. So Zi. Time-stopping surgery works. And it still lasted 1.3 seconds. If the two of them were really on the same water surface, Beerus would have died inexplicably. Call out. So Zi took advantage of the victory and began to crush Beerus, who had been weakened 10 times. Boom! 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 Stop fighting! Ouch! Stop it! The beating lasted for at least 5 minutes. Beerus, who was silently enduring the beating, could no longer bear it. He burst out with a more powerful aura and knocked So Zi away. Beerus, you are cheating. So Zi crossed his arms and looked at the bruised and swollen Beerus with a smile on his face. And said with a smile. Ah! Beerus smiled coldly and flew directly towards his lair. He really didn't want to face this pervert So Zi. The more he fought with him, the more he felt that he was powerless. Rather than embarrass himself again, Beerus Ruth would rather cheat and admit defeat. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the system task and being rewarded with the legendary Super Scion Bloodline X1. Get it now or delay it. When Beerus' figure completely disappeared, the system notification sounded in Suzi's mind. Chapter 55. 55 2-in-1 Powerful Bloodline, Incredible Improvement in All Aspects. First order requested on April 10th. Get it now. Suzi didn't think much and directly chose to receive the mission reward now. Ding! The legendary Super Scion Bloodline has been delivered to the host system package, please check it carefully. The system beeped. Suzi casually glanced at his system package. The first box contained the legendary Super Scion Bloodline. However, what made him speechless was that the color of this bloodline was directly based on a kind of green appears. Next, it seems that I will start merging bloodlines to bring my ancestor Scion bloodline to a higher level. Suzi's eyes flickered, and a look of excitement gradually appeared on his face. As we all know, the legendary Super Scion bloodline can double its normal combat power in a year. In this case, I'm afraid it won't be possible if it's inside. With normal combat effectiveness, he can reach the level of a trillion unit. It's really exciting. Suzi laughed. Suzi, train you as the god of destruction. At this moment, Weiss came to Suzi and whispered. Mr. Weiss, I have some training experience in this fight with Beerus, so I have to consolidate it quickly. Let's learn about the god of destruction later. After saying this, Suzi directly took out the spiritual time room with 20 times the time flow rate placed in the system package space, and then stepped into it under Weiss's stunned eyes. Stepping into the spiritual time room, Suzi directly underwent the bloodline god level evolution. To the outside world, it only took a few hours, but in the spiritual time room, it took several days. At this time, he was immersed in the bloodline evolution. Suzi suddenly opened his eyes and saw a silvery white light flashing in his eyes. Host, Suzi. Bloodline, Ultimate Scion. Realm of God, 0.1%. Normal, 335 billion points of combat power. Super Scion 1, 33.5 trillion combat power points. 100 times combat power increase. Super Scion 2, 67 trillion combat power points. 200 times combat power increase. Skills, 15 times the side effect free Kyo Fist, upgraded version of teleportation, clearing ability, gold level, time stopping technique, 1.3 seconds, 20% chance of weakening attribute effects. Items, Battle Robot House, Super Scion 5 Experience Card, 10,000 times Gravity Room, 20 times Time Flow Spiritual Time Room. After checking his character attribute panel, Suzi's pupils tightened. Now, his powerful 2-in-1 Scion bloodline has become a unique Ultimate Scion bloodline. Ultimate, the ultimate. Suzi murmured softly, focusing on his normal combat power again. 335 billion points of combat power. Before, my normal combat power was 67 billion points, but now it has reached 335 billion combat power points. That is to say, after achieving the Ultimate Scion bloodline, my normal combat power increased 5 times. Suzi couldn't help but exclaimed. Etc. After Suzi marveled that his normal combat power had increased 5 times compared to before, he suddenly saw another change in himself. That is, now that he has achieved the Ultimate Scion bloodline, his combat power will increase by 100 times in the transformation form of Super Scion 1, and even more by 200 times in the transformation form of Super Scion 2. Double the increase in combat power. This. Suzi was stunned and couldn't help but take a breath of air. In other words, the fixed power increase of his Super Scion 1 and Super Scion 2 has been doubled. System, what about my Super Scion 3 transformation, or even Super Scion 4? Suzi held his breath and asked in his heart. Host, now that you are of the Ultimate Scion bloodline, the power increase multiplier of all your Super Saiyan transformations will be doubled. The system responded. Damn it! Hearing the system's answer, So Zi couldn't help but uttered a curse word. Super Saiyan 4 originally had a normal 4,000-fold increase in combat power, but now due to the evolution of the bloodline, the increase multiple has also evolved, that is, an 8,000-fold increase in combat power. Power increase? This. So Zi swallowed his saliva. In other words, his current normal combat power is 335 billion points. With an 8,000-fold increase in combat power, he will reach a terrifying level. 2,680 trillion combat power. This is just Super Saiyan 4. What if he transforms into Super Saiyan 5? How many times that will be? After immersing himself in his own power for a few minutes, So Zi walked out of the spiritual time room. When So Zi walked out, Weiss' eyes immediately fell on him. Somehow, he felt that So Zi seemed to have changed a lot. But he couldn't explain this change in detail. In short, it was better than So Zi. I was definitely stronger before, not even a little bit stronger. Strength has been greatly improved. Weiss asked with a smile. Yes. So Zi nodded. At this moment, he suddenly thought of a question. That is, he has a Super Saiyan 5 transformation experience card. If he uses it, will he be able to transform into a Super Saiyan 5? What is the understanding of this transformation? As soon as this thought came out, So Zi frowned, and there was a look of excitement on his face. It makes sense that the Red Sun Wukong had realized the Super Sailor God. The same realm as Blue. Perhaps, after using the transformation experience card of Super Saiyan 5, So Zi can understand the essence of the transformation form of Super Saiyan 5, or in other words, understand an ultimate game that is unique to him. The Super Saiyan 5 of demi-human blood has come out. Thinking of this, So Zi was completely tempted, and took out the 20 times spiritual time room again, and then entered the spiritual time room again under Weiss's astonished gaze. Entering the spiritual time room, So Zi directly took out the Super Saiyan 5 transformation experience card, and then chose to use it. In an instant, So Zi skipped the transformation from Super Saiyan 1. He became Super Saiyan 4, and then saw silver air currents spreading around his body. His hair gradually grew longer, and then reached a shawl length before being completely styled. This was just the first change. His originally red hair slowly became longer. It slowly turned silver, and silver body hair gradually appeared on his body. His pupils turned into a faint blue, and his eye sockets were silver and grey. What a powerful feeling! It's Super Saiyan 5. When Super Saiyan 5 was completely transformed, So Zi clenched his fists, with a look of shock on his face. At this moment, there were lines of fascinating lightning around him, wrapping him in it. If anyone saw it, he would definitely give him a thumbs up and say cool. What So Zi didn't know was that when he successfully transformed into Super Saiyan 5, in the world of the God of Destruction outside the spiritual time house, Ben was sitting there. Russ and Weiss stood up together, with confused expressions on their faces. After a while, they turned into shocked expressions. Super Saiyan 5. In the spiritual time room, So Zi took a look at his current state. In the transformed form of Super Saiyan 5, his combat power reached an astonishing 1340,000 billion points of combat power. And if this combat power is converted into units of trillions, that is 13,400 trillion combat power. So, the combat power increase multiplier of Super Saiyan 5 is 40,000 times. So Zi's eyes flickered, and he finally figured out the combat power increase multiplier of Super Saiyan 5. Fear. It's really scary. So Zi didn't know, he was really shocked when he calculated it. A 40,000-fold increase in combat power. When his normal combat power gradually rises to a trillion unit, then the normal combat power of 1 trillion will be 40,000 trillion, which is the fighting power of 4 kyo. By then, I will cross a big level in minutes. Su Ziyi held his breath, with a look of excitement on his face. I can only write 4 chapters at once because each chapter has a lot of words. The author will update it tomorrow. Chapter 56. Call. After a burst of excitement, Su Ziyi gradually recovered. After taking a deep breath, he took out the sparring robot house from the system package space. The robots in this sparring robot house have the blood of various fighting races in the Dragon Ball world, including Scion blood, Angel blood, Namek blood, and Frozen Demon blood. Moreover, the robot can simulate the transformation of a Scion. What is Su Ziyi's combat power? Then what is the combat power of this sparring robot? And because it is a robot, it can definitely crush Su Ziyi in terms of calculating combat experience. Hierarchical. Therefore, in fact, basically when Su Ziyi entered the sparring robot house, he was brutally beaten by the sparring robot. But this time Su Ziyi felt that he should be able to fight. However, when he saw the sparring robot appear in front of him in the transformed form of Super Saiyan 5, Su Ziyi's breathing became a little messy at this moment. Call out. When Su Ziyi was still a little confused, the Super Saiyan 5 transformed by the sparring robot came directly in front of him. Boom! He raised his hand and struck Su Ziyi directly in the abdomen with an extremely powerful punch. Puff! This punch was so powerful that it sent Su Ziyi flying straight away, spitting out a large mouthful of blood in mid-air. The power of just one punch made Su Ziyi's face turn pale at this moment. Oh shit! Make a sneak attack! Su Ziyi cursed secretly. Fortunately, he was in the transformed form of Super Saiyan 5 at the moment. If it was normal just now, or even just Super Saiyan 4, he would probably lose his combat effectiveness under that punch. Bah! Su Ziyi vomited a mouthful of blood and said that he must turn over when facing the sparring robot, otherwise he would be really sorry for his powerful Super Saiyan 5 transformation. Boom! The extremely powerful silver air burst out and enveloped him. Phew! With one step, Su Ziyi appeared in front of the sparring robot. Bang bang bang! The sparring robot reacted instantly and was not hit by Su Ziyi. And then a close fight began. At the same time, Beerus and Whis gathered together in the God of Destruction realm of Universe 7. And they stared at the 20-fold time on the ground. Liasu stared at the mental time room for a long time, and finally Whis said, "Did Lord Beerus also notice something?" Beerus nodded solemnly. To be honest, the aura just now was not very powerful for him, but the strange divine aura in it made him feel very interesting. That kid seems to have initially entered the realm of gods. His strength is not strong at the moment, but his subsequent growth may be astonishing. Weiss said in a deep voice, "And I suspect he has all the blood of the king in his body." What? All the blood of the king? When Beerus heard Wiss's words, his face suddenly showed a look of shock, and then he looked unbelieving and said, "No way. Suzi's bloodline should be Scion bloodline. He knows about the Scion race because he visited planet Vegeta many years ago. To be honest, he hates this arrogant race. The destruction of planet Vegeta is actually behind the scenes in a sense. The real Black Hand is probably Beerus. The clearing ability used by Su Ziyi is an ability of Lord Chuanwang's system." Weiss said in a deep voice, "This kind of ability user has initially controlled the laws of the universe. This ability can only be controlled by Lord Chuanwang and the disappeared Lord Chuan King." This. Beerus was so frightened that his eyes almost fell out of his sockets. If it was true as Whis said, then Suzy would be equivalent to the second king of all, and even the great priest in the entire universe would be the same. You have to be wary of him. In any case, be kinder to Su Ziyi. Wes reminded. "I understood." Beerus nodded solemnly. "Ta. At this moment, Suzy, who was covered in injuries, slowly walked out of the spiritual time room that flowed at 20 times the speed of time. Suzy, what's wrong with you? Weiss looked at Suzy, who was covered in injuries, in surprise, and couldn't help but asked in surprise. Is there a fourth person hidden in the God of Destruction realm? I just went through a big spiritual practice. Suzy grinned, and then took out a super fairy bean from the system package space. His injuries recovered in an instant, but Weiss, who was about to treat him, held back his movements. Was the breath just released by you? Beerus asked tentatively. Although there are only 3 of them in the entire God of Destruction realm, he still couldn't help but want to ask. Yes. That was a new form transformation of mine, but I didn't have full control over it. Suzy was filled with pity, but fortunately, after the Super Saiyan 5 transformation experience card ended, he had a lot of insights about Super Saiyan 5 in his mind. Moreover, he had a feeling that maybe his own Super Saiyan 5 does not need to be in a state of extreme anger to transform like the original. He named the Super Saiyan 5 transformation form he learned as his exclusive transformation. The biggest realization about his exclusive Super Saiyan 5 transformation is that it is the ordinary Super Saiyan 5 plus God's realm. As long as the two can be integrated, then he must step into the exclusive Super Saiyan 5 that he has realized. Saiyan 5 time. And I'm afraid that when I transform into my own Super Saiyan 5, the combat power increase multiplier of this form may not be the 40,000 times combat power increase of the Super Saiyan 5 transformation experience card. Suzy's eyes slowly narrowed. The Super Saiyan 5 who entered the realm of gods would only have a 40,000-fold increase in combat power. That would be really bad. But the most important premise is, I have to be able to successfully enter the transformation form of Super Saiyan 5. Suzy took a deep breath and gradually calmed down. For him, everything can be done step by step. Sometimes doing it too hastily can be counterproductive. It's time for me to leave. Suzy pointed his index finger to the center of his eyebrows, and said to Beerus and Weiss, come to Earth when you have time. I'm sure you will like the food there. Phew. After the words fell, Suzy's figure disappeared into the God of Destruction realm. Buzz. When Suzy left the God of Destruction realm, Weiss's angel staff suddenly vibrated, and then a horizontal ripple spread out. The figure of Bados, the angel of the 6 universes, slowly emerged. Hello Lord Beerus. When Bados saw Beerus, he couldn't help but smile and say hello. Hello Bados. Beerus said hello casually and then flew towards his home lair. As for Suzy's invitation, although he remembered it, he was currently feeling sleepy, so he was still going to sleep for a while before talking. Weiss, have you seen that little guy? Bados watched Beerus' figure go away, and then set his sights on Weiss. I met him and asked him if he would like to be my trainee God of Destruction in Universe 7. Weiss nodded. Did he accept or reject it? Bados was stunned for a moment, and then asked hurriedly. Neither refused nor agreed. Weiss sighed and said, but the chance of him becoming a trainee God of Destruction is really slim. That's good, that's good. Bardos immediately breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Suzy didn't agree to become the trainee God of Destruction in the 7th universe, she would have a great chance in the 6th universe. Sister Bados, I think you should give up the idea of letting Suzy become the trainee God of Destruction of the 6th universe. When Weiss saw Bados's expression, how could he not guess what this sister was thinking at the moment? Why? Bados was stunned for a moment, then frowned slightly. The 5th update is here. Please subscribe automatically. Please subscribe. Please don't keep books. Please. Chapter 57. Why? Bados is very strange. From what he understands, Weiss is not someone who gives up so easily. Can a trainee God of Destruction learn the energy of destruction, right? Weiss smiled bitterly and said, but, Suzi has mastered abilities that are more advanced than destructive energy. What? Bados was stunned when he heard what Weiss said, and then asked in surprise what is an ability that is more advanced than destructive energy. Clear power. Weiss said in a deep voice. Clearance ability. Hiss. Bardos was so shocked when he heard Weiss's answer that he couldn't help but let out a breath of air. Weiss understood the horror of the purging ability, why couldn't Bardos understand it? So, who is that little guy named Suzi? Bados took a deep breath, suppressed the throbbing in her heart at the moment, and asked in a deep voice. Have no idea. But I think he must be related to the missing Daquan king. Weiss guessed maybe, he is also the heir left in the world by the disappeared King Daquan. In this case, facing this little guy like Suzi, I can only adopt a gentle attitude. Bado's eyes narrowed. Previously, there were only 2 people with the ability to clean up in the entire universe. Now a third person appears. What does this mean? I don't know. I don't know. I can't imagine. On Suzi's side, after returning to Earth, he sensed it briefly and landed directly in the sky above an island in the north of the Earth. Looking down, I saw Son Goku, who had transformed into Super Saiyan 3 and was fighting Little Bu on the ground. After sensing the combat power of the two, Sun Wukong has 4,000 billion combat power points, while Kid Bu has 4,200 billion combat power points. Although the difference in combat power between the two is very obvious, Sun Wukong is not at all inferior in the confrontation, and the more he fights, the braver he becomes. Call out! After the two punched each other and separated, Suzi saw Sun Wukong rising into the sky in the Super Saiyan 3 state on the ground, very fast. Boom! A punch with lightning hit Little Bu's face in the sky, denting his face just like Vegeta did before. However, unlike Vegeta who just dented Bu's face, Sun Wukong made him fly backwards. Drink! Sun Wukong understood how much he had consumed in the state of Super Saiyan 3. Although he had eaten Super Senzu beans in advance, it was best to win the battle quickly. Immediately, he let out a loud drink and burst out. With his most powerful power, he made his hands look like calyxes, preparing to release the Super Turtle-style Qigong wave to kill Little Bu instantly. How could Little Bu stand still and get beaten? After flying backwards, he quickly stabilized his body in mid-air, then sneered and moved at high speed to arrive in front of Sun Wukong instantly. You really deserve to die. Little Bu whispered, his thin body twisted, and then he raised his leg and kicked Sun Wukong away as he was about to accumulate energy. Bang bang bang! Little Bu took advantage of the victory to pursue the victory, and then got close and hit out with a combination of punches. The attack was extremely fierce, and when another punch hit Sun Wukong, the latter screamed in pain, and Little Bu yelled in excitement, raised his hand and punched out with more force. Bang! This time, Sun Wukong didn't get hit. He gritted his teeth and grabbed Little Bu's fist, twisted it. Twisted his hand out of shape, and then raised his leg and hit him in the stomach. Audiobook. Sun Wukong roared angrily, his momentum getting higher and higher, completely suppressing and beating Little Bu, who exceeded his own combat power of 1,000 billion points. The two of them collided with physical skills, and there were no fancy Qigong cannons or air bomb attacks, but don't underestimate physical attacks. If conditions permit, every punch from the two of them might be enough to blow up a planet. Can Goku win? At this time, Klin and Piccolo must have seen Suzi. They flew over slowly and asked in a low voice. However, their eyes were looking at Super Saiyan 3 Sun Wukong in the sky in the distance, with a look on their faces. A little worried. It's hard to say, but I believe that this kid Wukong can often create miracles. Suzi smiled slightly and said, by the way, did East Kaioshen Xin tell Wukong about Potala's earrings? Potara earrings. Klin and Bic were stunned at the same time, then shook their heads and said in unison, I don't know, at least I haven't heard of these Potara earrings. Oh okay. Suzy frowned slightly and looked towards the field. He noticed that Vegeta was already lying on the ground and must have been killed in advance. Boom! Boom! At this time, in the sky, Sun Wukong punched away Little Bu. The latter fell to the open ground, and a bottomless pit was born in the earth. Finished! Seeing this scene, Klin hurriedly flew into the air of the big pit and looked towards the big pit below, extremely excited. Boom! Just as Klin finished speaking, he saw an extremely violent air coming out of the pit. Came out from the big pit. Boom! A figure rose into the sky and arrived in front of Sun Wukong. Bang! Sun Wukong raised his hand and punched Little Bu. Bang! Bu's head was turned in a circle. Seeing this, Sun Wukong's eyes flickered, and he stepped back, and then fired a powerful energy cannon from his palm. Boom! This powerful energy cannon hit Xiao. A big hole appeared in Bu's belly instantly, and a look of fear appeared on his face. This was the first time that Majin Bu showed a look of fear, a little scared. Hoo ho ho! But no more, Little Bu had more anger on his face. The hole on his head began to emit steam, and his fighting power gradually increased. 4.5 trillion points of combat power. 4.6 trillion points of combat power. 4.7 trillion points of combat power. In just a few breaths, Little Bu's combat power increased from 4.2 trillion points to 4.8 trillion points, which was a full 800 billion points more than Son Goku Indiana Super Saiyan 3 transformation form. The combat power was completely finalized. At this time, a cold smile appeared on Little Bu's face. His squinted eyes slowly opened a little, and a small shadow appeared on the edge of his eyes. Sun Wukong, congratulations on successfully irritating me, so I will turn you into a cookie and eat it. At this moment, Little Bu's gloomy expression looks very scary, but the words he speaks are as if a child is angry. To be honest, this gesture makes people want to laugh. But, except for Suzy, no one dared to laugh. Everyone looked at Little Bu with great solemnity. They all understood that this terrifying guy become more powerful. Woohoo! Steam gas erupted from Little Bu's head again, and then the pink antenna-like thing on his head fired a beam of light towards Sun Wukong. Wukong! Be careful! This is Little Bu's magic. As long as you are electrocuted, you will turn into a cookie. After he eats it, his strength will increase. Seeing Little Bu using this magic, Suzy immediately reminded him. What? Sun Wukong's expression changed and he hurriedly avoided it. But it didn't matter, Little Bu rushed over at this moment, and the antenna-like tentacles on his head directly ate Sun Wukong. A bright light flashed for a moment, and then everyone looked at it with shock on their faces. In the sky, the figure of Sun Wukong has disappeared, and what is left is Majin Bu, who has become tall and thin. This guy is still wearing Sun Wukong's clothes. What's going on? Seeing this scene, Klin and Bic exclaimed at the same time. Goku was eaten by Majin Bu, this guy should be called Goku Bu. Suzy's eyes narrowed and he checked Goku Bu's combat power at this moment. 9.6 trillion points of combat power. Uncle Suzy. At this moment, Sun Wuhan, East Kaioshen Xin and Gabit appeared in the sky at the same time. Sun Wuhan glanced at Suzy, and then said hello. Suzy smiled at Sun Wuhan, and found that Sun Wuhan was in his mysterious Gohan state at this moment. It seemed that this kid arrived at the right time. What surprised Suzy was that Gohan's combat power in the mysterious Gohan state at this moment was as high as 9 trillion points. The 6th update is coming. Please subscribe automatically for large chapters. Chapter 58. To be honest, it seems that compared to the mysterious Gohan's 9,000 billion combat power points, Goku Bu's 9,600 billion combat power points are really a bit low. However, after complaining a little in his heart, Suzy felt a little inexplicable excitement. When So Ziyi saw the appearance of Gohan Bu in his previous life, So Ziyi had an idea. How powerful would it be if Majin Bu ate Goku and turned into Goku Bu? In this life, he did see it, but it was not as absolutely invincible as he imagined. However, witnessing the birth of Goku Bu with my own eyes was like fulfilling a wish I had in my previous life. Uncle So Ziyi, leave Majin Bu to me. Mysterious Gohan said calmly. Okay. So Ziyi didn't plan to take action at all. He wanted to see how powerful Goku Bu was. Eat it. Eat it. I'm going to eat you all. Oh ho 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 ho. While So Ziyi was talking to the mysterious Gohan, Goku Bu was jumping up and down in the sky with excitement on his face. The moment he finished speaking, he suddenly appeared in the mysterious Gohan. In front of the rice. Bang! The mysterious Gohan looked calm and punched Goku Bu away. Then he flew up and started fighting with Goku Bu. Close combat. Gohan's strength is indeed much stronger. Seeing this scene, East Kaioshen Xin and Gabit couldn't help but look at each other, with gratified smiles on their faces. They were not fools, and they naturally saw that the strength of Majin Bu who had eaten Sun Wukong had reached a certain level. It's impossible to predict. But what about now? There is not much difference in strength between the two, and there is no one who has the upper hand or the lower hand. The guy who had seen the big scene was shocked. Boom! In the sky, the mysterious Gohan began to gradually increase his power, because, the more he fought, the harder it felt for the mysterious Gohan. His resilience was astonishing. He knew that if he fought a protracted battle, he would definitely be defeated. Therefore, he began to use his most powerful power and was not prepared to engage in tentative battles with the devil. Bu fought. Bang! At close range, mysterious Gohan raised his hand and punched out again. This time, mysterious Gohan flew backwards. Taking advantage of the victory, Bu rushed forward again and directly began to crush the mysterious Gohan. Super Turtle-style Kigong Wave. After a violent beating, an extremely bright and dazzling blue beam was released by Goku Bu and hit the mysterious Gohan directly. Ah! Mysterious Gohan let out a scream. Gohan! Seeing this scene, Eastern Kai Wangshen Xin and others couldn't help but change their expressions and exclaimed. Eat it! Eat it! I want to eat you one by one! Oh ho 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 ho! Wukong Bu looked at the huge mushroom cloud rising from the explosion zone, and suddenly howled with excitement. Phew! The next moment, he moved and directly entered the mushroom cloud in the explosion zone. Phew! A bright light flashed for a moment, and then when he reappeared, everyone's eyes suddenly froze. Goku Bu disappeared and was replaced by Gohan Bu. Did he absorb Gohan? Xin, the king of the Eastern Realm, said in shock. Interesting, it seems that the most powerful one is Gohan Bu. So Ziyi couldn't help but chuckled and shook his head when he saw the birth of Gohan Bu. It's over. Even Gohan was absorbed by Majin Bu, so wouldn't the universe be buried in the hands of this guy? Jebit's face turned pale and he murmured. Ha! Just when everyone was panicking, So Ziyi yawned, and then slowly flew towards the distant sky. His target was Gohan Bu. At this moment, Gohan Bu's combat power was as high as 40 trillion points, that is, 40 trillion combat power. This combat power value has probably reached a peak. From now on, the existence of suppressing this guy may only appear in the plot of Dragon Ball Super. If there is one, then it is the strongest combined warrior, Vegito. However, he guessed that Vegito would not be able to appear. After all, Goku had been absorbed by Majin Bu. How could there be a second Goku and Vegeta using the Padala earrings to transform together? What about Vegito, the strongest fused warrior in history? You guys are finally ready to take action. The moment So Ziyi and Gohan Bu met, the latter spoke. Facing others, Gohan Bu felt naturally condescending. However, when facing So Ziyi, he felt an inexplicable feeling of fear. At least, when Gohan Bu was talking to Suzy, there were beads of sweat on his forehead, and he was obviously afraid of this guy. Don't panic, don't panic. Suzy grinned, and then transformed directly into Super Saiyan 2. At this moment, his combat power is at 67 trillion points, which is 67 trillion combat power. Ah! I admit your strength, but I am not weak either. Come on, let me beat you and eat you. Gohan Bu took a deep breath and stared at Super Saiyan 2 Suzao with great seriousness. Phew! The moment Gohan Bu finished speaking, Suzy's figure flashed and appeared in front of him instantly. Bang bang bang! In just 1 second, Suzy punched at least 100 times. After 100 punches in a row, Suzy was surprised to find that Gohan Bu was only in some pain, but actually did not suffer much damage, which made him look a little surprised. My recovery ability far exceeds your damage ability. Gohan Bu was extremely proud. Oh! Yeah! Suzy laughed and transformed again. This time it was not Super Saiyan 3, but Super Saiyan 4. He didn't believe it. Under the power of his Super Saiyan 4, Gohan Clothed Ou's recovery ability is still as terrifying as before. Boom! With one punch, the proud Gohan Bu was knocked unconscious. Sun Wukong and Sun Wuhan, who had been absorbed by O, were all beaten out, leaving only a skinny Majin Bu staring at Suzy in confusion. Escape! Majin Bu suddenly regained his composure, his expression changed, and he chose to turn around and flee. There's no escape. Suzy pointed out and activated his unilateral elimination ability. The evil Majin Bu was directly eliminated by him, leaving only the kind Majin Bu. You, won't you kill me? The fat and cute Majin Bu looked around, and finally set his sights on Suzy, with a cute expression on his face. Why should I kill you? Suzy shook his head and smiled. He didn't have much dislike for the kind-hearted Majin Bu. Instead, he felt that this guy was chubby and cute. Mr. Suzy, this Majin Bu. The Eastern Realm King God Xin came to Suzy and whispered. What's left of Majin Bu now is pure kindness. Don't worry, he won't do bad things again. Suzy explained. Hey! After hearing this, everyone was relieved, but they still looked at Majin Bu with a little fear. At this point, Majin Bu's chapter is completely over. Continue after coming down. Suzy asked some questions and then stayed on the Earth in Dragon Ball Super Dimension for 3 months, because he had been thinking about Vegito, the strongest fused warrior in history, but unfortunately, because there is no absolute strong because of the enemy, Vegeta is not willing to merge with Sun Wukong. Although Suzy feels it is a pity, but if he thinks about it carefully, it is like that. After all, there will definitely be a chance to face Vegito later. Suzy is ready to return to his main time and space GT world, but, when he was about to return, White's voice message rang in his mind. Suzy, Lord Beerus had a very strange dream. The 7th update is coming, please subscribe automatically. Chapter 59. Suzy couldn't help but be stunned when he heard Weiss's voice transmission, and then asked in surprise what weird dream did Beerus have. All in all, just come and destroy the world of gods. Oh yes, you keep talking about the delicious food on Earth, how about you remember to bring some delicious food? What Weiss seemed to want more was for Suzy to bring some delicacies from the Earth to destroy the god realm. Regarding this, Suzy also understood the meaning, shook his head and smiled, and after agreeing, he prepared 10 pieces of food for Weiss and the others. Several boxes of cup noodles with different flavors. You know, in the original work, both Beerus and Wisco were full of praise for the cup noodles on Earth. As for ice cream, Suzy felt that there was still a chance to wait for these 2 guys to come to Earth. Invite them to eat later. Next, Suzy packed up a dozen boxes of cup noodles with different flavors and rushed directly to the god of destruction. In just a moment, Sozi appeared in the god of destruction. Sensing Sozi's arrival, Whis and Beerus walked up directly. Why do you feel that Beerus's dream is a bit unusual? Sozi saw the serious expressions on the faces of Beerus and Whis who were walking over, and he couldn't help but feel doubtful. Suddenly, an idea flashed in Sozi's mind, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. Beerus had a dream. Isn't that the precognitive dream of dreaming about the Super Saiyan God? Suzy, I told you, right? Lord Beerus had a very strange dream. Weiss looked solemnly at Sozi, who looked thoughtful, and said, Yes, so, what was that dream? Although he already had some guesses in his mind, Sozi still pretended not to know and asked. Lord Beerus said. Just as Whis was about to speak, Beerus had already arrived, with the same solemn look on his face. He glanced at Sozi and said in a deep voice, Super Saiyan God. In the dream, this guy defeated me. And he seemed to have killed me. Is that true? Hearing Beerus' words, Sozi's eyes suddenly flickered. To be honest, he really didn't expect Beerus to have a precognitive dream of Super Saiyan God in advance. If he remembered correctly, this dream was what Beerus had when he woke up at the beginning of Dragon Ball Super. Sozi, you are from the Saiyan clan, so you should know about Super Saiyan God, right? Beerus stared at Sozi and asked. I know. Sozi didn't hide anything and nodded directly. After hearing his words, the solemn look on Beerus's face became a little darker, but he was also a little curious. He knew most of the gods in the world, but this super racer, this was the first time he had heard of the demi-human god. Although in his dream, he was suspected of being killed by the Super Saiyan God, he thought about it carefully as he was rarely an opponent. Excited. Let me think, if I remember correctly, the Super Saiyan God on the surface consists of 5 Saions with a righteous heart transmitting energy together, so that a Saiyan with a righteous heart can enter the realm of God. Sozi pretended to think about it for a moment, then snapped his fingers and explained to the two of them the Super Saiyan God is not just a transformed form of the divine realm. Whether it is his combat power or realm, belongs to the level that has truly entered the realm of the gods. Looking at it this way, maybe this Super Saiyan God will be quite powerful. So, Sozi, do you know how strong he is? Beerus's eyes lit up and he continued to ask. This is a kind of sacrifice to the gods, so this Super Saiyan God only has 60% of the strength of Beerus. Sozi replied instantly. 60%? That would be too weak. Sozi's answer made Beerus frown. In his dream, he was firing on all cylinders. Under such a fierce attack, that guy was even able to match him. In the end, he was still able to fight. Being able to kill him shows how powerful the Super Saiyan God is. Therefore, Beerus was a little skeptical about Sozi's words. So where can I find this Super Saiyan God? Besides, the sacrificial method you just mentioned, can you successfully transform? Beerus thought for a moment, looked at Sozi, and continued to ask. Lord Beerus, have you forgotten? Sozi has initially entered the realm of gods. So, from a certain perspective, he is also a Super Saiyan God. At this time, Weiss opened his mouth to remind. Yes. Beerus suddenly remembered that Sozi had successfully entered the realm of gods and did not need to use the power of sacrifice at all. When his realm of gods goes further, he may be the real Super Saiyan at that time. The God of Man. After hearing the words of the two men, Sozi's eyes flickered, as if he thought of something, but he couldn't grasp the point, so he slowly frowned. Etc. Sozi suddenly had a flash of inspiration, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. Maybe he can use the method of transforming into a Super Saiyan God to try to transform himself into a Super Saiyan God Red. No. My philosophy is that Super Saiyan 5 plus God Realm is my own Super Saiyan 5 transformation. Just the super cyan red color alone may not reach the point where it can undergo a qualitative change. Suzy mentally rejected the idea he had just raised. By the way, Beerus, do you know what the super cyan god in your dream looks like? Suzy asked. What does it look like? Beerus frowned and thought about it for a moment, then finally shook his head and sighed. He didn't show his specific appearance, but he was surrounded by silver-white air currents. Hey! As he spoke, Beerus frowned a little tighter, and then tried to think about it again. Finally, a bright light flashed in his eyes, and he exclaimed, by the way, this guy's pupils are blue. Looks like a will-o'-the-wisp. Are the pupils blue? Suzy couldn't help but twitch his mouth when he heard Beerus's words. If he remembered correctly what his Super Saiyan 5 transformation form looked like, it seemed that his pupils are dark blue. Impossible. Suzy was not sure. After all, he didn't know who the Super Saiyan god in Beerus' dream was before he traveled through time. Therefore, when he came here, he would inevitably be a little confused. Hello. Speaking of which, I always feel that guy's anger is somewhat similar to yours. Of course, I'm not talking about real anger, but a certain kind of breath. While Suzy was thinking about it, Beerus suddenly thought of something and stared at Suzy with a strange look in his eyes. Shua shua shua. After hearing this, Weiss suddenly turned his attention to Suzy. Suzy seemed to want to see his reaction. Suzy did react, but he just frowned. At this moment, he exploded with powerful energy, and then transformed directly into Super Saiyan 4. He looked at Beerus, said, this is what I looked like after I transformed into Super Saiyan 4. I transformed into Super Saiyan 5 once in the God of Destruction 3 months ago. Although the shape is different, the size is the same, exactly the same. So, thinking back to the dream, can you tell anything about the size of the Super Saiyan god compared to me? Body shape. Beerus looked at Suzy, and finally shook his head and said, you can't tell anything about the size, but, after such a long time, I feel your energy again. I am almost certain that the Super Saiyan god in my dream is probably you. Chapter 8 is sent. Please subscribe automatically. Each chapter is a big chapter. To be reasonable, 8 chapters are actually equivalent to the ordinary 10 chapters and 11 chapters. Chapter 60. Hearing Beerus's affirmative words, Suzy was speechless for a while. To be honest, he really didn't expect that the Super Saiyan god Beerus dreamed of was actually him. The strangest thing is that since it is him in this life, who is the Super Saiyan god that Beerus dreamed of in the original work? Could it be, is it really the ancestor of the Saiyans, Yamashi, as the rumors say? Don't worry, even if this Super Saiyan god is me, I won't kill you. The most, that is, I will let you get beaten when you are in a bad mood. Suzy waved his hand, not caring whether he was the Super Saiyan god that Beerus dreamed about. As for the Super Saiyan god that Beerus dreamed about, it was obvious that he was suspected of killing him. It is impossible to establish. Suzy is not an evil person. Facing a sentimental original character like Beerus, it is absolutely impossible for him to attack him without reason. Okay, let's skip this topic for now. Weiss glanced at the two of them, then changed the topic with a smile. Suzy, where are the delicacies from Earth you promised to bring? Here. Suzy threw out more than a dozen boxes of cup noodles of different flavors from the system package space one by one, and then said these things need to be soaked in boiling water before they can be used. I didn't expect this. Wait until I get back. Earth. Need not. Wes smiled and sucked a box of cup noodles in front of him, then pulled out a bucket of cup noodles, took a look at how to eat it, and put all the seasonings in place. Bang! He lightly snapped his fingers, and the cup noodles instantly appeared. Filled with boiling water. Oh! Seeing Weiss's exposed hand, Suzy couldn't help but raise his brows, and his face showed a slightly interesting look. This angel's abilities are really colorful. This kind of small skills in life can control everything. Soon, the cup noodles had been soaking for about 3 minutes, and Y slowly opened the lid. The moment the lid was opened, Beerus, who was not paying attention, suddenly opened his eyes and immediately rushed to Whis. After sniffing twice, he actually snatched the cup of noodles from Whis' hand. Come here. Phew. Beerus didn't use chopsticks and just took 2 bites with his hands, a look of satisfaction on his face. The way to eat this cup noodles is a little weird, but it really tastes great. That, Lord Beerus, cup noodles are not eaten with your hands. There are a pair of things called chopsticks here. Whis, who had his cup of noodles taken away from him, was not angry. He looked at Beerus, who was eating instant noodles, and reminded him with a teasing smile. Ah! Beerus was stunned for a moment, then his eyes fell on the chopsticks in Whis' hand, and then he glanced at the cup noodles that were almost eaten, then gritted his teeth and continued to eat with his hands. Ha ha ha! Seeing Beerus continue to eat with his hands, Susie and Weiss looked at each other and laughed loudly. Dragon Ball GT Time and Space, on May 26, 767 AD, Suzy returned to Earth from the Dragon Ball Super Time and Space world. The Cell game should be today, right? Suzy counted the days, his eyes flickered for a moment, then he closed his eyes and sensed the existence of Sun Wukong and others, and teleported directly to the island where they were in the next second. At this moment, Suzy looked down from the sky and saw a huge arena placed on the ground. Sun Wukong and Shalo were both on the ring, their eyes facing each other, neither of them took action immediately. Ah! I didn't expect that you would be the first one. On the ring, Shalo suddenly laughed, stared at Sun Wukong and said, "Don't you think the most interesting part should be put at the end?" As he said that, Shalo spread his hands, glanced at the other people watching under the ring with a joking expression, and continued, "Now, I can let you go down and let another person come up to die." Arrogant. Shalo is so arrogant. In his eyes, no one in this group can match him. I heard that you know how to use my moves, right? Sun Wukong ignored Shalo's arrogance, sneered and put on a fighting posture, and said, "In that case, let me be the first to see how powerful you are." Ha ha ha! He is indeed an interesting guy. Saru burst into laughter. Phew! At this moment, Sun Wukong suddenly moved and arrived in front of Saru in an instant. Bang! He raised his hand and punched out, directly knocking Saru away a dozen steps, and then he pursued the victory. Kicked Shalo to the edge of the ring. It's over. Seeing this scene, everyone under the ring stared at each other at the same time, with unknown expressions on their faces. Ah! Shalo chuckled lightly at the edge of the ring, slowly stabilized his body, crossed his arms across his chest, glanced at the many people below the ring, and finally set his sights on Sun Wukong, and said lightly, "How is it? Have you tried a little bit of the taste of victory?" Sharu! Sun Wukong shouted loudly, and his explosive energy rushed towards Cellulite again. Bang bang bang! This time, Sun Wukong came down with a combination of punches, and was easily neutralized by Cellulite. Bang! Instead, Cellulite kicked him out, directly kicked Sun Wukong to the edge of the arena on the other side. Wukong! Klin roared under the ring. "Don't worry, it's okay." Sun Wukong turned back to Klin and waved with a smile. Phew! At this moment, Sharu set off. "You can't devote yourself to fighting with me. If that's the case, then I'll send you to death." Saru is also a little fanatical about martial arts. Because he has the genes of Sun Wukong and others, he does not allow anyone to be distracted when fighting him. This will be considered by him to be looking down on him, Saru. Bang bang bang! The beating begins. Yes. It's a crushing beating. Nowadays, all the original characters in Dragon Ball GT have returned to their original fighting power. Therefore, just like the original, Sun Wukong only has 45 billion points in his transformed form. Combat power. And what about Saru? At this moment, he is in full form, with a combat power of 60 billion points. The difference in combat power is not too obvious. It's over. Even Wukong is no match for Cell. This time the battle is really over. Seeing Sun Wukong being beaten violently, there was no room for him to fight back, which made Clin and others below the ring look extremely ugly. Why hasn't Uncle Suzy come back yet? Sun Gohan, who has always maintained his Super Saiyan 1 state, let out a long sigh and kept his eyes on Sun Wukong, who was being beaten continuously on the ring. He was extremely worried. If this continues, my father will really be beaten by Cell. The guy was beaten to death. Bang bang bang. Ahem. There were constant sounds of blows in the ring. Sun Wukong had been beaten by celluloid and returned to his normal appearance. At this moment, he fell on the ring, coughing and vomiting blood. His face was pale, and he slowly walked towards him. Here comes Sharu, and now Sun Wukong looks helpless. Sun Wukong, I should have stayed at the end to kill you, but you ended up seeking your own death. This is really not my fault. Shalo was getting closer and closer to Sun Wukong, with a joking look on his face, and he said sarcastically, in the next life, I hope to meet a respectable opponent like you again. Hee hee. When Shalo finished speaking, a chuckle rang out in the audience. Who? Shalo was furious when he heard this hee hee. He stopped and turned around to look around. Finally, his eyes were fixed on Suzy, who was standing with his hands behind his back in the sky not far away. He narrowed his eyes and said coldly, Who are you? How dare you laugh at me? Brother Suzy. Suzy. Uncle Suzy. Shalo didn't know who the man in the sky was, but how could Clin and the others not know? When they saw Suzy, excitement suddenly appeared on their faces. Their last hope, finally home. I sincerely beg you not to keep the book. There are so many updates in this book. How can you be willing to keep the book? Please subscribe automatically. Thank you.